Chapter 1. The projection system of the heavens has been turned on. Wanja Mall has opened. Start searching for planes. Establishing connection. 1%, 5%, 10%. Nanhu City, in a low-cost rental house. Su Ming stared blankly at the computer screen in front of her. Even the steaming Lao Ten pickled cabbage beef noodles in my hands became boring. He was browsing a recruitment website when the screen in front of him suddenly flashed, and this line appeared inexplicably. After ruling out the possibility of computer virus, the only possibility is that I got the legendary cheat. After the brief shock, Su Ming felt hot inside. He is not from this world because he traveled here last week due to an accident. The original owner of this body had just graduated from college, had no relatives, and only had more than 200 yuan left in his savings. Not to mention paying next month's rent. Even eating has become the biggest headache right now. He didn't want to live on the streets and starve to death. But then again, he is just a graduate from an ordinary third-level university. In an environment of fierce competition and extreme involution, how difficult is it to find a suitable and decent job? He looked at the recruitment website for a long time. Depending on your own conditions, you can either do work such as security sales, work in a factory, or deliver food on Didi, earning a salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. Although I cannot afford a house or a car, and there is a high probability that I will not get married and have children in the future, I at least guarantee that I will not starve to death. Live an ordinary life with a glance to the end. After experiencing the initial discomfort, he accepted it all calmly. Unexpectedly, the goddess of luck suddenly descended on him. Su Ming asked anxiously in her heart, "Tell me about your function." After some systematic explanation, he figured it out. Videos produced by yourself can be published to various other dimensions through the system, including but not limited to various animations, novels, movies, and television. Then get rewards based on people's mood swings. In an internet society with highly developed information, short videos have long been permeated in people's lives. When he was in college, he also used his spare time to make some videos and posted them online. He was a small uploader with thousands of fans. For him, editing videos is not a difficult task at all. I just don't know what kind of reward I will get. What if I get the superpowers in those anime and novels? Wouldn't they be invincible in this real world? Su Ming laughed at herself and shook her head. He thinks too much, and now he has no power to choose. It would be nice to have enough to eat and a place to stay. 95%, 99%, ding. One Piece World is loaded successfully. The video produced by the host will be placed on this plane in the form of a canopy. The plane mall system has been opened. Host can use emotional value to exchange for physical skills, swordsmanship, hockey, devil fruit, supreme sword, and other things in this plane. System prompts kept ringing in my ears. Pirate World. Emotional value can be exchanged for everything in this plane. Su Ming was shocked. If you let him exchange for a Logia thunder fruit, it can transform elements into lightning at any time and anywhere, causing natural disasters and destroying the world with every move. Don't talk about making money. At that time, he will be able to completely override all the rules of the world. In terms of real-world technological means, unless the nuclear bomb wipes out the ground, there is no way to deal with him. Wealth, power, status, everything will be at your fingertips. Even become the Shadow Emperor, who controls the world. However, Su Ming also understands that the key lies in how to harvest a large amount of emotional value. Curiosity, shock, desire, envy, jealousy. These are all human emotions. What kind of video should I make? An idea suddenly popped into Su Ming's mind. Apart from anything else, the most magical thing in the world of pirates is the devil fruit. Zoan, Paramecia, Logia. No matter which type of fruit is obtained, ordinary people can have various abilities, and then embark on the path of extraordinariness and change their own destiny. Of course, except for the fruits of the common people. The world is not fair, and some abilities put people at a very high starting line from birth. Having said that, the strength of devil fruit's abilities also depends on how well the user develops it. If your brain is different from ordinary people, it is well developed. Even if you eat a mediocre fruit, you may not be unable to become a strong person. In the chaotic and divided world of pirates, whether marine or pirate, strength speaks for itself after all. The strong dominate everything. The topic of devil fruit is naturally hot enough. Fans of real world often bring them up for discussion. Which fruit is the most powerful? Which fruit has the greatest potential? How to develop it? If he could make a video reviewing the powerful devil fruit, it would definitely attract the attention of everyone in that plane and cause a huge sensation. Whether it's true or not, just make a short video to find out. It doesn't take much time anyway. But what if it's true? As soon as he thought of it, Su Ming put down the instant noodles in his hand and immediately began to search for relevant information, looking for those famous scenes. Then import the material and match it with some passionate BGM according to the scene. Debugging, editing. After working on it for who knows how long, I finally finished processing the last picture. He took a deep breath and stretched. That's pretty much it. After checking again, Ming felt that there was nothing wrong. Click to upload. Congratulations to host for successfully uploading the first video. The newbie gift package has been distributed. Please check it. He didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to open the gift package. Congratulations to host for winning 500,000 renminbi. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. XX Bank. On December 28, 2026, your account with the last number 077 had an income of 500,000 yuan and a balance of 500,237 yuan. Ming stared at the phone screen with wide eyes. It's just one line, but I read it no less than a dozen times. 500,000. 500,000 just for making a video. Although this money is nothing at all in the eyes of some people. But for Ming, it is a huge sum of money. At least in the next few years, you don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The most important point is, he could be sure that this was not a prank by some boring hacker, but a miracle that actually happened to him. The system is real. In that case, the emotional value and Wanjimal are also real. Ming's breathing suddenly became rapid. At this moment, a door to the new world has opened in front of him. Even beyond all things immortal, just when Ming was immersed in it. This video just uploaded has caused a huge sensation in the pirate world. Chapter 2. Marineford, Marine Headquarters Building. Marine Chief of Staff, he came to the Marshal's office. Sengoku, Ace has been safely escorted to impel down. Sengoku nodded and said solemnly, in that case, we can start preparing for the execution. This time we will completely eliminate Roger's evil bloodline in the world in front of the whole world. Crane frowned. Live broadcast the execution in front of the whole world? After all, Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Just in case, it's best to be fully prepared. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and said in a calm tone, Whitebeard, if he dares to come here, don't even think about going back. Hearing this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Is that what you want? That's right. I plan to gather the elite Marines from all branch bases around the world and issue a recruitment order for the 7 warlords of the sea. War. Roger is dead, and the Golden Lion was defeated by Marine. Only Whitebeard is left of the 3 great pirate groups back then. It's time to end his legend. If the plan succeeds, this will be a great opportunity to change the world at this time. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor outside. There was a loud bang, and the office door was pushed open. Seeing the conversation being interrupted suddenly, Sengoku frowned. Looking at the Colonel Naval Headquarters in front of him, he asked in a deep voice, what happened? Why so panic? Marshal Sengoku. Hurry, emergency. Colonel Marine trembled and pointed out the window, stuttering. Heaven, in the sky. Sky? Sengoku and Tsuru looked at each other and immediately left the room and went to the corridor. There were already crowds of people outside, including 3 admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Ghost Spider, Doberman, and many other marine generals also came outside the corridor, looking blankly at the sky. Thousands of feet of golden light poured down, and the blue sky completely turned into a golden ocean. Hey, who knows what's going on? This can only be a formation created by demon fruit power. Enemy attack? Have pirates invaded here? Not too possible. Damn it, who did it? Kizaru tilted his mouth and said casually, Hey, what are you looking at me for? I don't have time to do such boring things. Sengoku coughed slightly. It has nothing to do with Porisolino, but we don't rule out the possibility of being an enemy. Garp has gone to impel down, plus Magellan, there is nothing to worry about there. Kasaski, Kazan, Porisolino, and I are sitting here. The other vice admirals have gathered soldiers to guard the waters around Marineford. I want to see who dares to come to Marine Headquarters to cause trouble. Not just Marineford. East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and Combelt, Grand Line. People around the world raised their heads and looked up at the sky in horror. The golden light from the sky fell on the earth, seeming to penetrate everything. Whether it is the dark and gloomy underwater prison or the Fishmen Island located 10,000 meters under the sea, you can see such a shocking scene. It's such a dazzling light. I'm going to go blind. Hey, what on earth is this? Is this a miracle? New world. On the deck of the Moby D **K. Marco, Josie, Vista, and other captains stared at the sky uneasily. Dad, what on earth is this? Whitebeard tore off the foretube on his body and stood up from the huge throne. He held Song Yunxia tightly with his right hand and looked at the sky solemnly. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Damn it, it happened at this juncture. Inform the captains of the 43 pirates to prepare to assemble. No matter what, I must save Ace. Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Lousy wants to see who is pretending. Kaido threw away the bottle of wine in his hand, and a bright light burst out from his drunken eyes. A Category 12 hurricane suddenly blew over Onigashima. Houses collapsed one after another, and countless large trees were uprooted. The wind was raging and lightning was thundering, accompanied by the dragon's roar that echoed through the sky. A thousands-meter-long green dragon carried the endless wind, surrounded the thunder, stepped on the flame cloud, and soared into the sky. Soon he passed through the clouds and reached an altitude of several thousand meters. However, at the next moment, it was as if someone pressed the pause button. The green dragon suddenly froze in midair, unable to move at all. Onigashima below, Jin, Quinn, Jack, and the Flying Six looked at the sky in disbelief. Boss Kaido, what on earth is this golden light? Kaido was horrified, and his pupils showed a mixture of shock and anger. All this was completely beyond his knowledge. You know he is the strongest creature in the world. Even if a mountain peak comes down, it won't be able to trap him in the slightest. However, under this unknown golden light, he was as helpless as a puppet. Oh damn it, who the hell is this? The top of the red line, the holy place Mariehua. Countless exclamations and screams erupted in the streets. As the celestial dragons, a noble race of gods, they were completely unable to understand the scene they saw in front of them at this moment. Because they were too afraid, many people even couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground, praying for God's forgiveness. In the conference room of Panga City, the hub of power, the 5 elders suddenly stood up from the sofa and looked above their heads in shock and anger. This feeling is so bad. Nashiro-sei tightly held the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand. Because of the fierce force, the knuckles turned bluish-white. This golden light all over the sky actually brought him an indescribable sense of oppression, so powerful that he couldn't even think of resisting at all. Saint Satan took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, "What happened?" Immediately mobilize all agents from CP0 to CP9 to conduct a strict investigation. Also, notify Saint Garen immediately. Let the Knights of God do a good job of vigilance and be sure to protect the safety of the celestial dragons among the flowers. On the iron throne lined with sword tombs, Im looked up at the sky with a livid face. In the 800 years since the founding of world government, there has never been such a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Who is it? Joey boy. No, it can't be him. Im's body trembled slightly, unlike the others. The more powerful a person is, the more extraordinary they can feel this golden light. In his heart, he felt a sense of fear that he had not seen for a long time. Even Joy Boy 800 years ago could not bring him such a strong sense of oppression. This golden light is like the gaze of a god, making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 3. Under the spotlight, the golden light in the sky gradually gathered into a giant screen, stretching across the sky. Sabaody Archipelago. The sudden vision of heaven and earth made the Straw Hat Pirates, Heart Pirates, Kid Pirates, and other supernovas stare at the sky with their mouths open and swallowed their saliva in unison. It's too exaggerated. Is this really something that humans can do? Look, there seems to be some words on it. Counting the top 10 most powerful devil fruits. What does this mean? Luo couldn't help but said, "Hey, Straw Hat Boss, what do you think?" Luffy's eyes were filled with countless little stars. Seagoi, the strongest devil fruit? He looks quite interesting. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Hey, Luffy, I don't know if your names, Robins and Choppers, will appear. Luffy scratched the back of his head. Well, compared to Sand Crocodile, Marine Smoke Man, and Uncle Freeze, my rubber fruit doesn't seem to be very powerful. Kid showed a trace of disdain on his face. No matter who caused the prank. The strongest devil fruit is undoubtedly lousy. Marine Headquarters. The strongest devil fruit. Sengoku frowned tightly. According to feedback from intelligence agencies, such anomalies are currently appearing in the skies around the world. Obviously, it cannot be caused by man. But when he saw a line of words appearing on the giant screen, he didn't know what to say. Is it just to take stock of devil fruit? Xiaohua, what do you think? Although I don't know who did it, I think the other party doesn't have any hostility. Anyway, let's wait and see what happens. Sengoku nodded secretly and couldn't help but look at Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru on the side. If we were to talk about the 10 strongest devil fruits in the world, their names would definitely appear. It's a perfect opportunity to show the power of Marine to people all over the world. This is actually a good thing. Thinking of this, Sengoku began to look forward to it. Cake Island. It's tea time now. Charlotte Lean's eyes were fixed on the giant screen in the sky. Even the favorite Anko cake in front of me has become a bit boring. After all, including her, the main members of the Big Mom Pirates are basically demon fruit power. Well. The strongest devil fruit. Humph. I don't know where my soul fruit will rank. At this moment, whether it is streets, taverns, shops, or sailing ships, everyone around the world stared nervously at the sky. Under the spotlight, the video officially started. The first thing that catches the eye is 2 lines of large characters. The 10th strongest devil fruit, Paramecia, shock fruit. Owner, Edward Newgate, Marshall D. Teach. A burst of exclamations suddenly erupted on the deck of the Moby D **K. Shock fruit. It's Dad's shock fruit. Josie, Bista, Izo, and other division captains started shouting in dissatisfaction. Only 10th? Which idiot made the ranking? He has never seen how powerful Dad is. That's right. Shock fruit is a terrifying power that can destroy the world. How can it be ranked 10th? Dad is known as the strongest man in the world, and his devil fruit ability must be ranked number 1. Just when the crowd was excited, Marco's expression suddenly changed. Wait, something's wrong. Why does Teach's name appear in the shock fruit owner column? Everyone also reacted at this time. There was a sudden silence on the deck. Although devil fruit is very rare, but it is actually no stranger to the top pirate groups that dominate the Grand Line. They know it in their hearts. The devil fruit will only reappear when its original owner dies. If Teach can get the shock fruit, it means that Dad is dead. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the majestic figure with some disbelief. Could it be? No, it's impossible. How could Dad possibly? Marco looked solemn and shouted quickly. Don't be nervous. Who knows if this is true or not? Whitebeard's face became extremely gloomy. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and veins popped out on his forehead. Now in his 70s, he has long been prepared to face death calmly. But what he couldn't let go of was Marshall D. Teach, this traitor, this be *******D, who killed his fellows, got his powers. Whitebeard had some vague guesses in his mind. His death should be related to the subsequent operation to rescue Ace. After all, that is Marine headquarters. Dad, Marco and others are obviously aware of this. But before the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by Whitebeard. No need to say more. I have made up my mind. This? Whitebeard's eyes darkened, and his tone was unquestionable. So what if this is the real future? As a father, how can I watch my son die like this? If you really die in this battle, it will be my fate. Marineford, Marine Headquarters Building. Akainu crossed his arms and snorted dissatisfiedly. The 10th strongest devil fruit is actually a pirate? What a joke. Sengoku exhaled softly and said helplessly. After all, that guy is known as the strongest man in the world, a legendary figure who rivals Roger, the Pirate King. But the strange thing is that his shock fruit has been developed to the point of destroying the world, but it can only be ranked 10th? Maybe the people who make this ranking don't just base it on the owner's strength. They also take other factors into consideration. Let's not talk about this. As he spoke, his expression slowly became serious. Marshall D. Teach? The guy who just became Shichibukai? I didn't expect him to be the next shock fruit user. Sengoku, if the content on the marquee is true, I suggest that someone should be sent to monitor the whereabouts of their group immediately. Although Shichibukai's position is consistent with our marine, a pirate is a pirate after all, and at least we must ensure that the shock fruit cannot fall into his hands. Sengoku nodded slightly. Yes, this Blackbeard defeated and captured Ace alive, which should not be underestimated. If he is allowed to obtain Whitebeard's power again, he will become an extremely dangerous existence. Aokiji suddenly said, Hey wait. Why does this place look so familiar? Pictures began to appear in the sky. Vice Admiral, the ghost spider, exhaled a puff of smoke and said in surprise, Crescent Harbor. Isn't this Marineford? Chapter 4. Marineford Square suddenly appeared in the sky. In the square, 100,000 Marine soldiers lined up neatly in a phalanx, and the crowd looked extremely majestic. These are Marine elites selected from all over the world. The weakest among them are all at the school officer level. In front of the array stood dozens of Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, such as Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Huashishin. They also include 7 giant Vice Admirals who are tens of meters tall. Some wiped their swords carelessly, some crossed their arms and sneered, some squinted, and some held cigars in their mouths with disdain. Full of oppression, 5 of the figures immediately attracted everyone's attention. Doflamingo, Hawkeye, Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Oda Bear. Each one is rebellious and full of personality. At the end of the square, there is a high execution platform. Ace was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied and his head lowered, while two executioners stood on both sides. Next to him are Marine Hero Garp and Marine Marshal Sengoku. There are 3 chairs placed under the execution platform. Sitting are 3 Marine Admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Because the distance is too far, the face cannot be seen clearly. They were just sitting casually on their seats, yet they gave off a breathtaking aura. The atmosphere throughout Marineford was solemn and depressing. In front of the square is a crescent-shaped inner bay surrounded by a giant arc wall. Several huge ships docked quietly on the sea. Whitebeard, holding a child's knife, stood on the deck of the main ship Moby D***K, staring coldly ahead. Even in the Marine headquarters where there are many experts, he still maintains a scornful attitude. Seeing this scene, Sengoku suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Could it be that this is what will happen in the future? Seeing that the always calm and composed Marshal was so out of sorts, no one could react for a moment. Akainu said in a deep voice, "Are you sure this is a scenario that will happen in the future?" Sengoku took a deep breath and said slowly, "You may not know yet, but I am planning to broadcast Ace's execution in front of the whole world." It seems as expected, the Whitebeard pirates have really arrived here. Aokiji covered his forehead and couldn't help but sigh. "Allah, you dare to attack the Marine headquarters to save your subordinates? What a mess." Akainu snorted with an unhappy expression. How dare a mere pirate be so arrogant? Kizaru spread his hands, looking quite helpless. So what is shown in this sky is indeed a scene that will happen in the future. It is incredible that this kind of thing can be done. War? It's really troublesome. In order to rescue the captain of the 2nd Division, Port Gast D.Ace, the Whitebeard pirates gathered 43 of their pirate groups and came to Marineford. At the same time, Marine also gathered 3 admirals, more than 10 vice admirals from the headquarters, and 100,000 Marine elites here, and recruited the 7 warlords of the sea. The battle at the top has officially begun. Seeing a few lines of narration slowly appearing on the marquee, people from all over the world took a deep breath. Oh my God, I chose to attack the Marine headquarters, as expected of the pirate Emperor Whitebeard. The total strength of both sides is almost 200,000, right? It's really a huge war. Sabaody Archipelago. The expressions of Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and others suddenly changed. Wait, Ace. Hey, Luffy. Isn't that your brother? Luffy was stunned, staring at the sky. How is this possible? Ace. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin laughed excitedly. Well. That guy Whitebeard is really motivated. It seems he is serious about it. Over Ghost Island. Kaido's expression became a little complicated. Ace, he had heard of this name. He defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea not long after he went to sea. He is a young man with great potential. I heard that this guy even came to Onigashima and had a good relationship with that guy Yamato. Forget it. For the sake of being in the same boat, Lousy should also participate in this battle on the top. On an unnamed island, the Red Hair Pirates party came to an abrupt end. Shanks put down the bottle of wine in his hand and stood up from a large rock. Beckman bit his cigar and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. What? You want to participate in this war? Shanks nodded silently. Whether it's Marine or the Whitebeard pirates, no matter which side loses, it may break the existing order. At that time, countless careerists will take advantage of the situation and rise. Since we can't stop Whitebeard, we must at least ensure that one side will not be completely wiped out. Little ones, the party is over. Let's head towards Marineford. While people were talking about it, the camera in the sky slowly focused on Whitebeard. Dash. Hey, Sengoku. Is my beloved son okay? Whitebeard laughed loudly, bulged the muscles of his arms, and punched his side hard. Crack, click, click. With a crisp sound, the space seemed to be torn apart. Countless cracks appeared in the place where the hammer was struck, spreading around like a spider web. The power of vibration spread to the depths of the ocean floor. The calm sea became wild and restless. The strong wind carried huge waves, one after another. The originally neatly arranged fleet immediately fell into chaos. The Marine soldiers curled up, hugging the mast tightly, or clinging to nearby objects. The cold sea water kept hitting my face, but I had no time to care. Under the violent turbulence, if you are not careful, you will fall off the boat and be pulled to the depths of the sea by the turbulent undercurrent. The next moment, 2 huge tsunamis that covered the sky and hit Marineford. All the people watching the video were breathing stagnantly, and their eyes could not help but show palpitations. Even if you are not there, you can clearly feel this terrifying power that destroys the world. At this moment, several barges suddenly appeared on the screen. Shock Fruit ranks 10th. Are you mistaken? It's good to be ranked 10th. The reason why shock fruit is so expressive is not because the user is Whitebeard. Yes, if it were an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to shatter the house. I don't think it's necessary to focus on destructive power. Even if he doesn't rely on fruit abilities, he still has dominance, and the output is definitely enough. +1. Paramecia has many development directions, and it can be used to its advantage, such as developing shock fruit in the direction of defense and assistance, such as shaking injuries out of the body. Chapter 5. Looking at Kimui's Whitebeard in the sky, Akainu's face was extremely gloomy. The expressions of the other vice admirals were not much better. Let's not talk about the fleet outside the island. In the face of this power of heaven and earth, not only the entire army was annihilated, but at least they suffered heavy losses and completely lost their fighting ability. If these two huge waves that cover the sky come over, even Marineford will be destroyed. Unexpectedly, the war has just begun and Marine will suffer such a huge blow. Some young Marine generals couldn't help but swallow. Is this the strongest man in the world? Is this the legendary pirate who rivaled Roger, the Pirate King? It's really scary that just one blow can cause such a natural disaster. Damn it, he is over 70 years old, but he still maintains such terrifying strength. Looking at the people talking around him, Sengoku adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "The images displayed in the cyclorama are a good reference example. The point is Whitebeard. As long as we can deal with this threat, we, Marine, will win this war." Aokiji scratched the back of his head and said calmly, "Alala, if it's a tsunami, don't worry, I will take action to solve it." As a Marine with the highest combat power, he is also a user with Logia frozen fruit ability. This terrible scene of landslide and tsunami is really nothing. Akainu snorted coldly. "Whitebeard, don't worry, I'll leave this guy to me." At this moment, the barrage floating in the sky suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Shocking the injury out of your body? Isn't this a joke? With just one strike, the world can break apart and the seawater pours in. Wouldn't it be invincible if it could also have both defense and auxiliary effects? Compared with others who are dismissive, Sengoku appears to be extremely cautious. Not to mention anything else. Just the word domineering made him have to be very energetic. If you want to learn Conqueror's Haki, you must first have Conqueror's Haki. And it cannot be tempered, it is an innate talent. And the strong man who masters Batang stands at the top of this sea. No matter in the past or now, there are only a handful of guys with tyrants in this sea. Just knowing that is a pretty amazing thing. Sengoku couldn't help but murmured, "I actually know Bachan. Who are these guys who left these messages?" The previous visions of heaven and earth, as well as these future scenes shown, all showed that this canopy was not a mysterious thing that they could understand. But it's useless to think about this now. He is more concerned about what will happen next. Every scene that follows is extremely valuable information. Everyone present stared at the sky, looking forward to the subsequent development of the matter. However, just after Whitebeard struck this blow, the scene suddenly changed. The sea surface at Crescent Harbor Bend had turned into hard ice at some point. Everywhere you can see are people fighting together. Roars, screams, and the clash of swords were endless. It was clear that a fierce battle had begun between the two sides. As the coach, Whitebeard stood proudly on the deck of the Moby D***K, silently watching everything in front of him. The next moment, a giant, vice admiral, holding a giant axe, passed through the defenses and came to Whitebeard. The flaw has been revealed. Whitebeard, as soon as he finished speaking, the giant vice admiral slashed downwards. Facing this powerful and heavy blow, Whitebeard still stood where he was and simply waved his left hand. Boom. The giant axe instantly turned into countless pieces. Before the giant could react, Whitebeard grabbed his head and pushed it hard to the ground. The next moment, the power of shock quietly erupted. The helmet made of stainless steel exploded instantly. Well, the giant vice admiral couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His pupils were dilated, his eyes turned white, and he passed out completely. Whitebeard didn't even look at him, as if he had just completed a trivial task. He picked up the giant and threw it away like a chicken. Intracranial massage, killing the giant vice admiral instantly, is the same as playing. I have to say, the attack power is really too strong. Looking at this picture and the barrage above, people all over the world were shocked. After killing the opponent instantly with one blow, Whitebeard jumped off the deck and participated in the battle. The next moment, a giant hundreds of meters tall stopped in front of him. Holding the giant sword in both hands, he struck down hard. The force was so fierce that it even caused a piercing scream. Chong. However, this all-out blow was easily blocked by Tsong Yunxia. "You are in the way." After saying something calmly, Whitebeard opened his hands and grabbed them with his fingers. The power of shock fruit in the body explodes instantly. The heaven and the earth rumble. At this moment, the nearby Marines, including the giant, suddenly lost control of their bodies and were pulled high into the sky. The ground began to tremble violently, and the force of the vibrations even spread dozens of kilometers away. The entire sea area was actually torn into countless pieces, staggered up and down. All over the world, countless people were dazzled and yearned for it. This is simply like the power of a god. Sabaody Archipelago. The supernovas were stunned. One side is Marine, and the other side is the Whitebeard pirates. As pirates, they hope that the Whitebeard pirates will defeat Marine in this war. Although I knew that this Four Emperors was very strong, I didn't expect it to be this strong. With a single movement, he set off a tsunami like a natural disaster, and easily killed the giant Vice Admiral in one blow. It completely opened their eyes to the vastness of the world. The Pirate Emperor is truly worthy of his reputation. Luffy was also dumbfounded. After meeting the two giant warriors Dory and Broggy in Little Garden, he was inspired by this and later developed the third gear. He even defeated powerful enemies such as Enel and Gecko Moria with his third gear. It can be said to be his most powerful trump card at present. Unexpectedly, in front of Whitebeard, even the real giant is no match for him. This old man Whitebeard, well, so awesome. With him here, we can definitely rescue Ace successfully. New World, the country of giants. Elbaf was in an uproar. Loki, the giant prince, was shocked and angry. Can humans be so strong? This guy is also the same monster as Charlotte Linlen. Just when the whole world was shocked, the sky suddenly darkened, and an extremely arrogant laugh came from inside. Thief ha ha ha. Duh. Chapter 6. Ha ha. What a pity. Shock fruit. It belongs to Lousy. In the picture, Whitebeard was covered in scars, standing quietly on the spot, holding a cloud cutter. Not far away, a slightly fat, middle-aged man with an exposed chest and a rugged appearance was laughing maniacally. Beside him stood a group of ferocious and imposing pirates. Sengoku's pupils tightened. Blackbeard, and those guys. Shiryu, the former warden of Impel Down, Bask of the Great Barrel, and the King of Evil. Aren't they imprisoned in the deepest part of Impel Down? Did something happen over there? Aokiji, Akainu, and others looked gloomy. What did he say? Shock fruit is his. How is this possible? Humph, a pirate is still a pirate after all. Even if he is recruited by the world government, he will still remain true to his true nature. As if to clear up people's doubts. After Blackbeard laughed wildly twice, he raised his right arm high and assumed the same posture as Whitebeard. Sink Lousy Marineford. A heaven-destroying aura erupted from his body. The power of the vibration turned into countless shock waves and swept away in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Space shattered. Countless cracks burst out on the ground. The strong military fortresses fell apart and collapsed. Almost the entire Marineford was in ruins. The whole world was suddenly in an uproar. What? Why can this guy also use Whitebeard's power? Whitebeard is dead. Shock fruit fell into Blackbeard's hands. I didn't expect it to have such terrifying power in this guy's hands. Is it wrong? This fruit is only ranked 10th. The Marine headquarters is about to be destroyed. Impel Down. The deathly silent 6th floor suddenly began to boil. Big Barrel Bask, Shinua Hunter Katarina, Evil King Pizarro, and others were overjoyed. What? Lousy actually escaped. Blackbeard. This guy is really good. Ha ha. Great. Finally left this dark place. Crocodile lay on the ground and gritted his teeth and said, "It's really unpleasant. That guy Whitebeard was killed like this. It should be Lousy who took off his head. But having said that, this war was really tragic. Maybe it will be remembered in history forever." As he spoke, he turned and looked aside. "Hey, kid, this is all thanks to you. It's not unfair to be able to make such a lively scene before dying." Ace stared blankly at the sky, tears streaming down his face unknowingly. "Dad, Marco, why do you idiots come here to save me?" Crocodile was about to taunt a few words when his expression suddenly changed. He couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the end of the dark corridor. An extremely terrifying conqueror's hockey swept over. In the dark cell, Bullet's eyes revealed a fervent fighting spirit. Whitebeard, Blackbeard. These two guys are both strong men worth fighting. Marineford? Forget it. How could this festival be without Lousy? There was an explosion in Impel Down's office. Deputy Warden Hannibal spat and angrily scolded the jailers. "Are you kidding? These vicious guys were actually let out. Send additional manpower immediately. And Master Magellan, please shorten the time you spend in the bathroom from 10 hours a day to 1 hour." Holy Land, Mariehua. The five elders stared closely at Blackbeard in the picture. They were not surprised by Whitebeard's death. After all, this is the Marine, the most powerful military organization in the world. How could he be killed by the Whitebeard pirates? Unless the Beast pirates or Big Mom pirates also participate in this war. What they didn't expect was, Whitebeard died, and another Blackbeard appeared. Saint Satan said with a gloomy face, "Shock fruit must be recycled." Saint Nashalang nodded slowly. That's right. Blackbeard has such power right after he eats it. Even compared to Whitebeard, it's not much inferior. This paramecia fruit is indeed extraordinary. We underestimated it. The blonde, short-haired five elders said angrily. Blackbeard's ambition is not small. He dared to do such a thing just after becoming 7 warlords of the sea. If left unchecked, he will definitely become a huge threat. The bald and bearded five elders picked up the phone bug on the table. Depose Marshal D. Teach of the 7 warlords of the sea. Post a bounty and dispatch the Marine Admiral. Be sure to capture him. What is this guy Magellan doing? Impel Down needs to send more manpower. Saint Satan suddenly spoke. Now that we know the future, what if the Whitebeard pirates don't come? That's okay. As long as we can execute Ace in front of the whole world and show the authority of Marine and world government, it will be our victory. Looking at the scene in the sky, Blackbeard's eyes almost popped out. I feel happy and worried at the same time. Fortunately, things turned out as he expected. Infiltrate Impel Down as 7 warlords of the sea and recruit a group of powerful henchmen. Then take advantage of the fierce battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates to arrive at the battlefield and seize Whitebeard's shock fruit. Looking at his future self's heroic appearance, he felt a strong sense of joy in his heart. Yes, this is what he is searching for, the powerful power to defy everything. Dark fruit plus shock fruit. The next step is to become the 4 emperors and dominate the entire world. However, this scene was displayed in front of everyone. Damn it, Lousy's plan has been exposed. Which be asterisk 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 D did it. Chapter 7. After Blackbeard demonstrated shock fruit's ability several times, the picture in the sky also gradually darkened. A solemn voice suddenly appeared in the minds of people all over the world. Those on the list will receive gifts from heaven. Rewards are being distributed. Edward Newgate. His physique was greatly strengthened and his lifespan was increased by 200 years. Marshal D. Teach. Rewards top weapon color, top observation hockey, awakening conquerors hockey. After a period of dead silence, there was an uproar all over the world. What? Increase your lifespan by 200 years. Is there such a thing? How is this possible? It's over now. Whitebeard has such a long lifespan. Doesn't he want to unify the entire new world? Not to mention Whitebeard. That guy named Teach is also an incredible pirate. Now that he has been rewarded, he will definitely turn this sea upside down in the future. Damn it. Why are you rewarding these 2 pirates? In the conference room of Panga City, the 5 elders could no longer maintain their original calm expression and stood up from the sofa one after another. Although Whitebeard is strong, he is still in his 70s. Even if they don't come, Marineford probably won't survive long, and they have a lot of patience. But who knew that this guy actually gained 200 years of life for nothing? Damn it, how could such a thing happen? If everything is true, we will face a Whitebeard who is no less powerful than the pirate King Roger and is in his prime. Who made this canopy? The only person who can do such a thing is a true god. Everyone, Whitebeard and Blackbeard. These 2 have become a huge threat to the world government. The 5 elders were furious, but there was nothing they could do. They have no idea what this canopy is and who made it. We can only passively accept this situation. Satan suddenly thought of something. Don't worry, we are only 10th now. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean? Satan Shungqing nodded thoughtfully. That's right. If we were to talk about devil fruit, how could Marine and world government lose to them? As long as our people appear on this list, they will also receive heavenly rewards. At that point, what do these 2 guys mean? Nashu Langxing added. Don't forget, we have countless resources in our hands. There are countless devil fruits, and so on. Maybe there will be some powerful fruits that we haven't discovered yet. The other 3 people secretly breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their usual aloof demeanor. But having said that, if even shock fruit can only be ranked 10th, it's hard to imagine what powerful fruits will appear next. It doesn't matter. Except for Shanks among the 4 emperors, even if Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are on the list, they only occupy 3 places. The remaining 7 must belong to Marine, world government, and us celestial dragons. On the deck of the Moby D **K, a golden beam of light fell from the sky, enveloping Whitebeard. Marco, Josie, Bista and other captains gathered around nervously. Whitebeard ignored everyone, but closed his eyes and silently felt the changes in his body. After a long time, the golden light slowly dissipated. Whitebeard opened his eyes and looked at his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's incredible. I'm back to my peak state again. No, it's even stronger than what I was back then. Everyone was surprised and happy when they heard this, and some even couldn't believe it. Marco rushed up and inspected it carefully. After a while, facing everyone's nervous gazes, he took a deep breath. It's unbelievable that such a thing could happen. As a doctor, he knows better than anyone how weak his father's body is now. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are iron laws that no living thing in nature can violate. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist the passage of time and become older and older until the end of your life. However, after some examination, he found that the old injuries that had been deposited in his father's body for many years had completely disappeared. Not only that, the cell activity in the body has reached an incredible level. The father, who was clearly in his 70s, seemed to have been reborn, with more vitality than a young man in his 20s. This is simply a miracle. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly burst into light. Although he didn't know who had accomplished all this, but there is no doubt that his fate has been rewritten. Now he is confident enough to change the original ending of Summit War. Marine, teach, let you feel Laozi's strength at his peak. Whether it's a Marine or a pirate active in the New World, anyone who understands the meaning of the word hockey will be filled with unspeakable shock at this moment. On the deck of a warship heading for Impel Down, Garp opened his mouth wide and was speechless for a long time. Top armament color, insight color, and Conqueror's hockey? As a pure physical expert, he has traveled across the sea for so many years and earned the name of Marine Hero. What he relies on is his own pair of iron fists and the extremely powerful hockey. It took countless days and nights of hard work to achieve all this. He didn't know how much sweat and effort he put in. Unexpectedly, this guy named Blackbeard got all this without any effort. Chapter 8. Marineford. In a manor on the outskirts of Marineford. Zephyr looked at his seastone robotic arm with a complicated expression, and Chunin couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, he was also a high-spirited Marine Admiral, the master of armed color known as Black Arm by the world. Top weapon color and observation hockey. Damn it, there's another terrible pirate on this sea. Redverse. Ben Beckman held a cigarette in his mouth and leaned against the bulkhead with his arms folded, not knowing what he was thinking. This sudden sky curtain turned into a grand ceremony for those with demon abilities. People all over the world will go crazy looking for devil fruit. Maybe it will start a wave that is not inferior to the era of great pirates. Shanks stands at the bow of the ship. The sea breeze blew in my face, and the cloak behind me rustled. He gently stroked the scar on his left eye, his expression becoming more solemn. He could feel that an unprecedented storm was about to sweep across the entire sea. Grand Line, the port of an island. Thief ha ha ha. Seeing the plan leaked, Blackbeard, who was a little overwhelmed, was laughing wildly at this moment. The right arm was dark, reflecting bursts of metallic luster under the sunlight. There is also a layer of transparent, colorless energy field that exudes a terrifying aura. The entire port was in a mess, with countless ship fragments floating on the sea surface of the harbor. Strengthening, entangling, internal destruction. Is this the top armament hockey? What a powerful force, no less powerful than devil fruit. Not only that, but there is also observation hockey who can predict the future, and Blackbeard slowly turned around. I don't know when. Nearly 1,000 soldiers armed with muskets and sharp blades surrounded the entire port. Hey, B**************************** D. What are you doing? These merchant ships. Before the other party finished speaking, Blackbeard's eyes narrowed. A vast and domineering momentum rose from the sky and swept in all directions. The nearly 1,000 soldiers present felt their eyes go dark, lost consciousness instantly, and fell to the ground frothing at the mouth. Behind Blackbeard, Fan Oka, Poison Q, Buffett, and others swallowed hard, and various scenes in the sky could not help but appear in their minds. His eyes became more and more awed. What an amazing momentum. Just standing behind him makes my legs feel weak. That's right. This man will definitely stand on top of the world in the future, Badger said cautiously. Captain, let's go next. Blackbeard laughed. Ha. Of course I'm going to Marineford. Like Lousy, that guy Whitebeard has also been gifted by the gods. I know him too well. Even if he sees the future, this guy will definitely go to the Marine headquarters to rescue Ace. There is no need to go to Impel Down anymore. The world government will definitely take strict precautions there. Besides, with Lousy's current strength, It is enough to kill Whitebeard. Just when he was about to say something, Fan Oka pointed to the sky and shouted, "Wait, look, the ninth one has appeared." Everyone was shocked and didn't care to speak. They all looked up at the sky. In the sky screen, the endless sea appeared. On the sea, a tall and thin man was riding a bicycle leisurely. Seeing this, Blackbeard was stunned. This is a list of devil fruit. In other words, the man in the picture is a capable person. It is known that anyone who eats devil fruit will be disgusted by the sea and become a landlubber. And this guy can ride his bicycle leisurely on the sea? What is this ability? As the camera slowly zooms in, only then did everyone realize that the sea where the bicycle passed had turned into an ice road. It's actually this guy, Marine Admiral Aokiji. Blackbeard suddenly realized a problem. Shock fruit, which he was sure to win, could only finish in 10th place. To get the shock fruit, you have to go to Marineford, taking advantage of the opportunity when the Whitebeard pirates were fighting Marine. The difficulty in this is not ordinary, and if you are not careful, you will lose everything. Now, Marine Admiral Aokiji, like him, is bound to receive a gift from heaven. Blackbeard suddenly lost his confidence. He reacted suddenly. No, Lousy is too anxious. Instead of insisting on getting the shock fruit, let's see what powerful devil fruit will appear next. Marineford. The cheers of the sailors were everywhere. Great. The 9th place is Aokiji Admiral. What ability is this? Idiot, don't you even know this? This is the rarest and most powerful Logia. Frozen fruit. Akainu cast a complicated look at the man beside him. It turned out to be this guy. He is also a Marine Admiral, and he also highly recognizes the strength of his colleague. But it's a pity that since the O'Hara incident, the two began to go their separate ways. Because of their differences in concepts, they had countless quarrels, and their relationship was definitely not good. Today, Marine, led by them, is vaguely divided into two camps, hawks and doves. He is destined to become the next Marine Marshal. But now, Akainu took a long drag on his cigar, a look of irritation on his face. Chapter 9. Sabaody Archipelago. Luffy pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Hey look, it's the frozen uncle." The Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but swallow. Is he actually the 9th one? Luo suddenly cast a strange look. Admiral is Marine's highest combat power. It's not surprising that it appears on this list, right? Hawkins shook his head, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. If the voice in my head just now is true, then this Marine Admiral will also receive the same gift from heaven as Whitebeard and Blackbeard. This is not a good thing for us. Kid chuckled and didn't take it to heart at all. His magnetic fruit will definitely be on this list. So what? It's just a good time to see what the so-called Marine's strongest combat power is. Everyone stared closely at the sky. Suddenly, a huge sea kings appeared on the screen, with its mouth wide open as it pounced towards Aokiji below. Sea kings? This kind of thing can't kill Admiral. I thought it was some intense battle scene. Is this it? Kid was a little disappointed. Although the Sea Kings reached a height of several hundred meters, they were not worth mentioning in his eyes. What he wanted to see was not these boring things. Danger! Get out of the way. Are you scared out of your wits? Countless frightened voices sounded in the sky. However, Aokiji squatted on the beach and stretched his hand into the sea water. Kid suddenly frowned. Although to them, Sea Kings are not a threat at all. However, when a person with abilities comes into contact with seawater, they will be unable to use their abilities and their body will become limp and weak. Is this guy not very smart? Everyone held their breath and stared at the sky attentively. Ice Age, accompanied by Aokiji's lazy voice. The hoarfrost spreads. Click, click, click. The waves lapping on the shore and the Sea Kings swooping in at high speed. As far as the eye could see, the entire sea area turned into a vast expanse of white and was instantly frozen. It's as if time has been frozen in this moment forever. Aokiji stood up, picked up his marine jacket and draped it over his shoulders, as if he had just completed a trivial task. Under the shocked eyes of all the civilians, he walked towards the distance without looking back. It should last a week. Just walk slowly in this direction. You will reach an inhabited island in 4 days. It's a little cold, so you should keep warm. Hey, this is amazing, isn't it? Such a large sea area can be frozen in an instant. And it can even last for a week? Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? It's so strong, it's like a monster. Luo, Hawkins, Apu and others had cold sweat on their faces. What a joke. With just one move, he froze the sea area covering hundreds of kilometers in radius. Let alone fight. Even if you want to escape, there is no way. Kid's face turned red and white. Thinking of what he just said, he felt like a clown. The next moment, he seemed to have discovered something. He pointed to the sky and said in surprise, "Hey, Straw Hat Boy, Were you there at that time? Luffy laughed. That's right. We had a fight break out with this guy. This guy is really strong. We are no match for him. These words instantly attracted the attention of the supernovas. Kid's face was full of disdain. You fought against the Marine Admiral? And you still survived? There must be a limit to joking. Hawkins shook his head slightly. He knows without divination. The probability of this group of people surviving is infinitely close to zero. Luffy said with a smile. Although he is a Marine, he is not a bad person. In order to help the residents of the island, this uncle took action to freeze the entire sea area. Now that I think about the scene at that time, it is really incredible. Marine headquarters. Akainu asked with a sullen face. Hey, Kazan, you actually let the Straw Hat crew go? Don't you know they are pirates? If you could have caught them at that time, the Enies lobby incident wouldn't have happened later. Aokiji glanced at the other party and said calmly. Well, who could have predicted what would happen next? Akainu's anger grew stronger. Don't know? The Straw Hat crew at that time was Marine's bounty prisoner. Don't forget your identity. You are Marine Admiral. Now, your act of letting Marine go has been shown to the world. What will others think? Marine's majesty and justice have been destroyed by you. Aokiji asked, can the indiscriminate slaughter of a shipload of civilians demonstrate Marine's justice? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. You guy? Akainu's face darkened. Gulu gulu. Red magma is constantly rolling on the surface of the body. The surrounding temperature suddenly increased by dozens of degrees. The scorching waves of air made everyone around him take a few steps back. Sakazuki, calm down. Sengoku's eyes narrowed and he quickly scolded him. Akainu bit his cigar and sneered. What? Are you going to favor him in this matter too? Sengoku remained silent. Aokiji is Garp's proudest disciple. With such a relationship, it is impossible to really attack the grandson of his teacher. But he is Marine Marshal, so it is not easy to say these words in front of everyone. Chapter 10. Next, the scene of the battle on the top appeared in the sky. Freezing Whitebeard causes a huge tsunami. Fight Whitebeard, Josie, Ace and others. There were exclamations of exclamation coming from all over the world. Oh my god. It turns out that the natural disaster caused by Whitebeard was resolved by him. It can freeze a tsunami hundreds of meters high in an instant. This is so powerful. If his whole body is turned into ice, no physical attack such as swords can harm him. Wouldn't he be invincible? After all, that is the rarest Logia among the 3 series of devil fruits. What's so amazing? Even a dog can become so strong after eating Logia. Yes, this guy is really lucky. Looking at the scene in the sky, some people are envious, some are jealous, and some are indifferent. But the vast majority of the people still cheered loudly. For them, the stronger Marine is, the more secure they feel. Looking at Aokiji's performance on the screen, Akainu's face became slightly better. Although they have different philosophies, this guy will at least do his part in the future battle at the top. Sengoku was in a good mood and nodded with satisfaction. This will allow everyone to understand more clearly how powerful Marine is. Secondly, it can also increase Aokiji's reputation. Compared to Akainu, who has a cold personality and aggressive style, he is more optimistic about Aokiji, and in his heart he regards him as the next successor of Marshal Marine. Moreover, since Frozen Fruit can be ranked 9th, the other 2 people from Logia will definitely be on the list. Moby D*****K. Whitebeard's hearty laughter sounded on the deck. You la la la. Josie, it seems that you were killed by this guy in the future and lost an arm? That frozen kid from Marine is quite tricky. In the past, he might have felt a little worried, but now he has been rewarded by heaven and has returned to his peak state, confident enough to take on 2 admirals at once. Dad, Josie was ashamed and lowered his head. Marco patted his shoulder comfortingly. Others suddenly said in surprise, that flame? Was Ace rescued? The Straw Hat boy standing next to him is this guy's brother, right? While Whitebeard laughed, he picked up the wine bottle from the side and drank it down. Everyone's heart was lifted. Since they were able to rescue Ace in the original future, it will definitely not be a problem for Dad to return to the top now. New World. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at the picture in silence. Although they were not present, they could clearly feel the strength of this Marine Admiral. At this moment, the scene in the sky suddenly shifted to an island. 2 men wearing white cloaks of justice faced each other from afar. You can feel the oppressive and heavy atmosphere even through the screen. After seeing their appearance clearly, Marine was all shocked. That's Kazan and Sakazuki Admiral. What exactly happened? They looked like they were dueling. You're kidding. Some Marine generals who knew about it couldn't help but sigh. Sengoku secretly shook his head. Have these 2 people finally reached this point? The strength of these 2 people is about the same. If they want to decide the winner, they will inevitably have a fierce battle. It is even more impossible to show mercy or anything like that. No matter who wins in the end, both sides will suffer. And what happened next was exactly what Sengoku thought. A narration appeared on the screen. In order to compete for the position of Marine Marshal, Marine Admiral Aokiji and Akainu duel at Punk Hazard. After 10 days, the two sides finally decided the winner. And this duel also permanently changed the terrain and climate of Punk Hazard. Half of it turned into a hot lava field, and the other half was completely covered with ice and snow. Akainu and Aokiji looked at the sky, and their breathing became rapid. They really want to know who becomes the final winner in the end. New World, Cake Island. Well. It's so stupid to start a fight with one of our own people in order to fight for power. Charlotte Linlin burst out laughing. Big Mom Pirates will never have such a problem. The cadres under her command are all her children, and the soldiers are also soul creations made from the soul fruit. In this sea area, she is the queen of the soul whose status will never be shaken. Penga City. The five elders looked extremely serious. They actually fought for 10 days? It seems that both sides tried their best. After all, the battle between the two permanently changed the climate of the entire island. It was a very fierce fight to the death. Who won in the end? Probably Sakazuki. Hard to say. Akainu is a tough man who shows no mercy to pirates and can faithfully carry out their orders. The five elders naturally hope that Akainu can become the next Marine Marshal. But Aokiji is also a rare and powerful fighter. The death of any one person is a huge loss to Marine. In the eyes of everyone around the world, the scene in the sky screen switched to Beehive Island. Chapter 11. Marineford. Crane said in surprise. Beehive Island? This is where a large number of slave traders, gangs, and pirates gather. It is a notorious lawless area. Sengoku nodded silently and responded in a deep voice. Yes, Beehive Island was once occupied by the Rocks pirate. Since that incident, the Rocks remnant Achiku has occupied it. In the screen, a huge warship suddenly fell from the sky and hit the center of the island heavily. The strong shock wave collapsed countless buildings. The Beehive Island was in chaos at the moment, with ruins and debris everywhere, as well as pirates scattered everywhere. Groot Peacock? This is the Sword Team? In the future, they go to the New World Hive Island to conquer Achiku. Look, the leader is Vice Admiral Garp. If this guy is here, there shouldn't be any problems. Saw this scene. Beasts pirates, Big Mom pirates, Whitebeard pirates. There were also countless pirates in the New World who felt a chill down their backs instantly. It's actually this guy. In the future, has Marine already reached out to the New World? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin had a look of fear in their eyes, and a strong sense of crisis arose in their hearts. As former Rocks pirate crew members, they know exactly what happened in the Valley of the Gods. Garp and Roger worked together to defeat Rocks, and the giant monster that dominated the New World fell apart. Then there was a chaotic situation on the sea where the heroes were divided. In the following period, the Marine hero personally sent countless famous pirates into Impel Down. He also pushed the pirate King Roger into danger several times. It can be said to be the nightmare of countless pirates. As for emperors, although they are not afraid of each other, Garp is also a very troublesome presence for them. In the screen, the sudden change plunged the pirates on the island into chaos. Sword member Skylark took the opportunity and ran towards Garp with Kirby. Vice Admiral Garp, please remove Kirby's shackles. Before he finished speaking, an extremely cold breath passed quickly. The girl's expression was frozen in this moment, frozen into a statue. Lark, the sudden change surprised everyone. The surviving pirates raised their weapons and shouted at the top of their lungs. Captain Kazan, Marine, let you see the power of Captain Number 10 of our Blackbeard pirates. Amidst the cries of countless pirates, a man put his hands in his pockets and stepped into the battlefield with the coldest breath of the sea. Although Teach is not here, I would be very troubled if I just let you run away, Kirby. After seeing this scene, there was an uproar all over the world. What? Blackbeard pirates? Marine Admiral Aokiji broke away from Marine and became a pirate? What a joke. Ghost Island. Aokiji left Marine and joined the Blackbeard pirates. Kaido fell into a state of confusion. But the next moment, his eyes lit up. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved. The other party is Marine Admiral. Judging from the scenes displayed in the sky, this guy's strength is almost the same as him. If only this guy could be invited to join the Beast's pirates. The more Kaido thought about it, the more excited he became. He transformed from a dragon into a human form and fell from the sky. Jin Quinn Jack. It seems that Lousy has to fly away from this trip to Marineford. I'll leave this place to you, Jean said in a deep voice. Boss Kaido, in addition to Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates may also go there. Please be sure to pay attention to safety. Kaido showed disdain. Blackbeard pirates? They were nothing more than a group of losers from the old era, and he didn't care at all. As for Blackbeard, so what if he gets Whitebeard shock fruit? If it weren't for the gift of heaven, he wouldn't even have awakened Conqueror's haki. He would just be a despicable little person who couldn't stand up to the stage. What's the future for hanging out with that kind of person? Only by awakening Conqueror's haki can one be qualified to become a king. Only those who surpass all tyrants can rule the sea and conquer the entire world. If this Marine Admiral can be persuaded to join Beast's pirates, he will definitely be able to fulfill the dream that Rock's pirate has not yet accomplished. Not only Marine headquarters, but Marines all over the world were shocked. Aokiji Admiral betrayed Marine. This is absolutely not true. Sengoku suppressed his anger and stared at Aokiji beside him. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** explanation. Aokiji didn't answer, but sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that he lost this duel after all. Akainu clenched his fists hard, and his face turned extremely dark. The hot magma was already uncontrollable, churning violently on the body surface. Hey, Sakazuki, what do you want to do? Akainu, Admiral, please stay calm. Akainu ignored the dissuasion of others and said in a solemn tone, rather than letting you become a pirate in the future, it's better to end it today. Crane's expression changed, and he quickly stood between the two of them. Wait, Sakazuki. Let's not talk about whether the scene in this sky is real. Even if it is, it may be that Kazan deliberately lurked in the Blackbeard pirates and became Marines undercover. Like you, he has made countless achievements in the decades since he joined Marine. How could he really betray Marine and choose to become a pirate? Akainu pointed to the sky and sneered. Undercover. You should take a closer look at what this guy is doing. Is anyone really watching? Duh. Chapter 12. Everyone looked along what Sakazuki pointed. In the sky screen. Big Barrel Buster. Evil King Pizarro. Huge battleship. Several officers from the Blackbeard pirates also arrived at the scene one after another. Seeing this scene, everyone understood. In the original future, Blackbeard not only got the shock fruit during the Summit War, he survived and went to the New World to occupy Beehive Island. However, Blackbeard, Badgers, Van Oka, Lafitte, and other cadres were not seen at the scene. Under the attention of countless people, extremely cold frost continued to condense on Aokiji's fists. An extremely fierce battle started with Garp, accompanied by a deafening roar. The shock wave of the fist fight between the two swept across the entire island. Countless buildings collapsed. The former pirate paradise is now devastated and almost reduced to ruins. Moby D*****K. Marco couldn't help but look at his father beside him. In terms of attack power, this guy's frozen fruit is completely incomparable to your shock fruit. Why is it ranked 9th? Whitebeard said solemnly. It's really not as lethal as shock fruit. But don't forget, this guy can freeze an entire sea area at will, and the duration can last up to a week. Marco frowned and said, but for a strong man of your level, as long as armament hockey is wrapped around the body. Whitebeard shook his head slightly and interrupted the other party directly. Although armament hockey can greatly weaken the effect of devil fruit, it can still greatly slow down the opponent's actions. For the truly strong, a moment's hesitation or mistake can determine the final outcome. And with the support of observation hockey, elementalization anytime and anywhere is also a rather troublesome ability. In addition to these, this guy can also cover his body with ice to increase his attack power and defense. Compared to my shock fruit, frozen fruit is indeed better. In order to protect Garp, Garp was stabbed in the vital point by Shiryu, who was invisible. Then he and Aokiji exchanged the final blow. Looking at Garp, who was seriously injured and turned into an ice sculpture on the screen. Not only the Whitebeard pirates, but countless people around the world fell into silence. Sabaody Archipelago. That old man was actually defeated. Luffy stared at the sky dumbfounded, his heart filled with shock. He suddenly looked at his companions. Hey, everyone, invite this Uncle Frozen to be our partner. As soon as these words came out, Chopper and Usopp's eyes almost popped out of their heads in fear. Nanny, hey, Luffy, what are you talking about? How could someone join us? This uncle doesn't seem to like staying in Marine. Besides, doesn't he take good care of Robin? This seems to make some sense. Nami punched Luffy on the head and said angrily, Idiot, what are you thinking about? Luffy, I understand how you feel. One side is your relatives, and the other side is Aokiji, who has helped us. You will not feel good if they are fighting to the death, right? But have you ever thought about how the world government would react if we really invited the former Marine Admiral to our ship? Don't forget, we made a big fuss in Eni's lobby before. Are we going to the Marine headquarters and participating in this terrible war? Sanji held the cigarette between his fingers and slowly blew out a puff of smoke. Miss Nami, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Luffy, there's a reason why we have to go. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and reacted instantly. Luffy's brother, Ace, will be executed in front of the whole world soon, Zoro said calmly. Since we have to go, what more can we say? Get ready to set sail. He saw the man through the previously played Jinjin scene. Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, also appears in Marineford. He would never forget the battle at East Blue, Alabasta, Sky Island, Enies Lobby, Thriller Bark. Along the way, he experienced a lot and defeated powerful enemies one after another. Even Wanakuni's legendary dragon-slaying swordsman was defeated by him. He is no longer what he used to be. Now, it's time to challenge the world's greatest swordsman again, Robin analyzed calmly. Don't forget, that's the Marine Headquarters there. We definitely can't save Ace on our own. My suggestion is to go to New World first to find the Whitebeard pirates and act with them. Sounds like a good idea. So what are you waiting for? Let's go to the Fishmen Island now. Hey, first we need to coat the Sunny. Marineford. Everyone present looked at Aokiji in disbelief. Akainu could no longer suppress his inner anger and said coldly, "If you were really Marines undercover, why didn't you take this opportunity to destroy Blackbeard's lair? Instead, you killed Garp. He is not only a Marine hero respected by the world, but also your former boss and master." Facing a series of questions from Sakazuki, Aokiji fell into confusion. He didn't know why he made such a decision. Chapter 13. 9th place. Logia Frozen Fruit. Owner, Kazan. Start distributing heavenly gifts. Devil Fruit's abilities are enhanced, and he can understand absolute zero. The solemn voice sounded in the minds of everyone. Edgin Island. Vegapunk, who was immersed in the experiment, blurted out, "No, this is impossible. How can absolute zero really exist in this world?" The sound was so loud that it even alerted Jean Tamaru, who was stationed outside the laboratory. He rushed into the room carrying a large axe. After seeing everything as usual, he exhaled heavily. "I was shocked. I thought something happened. Is there any need to make such a fuss?" Vegapunk snorted lightly. "You don't understand at all. Absolute zero means minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. In this state, not to mention molecules and atoms, even the most basic particles will stop moving, and light is composed of particles. What? Even light can be frozen? Are you kidding? Humph. You are also the captain of the scientific force after all. You should at least know some basic scientific knowledge, right?" Jean Tawan was stunned. For some reason, a wretched figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Since even light can be frozen, wouldn't it also be possible to freeze time? Vegapunk shook his head and explained patiently. Even if absolute zero can freeze everything, there will still be energy in the universe, and that is vacuum zero-point energy. This energy is continuously formed in the form of positive and negative virtual particles, which then annihilate in pairs. Even at absolute zero, the instinct and changing energy of the universe will not change. This means that absolute zero cannot freeze time. No matter what, this is a power we can't even imagine. Vegapunk shook his big head and kept sighing. He knows it very well. Absolute zero is almost impossible to exist in nature. If this were true, it would be of great research value. Leave immediately for Marine Headquarters. I want to see if this so-called gift from heaven is real. Maybe I can find out the secret behind it. Marineford. What? You have nothing to say? Aokiji suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Akainu calmly. There was determination in his eyes. "I've decided. I want to become Marshal Marine." Akainu snorted coldly. "It's really rare for someone like you to have such a look. But the future has been predicted in the sky, and the position of Marshal is destined to belong to me. Do you want to make the same mistake again? I will not be merciful this time." Aokiji said calmly. "Sakazuki, give up. You are no longer my opponent." Akainu blew out a puff of smoke. Who is stronger and who is weaker can only be known after fighting. In that case, then as you wish. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became solemn. Ghost Spider, Doberman, Flying Squirrel, and the other Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral looked at each other, a little at a loss. Whether it's the number of supporters in Marine, merit, qualifications, or personal strength, both of them are in the middle of the pack. Are things that will happen in the future really going to happen in advance? Sengoku suddenly stopped between the two of them and said in an extremely serious tone, "No, absolutely not. This battle of punk hazard, Akainu's neck and face were left with scars that will never go away." Aokiji suffered extensive burns all over his body and a broken leg. Not only did both sides suffer losses, but it also directly caused Aokiji to leave Marine. Soon, Marine will execute Ace. At this critical juncture, he would never allow any accidents to happen to these two people. Akainu's eyes were sharp, and he said without mercy, "Anyway, this guy will become a pirate sooner or later, so why not clear this hidden danger for Marine now?" After talking, half of Akainu's body turned into red lava, rolling violently on the surface. The heat of thousands of degrees caused the ground beneath our feet to burst into flames. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur and burning. Everyone's expressions changed suddenly. Even though they wanted to step forward to stop it, the scorching waves of air that hit them forced them to retreat again and again. "Enough! You two, please stop this." Accompanied by a loud shout, the Marine headquarters building burst into dazzling golden light, and Sengoku instantly transformed into the form of a golden Buddha. Just when he was about to take action, a wave of white frost swept over. "Wrap Akainu in it." Sakazuki's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, he felt that the blood all over his body seemed to have stopped flowing. Muscles, bones, and even countless cells in the body seemed to freeze into ice at this moment. The temperature is still dropping sharply. 100 degrees below zero, 200 degrees below zero, until absolute zero. The magma emitting thousands of degrees of heat was extinguished instantly. Sakazuki stood stiffly on the spot, turned into an ice sculpture, and gradually lost consciousness. Aokiji slowly exhaled a white breath. "Don't worry, Sengoku. I just calmed him down. This guy's body, devil fruit ability, and even his mind were all frozen by me." Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this and cast complicated glances. Is this a gift from heaven? Aokiji, who was originally slightly weaker, actually defeated Akainu instantly with an overwhelming advantage? This is simply unbelievable. After a long while, Sengoku said with difficulty, "Is the power given by heaven so strong?" Then Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Aokiji shook his head. "No, although this force is powerful, it is not invincible. If you train Haki to a high level and wrap it around your whole body immediately, you can barely resist 1 or 2. Sakazuki, he was careless. "Sengoku, let's proceed as planned." Whitebeard, "I'll take care of them." Chapter 14. Absolute Zero. Damn it, Marine Admiral actually got a reward. Although I don't know what kind of power it is, but one of Whitebeard and Blackbeard got a lifespan of 300 years, and the other got the top Haki out of thin air. The benefits gained by Aokiji are not far behind. This made Kaido feel very unhappy. What fruit is ranked 8th? Is it Laozi's fish fruit in the form of a blue dragon? Just as he was thinking this, the scene in the sky suddenly changed. A man wearing brown glasses and a yellow striped suit appeared. He was stepping on a cannonball and rushing towards the island below. The Marine headquarters that had just calmed down suddenly exploded again. Great! 8th place is Kizaru Admiral. That's for sure. After all, Aokiji Admiral is on the list, and Sparkling Fruit, who is also from Logia, will definitely be on the list too. In the screen, a pirate wanted to kill Marine Admiral and shot Kizaru several times in the head, but it failed to cause any harm. Just when the two pirates were about to escape, Kizaru appeared in front of them instantly. In the dazzling golden light and roaring explosions, the Yalkaman mangrove, which was hundreds of meters high and looked like a mountain, collapsed. Later, Kizaru met Hawkins and Appu. "You guys with a bounty of over 100 million. You all look like monsters. How scary." "Excuse me, have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick?" After seeing Drake being kicked by Kizaru, he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. 2 drops of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He looked around and lowered his voice. "Hey, you don't know this guy's identity, right? Do you want one of your own to be so ruthless?" "Well," Kizaru scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. After Sengoku made some casual remarks, he turned his attention to the sky again. After watching Kizaru kill the 4 supernovas with a devastating force, one by one, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. The biggest advantage of frozen fruit is the wide range of control. The damage, defense, and support are somewhat mediocre. In comparison, Sparkling Fruit is incredibly destructive. If I could sum it up in 2 words, it would be efficient and deadly. For this reason, Marine's latest combat weapon Pacifist is also equipped with the same type of laser beam. Apart from this, Sparkling Fruit also offers unparalleled speed. Even without the use of Haki's power, just using mobility for long-range bombing is basically invincible. It makes sense to rank above Aokiji. Just at this moment, several barges floated across the sky. The director is awesome. Sparkling Fruit is so handsome. The wages are in place, and the 4 emperors are done away with. Say the most cowardly words and make the most ruthless fights. Second uncle is abusing food again. Sengoku couldn't help but cast a strange look. Second uncle? Poor Salino, when did you get a nephew? Kizaru was also confused. No, really. Sengoku nodded without going into too much detail. If the salary is enough, for emperors will be useless? These guys know you quite well. As long as you perform well in the next battle with the Whitebeard pirates, bonuses and other things are not a problem at all. Kizaru, looking at the scene in the sky, Kid, Appu, Hawkins and other supernovas were sweating coldly. Compared to Aokiji, this guy's strength is only stronger. Damn it, are all Marine admirals so powerful? Damn, what happened? How could Marine send out admiral-level combat power for us? Stop talking nonsense. This guy doesn't know when he will arrive here. Sabaody is no longer safe. Leave now. After defeating the supernovas, the screen changed. The Straw Hat Pirates had just finished fighting the pacifists. Just when everyone was exhausted, Kizaru suddenly appears and defeats Zoro. But what happened next in the sky surprised everyone. Kizaru raised his feet and refused to put them down. Time passed by minute. Even though Brook and Usopp were desperately attacking him from the side, Kizaru still maintained this posture. I'm going to step on it. I'm going to step on it. Why hasn't Rayleigh come yet? My feet are a little sore and I can't continue acting anymore. I'm waiting online. Urgent. Crane, Aokiji, and all the vice admirals immediately cast speechless glances at Kizaru. Sengoku coughed twice and said helplessly, I'm not telling you. Even for Garp's sake, this is too outrageous, isn't it? A few minutes later, Rayleigh finally appeared, and the two had a sword duel. Sengoku's brows furrowed when he saw the two people's healthy swordsmanship. Fortunately, the scene switches to Marineford in time. Is this a battle at the top? Everyone turned their attention back to the sky. As soon as the battle started, Kizaru flew into the air and took the lead in attacking Whitebeard. Sengoku was just about to give a few words of praise, but he saw the 8-foot Magatama coming down from the catharsis was blocked by Phoenix Marco. Kizaru was then kicked away by the opponent, turning into a flash of light and collapsing the military fortress. Sengoku asked in a bad tone, You guys, did you do this on purpose? Kizaru spread his hands and said helplessly, After all, that's the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, the Phoenix Marco who ate the phantom beast fruit. Please explain, why did you appear on the sidelines watching the battle with your clothes intact the next second? Then the picture began to change. However, there are not many scenes about Kizaru's battle in the battle on top. There were only a few short shots. First kick to Jinbei, then kick to Whitebeard when he saw Akainu coming. Dolag. He has done a good job in protecting the young master, and his salary will be increased. I can shoot such a small key, but not Luffy. He really makes me cry to death. Battle on the top. Akainu was seriously injured. Aokiji was slightly injured. My clothes were a little dirty. Everyone in Marine showed inexplicably weird expressions. Sengoku sighed secretly in his heart. Fortunately, Sakazuki was sent to the infirmary. Otherwise, he would have been P**************** D to death after seeing this scene. Chapter 15. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, White Earth Island, Bardigo. Sabo, hasn't he woke up yet? Koala sighed slightly. Ever since the Summit War scene appeared in the sky, this guy has been stimulated by some unknown source and has been in a coma. By the way, Leader Dorak, is this Marine Admiral really a member of our Revolutionary Army? No. Koala pointed to the sky and couldn't help but said, What about Luffy? He is your son. Are you just looking at him helplessly? Dorag asked back. You want me to lead the Revolutionary Army to participate in the Summit War? That's not what I meant. Dorag sighed secretly in his heart. After witnessing the tragedy that happened in the Valley of the Gods, he made up his mind to leave Marine and founded the Revolutionary Army. The ultimate goal is to overthrow the world government and end the brutal rule of the Celestial Dragons. As a leader, he shoulders extremely heavy responsibilities. Any decision is related to the lives of countless people and must be made with extreme caution. Summit War is no small matter. If you take your subordinates to participate in this war, it will definitely attract great attention from the world government. In case Marine gives up on Whitebeard, turn around and deal with them. The Revolutionary Army may be severely weakened and never recover. But Luffy is his son after all, so it's impossible not to worry. Along with Ace, comes the death of Whitebeard. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates also began to retreat. Marine won this war. The next step is to expand the results. When he saw the seriously injured Luffy being taken to the submarine, Dorag finally breathed a sigh of relief. Koala, everyone has their own path. This guy will not die so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea near Marineford was frozen. Dorag's pupils shrank. It's Aokiji, we're in trouble now. Freezing the sea means that any ship is trapped here. Advertisement Marine wants to kill all the pirates here. At this moment, Kizaru flashed and came into the air to activate the 8-foot Magatama. Golden light bullets flooded the sky, breaking the frozen sea into countless pieces. The submarine is constantly dodging danger after danger, and if you are not careful, it will end up being blown to pieces. It was frightening to watch. Appeared, 8-foot stroke Jade. I will protect the young master. Ice-breaking operation. If the second uncle's knowledge had been weaker, the story of One Piece would have ended. Koala stared at the sky in stunned silence and murmured, "Chief, is this Kizaru really not from our revolutionary army?" 2 drops of cold sweat slowly slid down Dolag's forehead. "This should be a coincidence." The girl giggled. "I know. He must be the undercover agent you sent to Marine." "Don't worry. I will keep this secret well and won't tell it everywhere." Dorag didn't know what to say. Undercover. Maybe so. The battle on the top is coming to an end, but an unexpected scene occurs. Red hair pirates suddenly arrive on the battlefield. When Beckman pointed the gun at Kizaru and said, "Don't move," Kizaru obediently raised his hands. After seeing this scene, people all over the world were dumbfounded. Mariehwa, Pangaea. The faces of the 5 elders were as gloomy as water. Damn it. Are the red hair pirates also involved in this war? What on earth does Shanks want to do? Does he want to take advantage of the situation when both sides are hurt? Sartain's tone was full of anger. "Let's not talk about this guy first. Can anyone explain what is going on in Porcelino?" Advertisement. Beckman told him not to move, and he just raised his hands in surrender? Are you kidding me? This kind of casual attitude doesn't look like an admiral at all. It's a disgrace to Marine. If it happens in private, they can turn a blind eye. At most, he could verbally reprimand this lax attitude. But now people all over the world can see this scene. The dignified Marine admiral surrendered to the pirates without even daring to fight? This is not only a serious dereliction of duty, but also greatly damages the majesty of world government. From now on, pirates around the world will become more and more rampant. Veins popped up on St. Nashalang's forehead. He wished he could pull out the first-generation ghost in his hand and go to Marineford to question him face to face. Also, what is the relationship between this guy, Dorak, and the Revolutionary Army? Poliucelino's background has been clearly investigated for a long time. It is unlikely that he is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. Then why does this guy help Straw Hat Luffy over and over again? Is he really his second uncle? It's not impossible. Sartain suppressed the anger in his heart. If I have to say it, it's probably influenced by Bartholomew Bear. Facing the confused looks of others, Sartain slowly explained. The reason why Bear agreed to become a Shichibukai is because of his daughter. This guy has a rare disease that only Vegapunk can cure. They spent a lot of time together while he was being treated. The 5 elders felt unspeakably irritated. Aokiji leaving Marine and joining the Blackbeard pirates was enough to make them upset. Now I find that Kizaru is not reliable either. Among the 3 admirals, only Sakazuki is a qualified Marine. If it weren't for this canopy, we wouldn't have known there was such a serious problem in Marine. The battle at the top is imminent. In order to ensure the elimination of the Whitebeard pirates, I suggest that we open a general recruitment campaign to recruit admiral-level warriors from all over the world. That's right. The Red Hair Pirates are also involved in this war. Their purpose is unknown, so it's best to be fully prepared. Is it too late? There's almost a month left. It should be enough. Chapter 16. Sabaody Archipelago, Island Port Number 1. Usopp pointed to the sky and stammered. Luffy, this guy is actually your uncle? My grandfather is a Marine hero, my father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, my brother is the second in command of the 4 emperors, and I have an uncle admiral. What a terrible network. Just when everyone was talking about it, Luffy stared at the sky tightly, his eyes full of excitement. I didn't expect Shanks to be here too. Nami asked curiously, huh? Do you know him? This guy seems to be a quite famous pirate. Zoro crossed his arms and leaned against the mast. More than just being famous? This guy is the pirate emperor of the New World, just like Whitebeard. Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head, his expression gradually becoming serious. Shanks once saved my life and handed his cherished straw hat into my hands. When we parted ways, we made a promise. I will find a group of partners who are stronger than them and become a more powerful pirate than him. At that time, I will return this hat to him. Zoro mused. I see, Luffy's leader. Gulu. Usopp and Chopper swallowed hard and couldn't help but complain. Not just Marine, the Revolutionary Army. I even have close friendships with 2 of the 4 emperors. What a terrifying background. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed. But having said that, as a pirate, I didn't expect that even Marshal Marine would give him face. He is really an amazing person. Luffy, It seems there is still a big gap between you and him. Shanks is very powerful, but I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Marine Headquarters, Infirmary. Sakazuki slowly opened his eyes. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Due to the previous battle, you suffered very serious injuries. Please rest in peace and recover. Looking at the frostbite all over his body, Sakazuki recalled what happened not long ago in his mind. His eyes suddenly darkened. Is it? I actually lost. And he was defeated by the opponent in a crushing way. After a moment of silence, Sakazuki raised his head and looked at the sky. What is playing now is the 8th one, Kizaru Admiral's Sparkling Fruit. It seems that he will also receive the same heavenly reward as Aokiji. I'm so envious. As soon as the flying squirrel said these words, he realized something was wrong. Doesn't this rub salt into the wound? Sakazuki clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles began to turn white. The flying squirrel quickly comforted. Don't take it too seriously. You are also a Logia user, so you will definitely be on the list. I don't like to place my hopes on gods. Besides, my lava fruit is indeed not as good as theirs. Although waves of pain continued to spread throughout his body, the expression on Sakazuki's face remained unchanged. He left the hospital bed and silently picked up the cloak with the word justice printed on it. Where are you going? Leave here. This defeat means that he has completely lost the qualification to compete for Marine Marshal. He has no face to stay here, and he is not willing to give orders to Aokiji in the future. The flying squirrel was shocked and suddenly remembered Aokiji's choice in the original future. Could it be? Are you going to leave Marine and become a pirate? Even if Devil Fruit is not as good as them, you are also a Marine Admiral with the same name as Aokiji and Kizaru. Doesn't this prove that your ability is superior to the two of them? Sakazuki walked firmly towards the door without looking back. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral suddenly stopped in front of him. Akainu Admiral, please stay. Marine still needs your power. Sakazuki stopped, pointed at the sky above, and said in a cold tone, Marine? Look, what did Sengoku do? Give me a face? You stopped action just because of what the red hair said? You gave up the great opportunity to destroy the pirates? The dignified Marine Marshal actually compromised with the pirates? What a joke. And poor Salino. Sakazuki took a deep breath. Pirates are the source of chaos in this world. They should be exterminated to make them regret being born in this world. Only in this way can we deter more lawbreakers and maintain world peace. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral said with difficulty. Perhaps the Marshal also has his own ideas. He may be worried that continuing to fight will cause more casualties. Sakazuki's tone became colder. As a soldier, you should always be prepared to die in battle. If you can't even do this, why are you a Marine? Go home and drink milk. Aokiji, like Sengoku, is too weak. If he becomes the Marshal, Marine will completely lose its future. I'm going to build a new Marine, a real Marine. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral was shocked and said quickly, how can such a thing be possible? Nothing is impossible. Aokiji can change the future, and so can I. Because this is the justice I insist on. After finishing speaking, a domineering momentum suddenly erupted. This force even affects reality. Floors and walls are cracked. Under the strong mental impact, the flying squirrel's breath was stagnant, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground, with a burst of cold sweat pouring down his back. He raised his head with difficulty and stared blankly ahead, watching the gradually disappearing figure. Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 17. Marine Headquarters Building. Polysolino, you have attracted great attention from the 5 elders. Think carefully about what to do next. Sengoku hung up the phone bug in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. In addition to expressing dissatisfaction with Kizaru, the 5 elders also issued an order with an unusually firm attitude. Completely destroy the Whitebeard and Blackbeard pirates in the battle on top. Sengoku frowned. He understands. Even in the future, Marine successfully executed Ace and also killed Whitebeard. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Marco, are still a force that cannot be ignored. Blackbeard also took advantage of this opportunity to rise up in the chaos, maybe becoming the second Whitebeard. 5 elders' concerns are justified. He had to make sure Marine had a complete victory in this one. Sengoku looked at Aokiji beside him, with relief in his eyes. The move that subdued Sakazuki just now still makes my heart palpitate when I think about it. Thanks to the gift of heaven, Aokiji's strength has greatly increased now. Even he is probably no match for this guy. Kizaru probably did the same. But just in case, it's best to persuade Zephyr to join this war. Zephyr entered Marine School at the same time as him and Garp. Also once a Marine Admiral. Although not as good as when he was at his peak, he is still a powerful fighter. Just as he was thinking this, The crowd around him suddenly burst into disbelieving exclamations. Look, Teacher Zephyr appears on the screen. And Kizaru Admiral. He's fighting Mr. Zephyr. What is going on? On an unnamed island, Zephyr was surrounded densely by countless Marines armed with weapons. There are many familiar faces among them. After careful identification, nearly 80% of the senior Marine generals and Marine were present at the scene. Zephyr's upper body was bare and he was waving his huge mechanical arm, his eyes fixed on Kizaru who had his hands in his pockets in front of him. The performance of paddling is different from that of some at war. Facing his former teacher, Kizaru unleashed all his strength at this moment. A golden light continued to shuttle across the battlefield. The Tian Tsongyun sword and the huge sea stone mechanical arm constantly collided together, causing countless sparks to burst out. The sound of gold and iron clashing is endless. Compared to the Zephyr wielding a heavy robotic arm, Kizaru has an absolute advantage in speed. Transformed into light, his speed is so fast that it is impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. His eyes were filled with countless golden streams of light. Looking at the scene in the sky, all Marine members did not react for a moment. In other words, I simply don't want to believe what I see in front of me. Sengoku, who had always been calm and collected, was frightened and angry at the moment. He turned his head and shouted angrily. What the hell is going on? What happened in the future? Why did Marine attack Zephyr? Poor Salino. Are you going to attack your teacher? Kizaru changed his usual casual look, and the expression on his face became serious. Crane whispered, Calm down, Sengoku. In addition to Kizaru, there is Huashishin at the scene, Stoloberry and others, and basically everyone above the Naval Headquarters Commodore is here. No matter how incredible the truth of the matter, there is only one explanation left. Zephyr, he betrayed Marine. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Although I knew this was impossible, looking at the scene of the two fighting in the sky, I was so sad that I didn't know what to say. The scene changes. Zephyr's upper body was bare, and there were scars all over his body. Around him were countless dynamite rocks frozen in ice. Kizaru jumped into the air. He was always carefree, but this time he was silent and serious. The lenses reflected the light, making it difficult to see his expression clearly. Farewell, Teacher Zephyr. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. The golden light in the sky turned into countless destructive light bombs, raining down like a torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by bursts of violent explosions. The ground cracked inch by inch. The entire island began to tremble. Zephyr's body was pierced by countless 8-foot jade Magatama. The whole person staggered backwards, and his legs plowed 2 deep ravines in the ground. What a terrifying power. Even Teacher Zephyr, who is famous as armament hockey, was beaten to the point where he was helpless. It's all over. As the battle ended, the scene in the sky gradually darkened. 8th place, Logia Sparkling Fruit. Owner, Poor Salino, start distributing heavenly gifts. Devil Fruit's abilities are enhanced, and he can comprehend the holy light. A solemn voice sounded in everyone's mind. But everyone present had no time to care. At this moment, a doubt lingered in their minds. Mr. Zephyr, why did you betray Marine? This man joined Marine at the age of 14 and made countless contributions, and later trained countless outstanding juniors for Marine. Among them are the 3 current Marine admirals and more than 10 vice admirals from the headquarters. It can be said that he has devoted his whole life to the cause of Marine. He is not only a highly respected senior in Marine, but also a highly respected teacher. However, the future will die at the hands of the students he personally taught. Sengoku didn't think so much. He just wanted to have a good chat with his old friend. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the flying squirrel vice admiral coming here with a serious expression. Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki Admiral decided to leave Marine. Chapter 18. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin hung up the phone bug in her hand. In order to get information, she contacted Stussy, Queen of the Pleasure District, and also a CP0 agent. What is certain is that Whitebeard has returned to his peak state and is currently gathering his pirate group. It can be seen from this that the rewards from heaven are indeed real. Charlotte Linlin's face was extremely gloomy. She knew exactly how strong Whitebeard was at his peak. That Blackbeard is also an ambitious and dangerous person. Apart from them, the strength displayed by Marine and Admiral made Charlotte Linlin even more uneasy. Although I don't know what Absolute Zero and Holy Light are. But one thing is certain, this sea is about to set off a new wave. It can't go on like this. Charlotte Linlin dialed the phone in front of her. Brew, brew, brew. A deep voice came from the other side of the phone. Linlin, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to contact me. It's really rare. Tell me, what's the matter? Kaido, I have a plan to eliminate Marine. Are you interested? Linlin, This is not something you would say. Well, 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 how can a slow guy like you understand? A new era is coming. There was silence on the phone for a while. Tell me, what do you want to do? The Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates formed a pirate alliance to participate in the battle on top. You guy, what do you want to do? Charlotte Linlin said with a ferocious smile. Old Whitebeard has returned to the top. You know that guy's strength. We have no hope of victory. In the future, Garp will even attack the Hive Island, and it will be a matter of time before we deal with it. Instead of passively waiting for Marine to attack, it is better to take the initiative. This is an opportunity, a great opportunity to kill both of them. Kaido, that's a pretty good proposal. Lousy agreed. What are you waiting for? Let's go now. Charlotte Linlin laughed loudly. Well, Kaido, you are still so impatient. Don't you care about what kind of devil fruit will appear next? Kaido didn't take it seriously and said, if there is anything interesting to see, the next one will probably be Logia. That's not necessarily true. Phantom beast species are rarer than Logia. Maybe your Zoan fish, fruit, blue dragon form will appear. After all, this is a grand prize specially prepared for the Knights of God. In order to get it, I also spent a lot of effort when I was in the Valley of Gods. While the two were chatting, subtitles began to appear in the sky. The 10th strongest devil fruit, Paramecia, meatball fruit. Owner, Bartholomew Bear. Charlotte Linlin's interest was immediately piqued. Interesting, it's Paramecia? Meatball fruit? What a weird name. I want to see what is so special about this Paramecia who is even stronger than Logia. Kaido, Bartholomew Bear? I remember him as the 7 warlords of the sea, right? In the future, he also participated in the Summit War. That's right, a man who is called a tyrant. But he didn't perform well in this war. Sabaody Archipelago. It's actually this guy. The expressions on Zoro and Sanji's faces froze instantly. Just some time ago, they really experienced the terror of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even thinking about it now, I still feel a chill running down my back. A picture slowly appeared in the sky. Everyone's eyes widened. What was shown on the screen was the scene that happened not long ago in the Devil's Triangle Sea. Mariewa, Pangaea. The 5 elders couldn't help but frown. No wonder I couldn't contact Moria for a while. It turns out that this guy was also defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Humph, the great pirate who could compete with Kaido back then has now become a waste. Saint Nezushiro gently stroked the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand and said in a cold tone, including Crocodile, 2 Shichibukai have been defeated by the Straw Hats. I recruited them initially to suppress pirates, but unexpectedly they became a stepping stone for others. The blonde short-haired 5 elders nodded and agreed. I heard that after Ace was arrested, that guy Jinbei has become a little dishonest recently and has been protesting against the world government. As for Blackbeard, there is no need to say more. Now that the war is imminent, the only Shichibukai that can be used are Hawkeye, Hancock, and Doflamingo. We must fill the vacant spots as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. But having said that, the Straw Hat Pirates just defeated Moria. With the bear's ability, it is impossible to defeat this group of defeated soldiers. Looks like he let the Straw Hat crew go on purpose. After all, this guy was once a member of the Revolutionary Army. How could he obey the orders of our world government? Satan, it seems you made a wrong decision. Facing other people's doubts, Sartin snorted softly. It doesn't matter. Vegapunk is transforming him. It won't be long before this guy loses all consciousness and becomes a combat weapon of the world government. Chapter 19. Dressrosa. At the highest point of the city stands a luxurious palace. By the window of the top room. From here you can overlook the entire city. This is also Doflamingo's favorite place to stay. The fruit of Paramecia that is superior to Logia? Baea. On the side, Torbol, shaking his nose, echoed. Dover, you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, just like the bear, and will definitely be on the list. Doflamingo opened his hands and laughed wildly. That's right. Since this so-called meatball fruit can be ranked 7th, then lousy string fruit will definitely be in the top 3. Although Doflamingo and Daxiong are both 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo despises each other from the bottom of his heart. He is an extremely noble celestial dragon, with the blood of the gods flowing in his blood. His network of relationships spreads all over the world, and he is the underground king who rules the black and white. Sooner or later I will return to the holy land of Mariewa. But after all, Big Bear is also a Shichibukai with the same name as Lousy. It should be a battle without any suspense. Behind him, Sugar reminded him while eating grapes. Young master, the man with the green algae head and 3 swords seems to have a bounty of more than 100 million belly. He is the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates. He and Luffy are both pirate supernovas, known as the extremely evil generation. Looking at the two sides confronting each other, Doflamingo sneered, his disdain evident. The evil generation? They're just a bunch of rookies. They have never understood the horror of the new world. Watching a fight of this caliber is a waste of time. Kraikana Island. In a gloomy old castle, Dracul Mihawk crossed his legs, sipping red wine and watching the scene in the sky, looking thoughtfully at Moria and Luffy lying in the distance. Immediately, sharp eyes like an eagle locked on a man wearing a turban. Roronoa Zoro. In the past at East Blue, the oath that the other party yelled at the top of his lungs was still fresh in his memory. Facing Shichibukai-level enemies, let me see how far you have grown now. At the same time, the voice of the narrator appeared in the minds of everyone watching the marquee. Shock fruit can cause tsunamis, tear the earth apart, and has unparalleled destructive power. Frozen fruit freezes the sea and freezes everything. Those with the flash fruit ability can transform into light, possessing ultimate speed and powerful lethality. Then the 7th-placed meatball fruit has both offense and defense, and is full of functionality. It is the most comprehensive devil fruit. The sudden mysterious sound instantly attracted the attention of countless people around the world. Sabaody Archipelago. Capone Beej bit his cigar and said disdainfully, "Meatball fruit? It doesn't sound very powerful. If you want to talk about both offense and defense, it is naturally the fruit of my castle. Not only can my body accommodate a large number of subordinates, it can also be transformed into a fortress. I am an entire army by myself." Kid on the side snorted coldly and said sarcastically without mercy, "No matter how much garbage there is, it's still garbage. Lousy can fuse hundreds or thousands of tons of steel together. If we talk about attack and defense, how can it be compared to Lousy's magnetic fruit?" Inside a bar with the sign Shaky's Ripoff Bar, Shaki wiped the wine glass in his hand and said casually, "It's been a while since I've seen you look this interested, Rayleigh." Rayleigh raised her head and took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Since Roger's death, countless pirates have emerged on the sea every year, and the pirate supernova is the best among them. As a senior, of course we have to pay attention to them. Also, I'm also curious about how strong Devil Fruit, who is said to be the most comprehensive, is. Whether it can really surpass Haki." Port office. Luffy pointed to the sky in surprise. Who is this big guy?" Zoro and the others couldn't help but sigh. "You fainted after defeating Moria. This guy, like Moria, is also a Shichibukai of the world government. His strength is quite terrifying." Luffy smiled nonchalantly. "What? I didn't expect so many things to happen later." Holy Land, Mariehua. Several old stars looked surprised. "The most comprehensive fruit? It has such a high evaluation." Sartan said calmly, "This is understandable. After all, the meatball fruit was the prize of the Valley of Gods hunting competition. How is it a mediocre thing?" At this point, everyone's faces showed anger. "We carefully selected Kaido's fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form and this fleshball fruit from hundreds of devil fruits. But in the end, we got the advantage of others. If it weren't for Damn Rocks and Roger, these powerful abilities would have been attributed to the Knights of God long ago." After eating the meatball fruit, cute meatballs similar to the palms of cats will appear on the palms of the Esper. But beneath this cute appearance, the meatball fruit's ability can be called a regular weapon. The soft meatball will have the effect of bouncing everything away. All kinds of attacks, whether they are energy or moves, can be deflected. Theoretically, if a bear focuses on defense, no moves will be effective against him. Listening to the narration, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but wonder, although that kind of thing is cute, can it really be used for fighting? Whitebeard showed interest. "No moves can work against him? It's interesting. I don't know if it can block my attack." In Impel Down Cell, Bullet's eyes were clear. "Bounces everything? It seems like an opponent worth fighting." In the scene, when Big Bear said to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, "I'll take the head from Straw Hat Luffy's neck." The battle is about to break out. Chapter 20. Zoro was the first to attack, swinging a sharp slash at the Big Bear. However, the other party just stretched out his palm to block his face. This slash actually changed its trajectory after hitting the flesh ball in his hand, and was reflected to the other side. Beast Pirates. The expressions of Jin, Quinn, and others suddenly became serious. Although the power of Zoro's slash was mediocre. But unlike swords and bullets, this is an invisible and immaterial slash, and it can be deflected. Kaido was a little unimpressed. Is Devil Fruit ranked 7th only capable of this? Such a powerful slash will not hurt Lousy at all, even if he stands still. In terms of active attacks, the bounce effect also creates various heaven-defying moves. For example, bounce away from the atmosphere, and generate a powerful shock wave. Along with the narration, a scene of a big bear fighting also appeared on the screen. A transparent bubble popped up from the palm of his hand and instantly penetrated Frankie's body. Blast the rocks behind him into pieces. Even the artificial human body made of steel has no resistance. Look at Frankie vomiting blood. Yasop pouted. Is this considered heaven-defying? It's so boring. A swordsman with a little bit of strength can cut through steel. Defeating a little guy doesn't mean anything. Shanks was keenly aware of the crux of the problem. No, the power doesn't matter. This attack seems to be able to penetrate directly through the surface of the object and attack directly inside. If armament hockey can be entangled in this transparent bubble, it will become a deadly attack method. Beckman nodded secretly. For those hockey strong men, with the blessing of top armament hockey, even a small bullet can explode with terrible lethality. This scene also attracted the attention of countless powerful people. Wanakuni, Flower City, Bell Queen, Julie, Rabbit Bowl. Countless people stared blankly at the sky. In their eyes, the devil fruit shown in the sky screen is simply a witchcraft. Hana no Hyagoro swallowed hard. It's amazing. It can actually cause internal damage like emission. Is this what devil fruit is capable of? In the screen, the attacks from the Straw Hat Pirates had no effect. The bear seemed tired of this boring game. He opened his hands and squeezed hard against the empty air. The atmosphere of the entire island seemed to be compressed between the palms of the big bear, forming a transparent light group. After further development, the Esper can compress the air to the extreme to form a small shock wave with extremely high density, which will be completely released when it contacts the target, bursting out with destructive power that destroys the world. Even through the screen, you can clearly feel it. What terrible power is contained in this transparent light group? This destructive aura instantly attracted the attention of countless powerful people. Are you kidding? It can compress air? Is this really a meatball fruit? What a terrible feeling. The power of this move looks quite amazing. Kid, Luo, Hawkins, and others looked solemn. The transparent light ball in Big Bear's hand gave them an indescribable feeling of palpitations. I underestimated him. It seems that the guys who can become 7 warlords of the sea are not ordinary people. Doflamingo couldn't help but sigh. There was a deep fear in his eyes. In the screen, the atmosphere seems to have been compressed to its limit. The big bear pushed it out gently. Next moment, the small transparent light group exploded instantly like an atomic bomb. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion roared in everyone's ears. The earth cracked and soil flew. The powerful shock wave was like a Category 12 typhoon, sweeping in all directions. Countless big trees were broken. The entire island was instantly reduced to ruins. The aftermath of the explosion even spread to the sea dozens of kilometers away, setting off huge waves. After seeing this scene, there was an uproar around the world. What an astonishing blow this is. The scope is so large that it affects the entire island. Kaido was stunned. The power of this blow is no less than the heat breath in his dragon form. And the scope of the impact is even ridiculously large. Whitebeard frowned. In his opinion, the strength of this big bear should be equal to Marco. Even he was not completely sure that he could withstand this blow with his body. Charlotte Lean's eyes were full of surprise. It can bounce off all defenses, plus a shockwave with such amazing destructive power. This guy has developed the meatball fruit to this extent. In Panga City, the 5 elders nodded secretly. Although it is a pity for outsiders to eat this fruit, it is undeniable that this guy did develop it well. The talent of the Bacania tribe is indeed extraordinary. As long as he can become the most loyal fighting weapon of the world government, it will be a good thing. And the narration that appeared next shocked everyone. In addition to popping up tangible objects, the most buggy thing about the meatball fruit is that it can also pop out various spiritual things, such as tiredness, pain, memory, etc. With this, the ability user can always maintain full health during the battle, and can even reflect the pain on the opponent. Chapter 21. Can you bounce away the fatigue and pain from your body? How can this be? Kaido's eyes widened suddenly. What a heaven-defying ability this is. As the strongest creature in the world, his body is as strong as a monster. Even if you fall from a height of 10,000 meters, you will not die. Although he has such a strong body, he will also feel tired and in pain. Willpower is one of the criteria for judging the strength of a strong person. When the strength of the two is about the same, who can persevere and fight to the end under extreme conditions? Who can be the final winner? It's easy to say, but when the physical pain reaches the limit of endurance, even a strong man like him will fall into a coma. This is the body's self-protection mechanism. Kaido couldn't help but sigh. If this guy can join the beast's pirates to assist him, he will become an invincible being in this world. Even Whitebeard at his peak cannot be his opponent. In addition to various attacks, even abstract things like pain and memories can be deflected. Annie was shocked. As the Emperor of the Sea, she knew very well what it meant to bounce away pain in battle. As long as the difference in strength is not too great, the opponent can be killed alive. The 35th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Pudding, is a user with paramecia memory fruit ability. She can extract the other party's memory and obtain all kinds of information. And Big Bear's meatball fruit can also do this. Isn't this too outrageous? Not only them, but everyone who heard the narrator's voice couldn't believe it. Meatball fruit, such an ordinary fruit that even sounds a bit silly. How could it be so heaven-defying? In the sky, the explosion gradually stopped and the smoke slowly dispersed. The Straw Hat Pirates have been completely wiped out. The bear came to Luffy, and just as he stretched out his hand, Zoro's figure flew past him and slashed his shoulder. But after several rounds of fighting, the two of them, Zoro gasped for air, his whole body shaking. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this man has reached his limit. Zoro seemed to have made up his mind and knelt down on the ground. Hawkeye's eyes darkened, with an indescribable look of disappointment on his face. Knowing that you can't win, do you choose to beg for mercy from the enemy in order to survive? After all, he is just a sad and ugly weakling. The next moment, Zoro's calm voice came from the screen. Let Luffy go and use my head to serve the world government. Why? Luffy can't die here. He is the man destined to become the Pirate King. Sanji also walked over shakily at this time. Hey, let's use my black-footed Sanji's head instead. Although I'm not famous yet, sooner or later I will become a headache for the world government. Watching Zoro and Sanji race to their death, Hawkeye was stunned. In order to save his companions, this man was willing to give up his ambition and give up his life? Not just him. At this moment, everyone around the world who was watching the marquee fell into silence. There was both shock and incomprehension in his eyes. On a warship heading to impel down, Garp looked at the sky quietly and sighed helplessly. This brat is really popular. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Dorag looked into the distance silently, with a look of relief in his eyes. Luffy, it seems that you have found a group of like-minded partners who depend on each other for life and death. Redverse. Shanks stood at the bow of the boat, his cloak rustling in the sea breeze. Beckman, maybe that crybaby kid can really fulfill the promise he made. Beckman said calmly. Are they going to surpass us and become the Pirate King? I'm afraid it's too early for them at their current level, right? Shanks laughed. Who knows what will happen in the future? After an argument, Zoro knocked Sanji unconscious and knocked him to the ground. Both parties make a deal. The bear picked up the unconscious Luffy from the ground and slapped him in the chest. A huge red bubble tens of meters high popped out of it. It's the pain that's been building up inside him. Since you want to die in Straw Hat's place, just accept these. As Big Bear spoke, he gently pulled out an insignificant red light ball. The red light ball slowly floated towards Zoro's direction. As soon as the contact came into contact with his body, Zoro's whole body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as if he had been hit hard. After breathing for a moment, he said with difficulty, Change to another place. The scene ended abruptly here, and I don't know what happened next. But one thing is certain. The meatball fruit can really bounce away pain and transfer it to others, as the narrator said. This moment, the world is undercurrent. The Dark World has received numerous assassination requests. The leader of a pirate group, the king of a certain country, even the celestial dragons. Countless people fell into madness. They have only one purpose, to kill the big bear and get this meatball fruit. Port of Sabaody Archipelago. The Straw Hat Pirates were shocked and surrounded Zoro. Hey, Zoro, what happened next? Do you even need to ask? That guy Luffy is a rubber man. How can you possibly bear his pain? You idiot. Sanji stood aside, smoking silently. The smoke was thick, and his expression could not be seen clearly. But the right hand holding the cigarette couldn't help but tremble. In the face of people's inquiries, Zoro, however, closed his eyes and said nothing. Luffy suddenly grabbed Zoro's collar and yelled, Hey Zoro, what happened next? We are companions. There is nothing we can't say. Zoro had no expression on his face and said calmly. Then, nothing happened after that. Chapter 22. Marineford. Kizaru stretched out a finger, and golden light gathered on the fingertips. He is demonstrating the new abilities he just received from heaven. But the strange thing is that no one in Marine feels as dangerous as before. Some vice admirals narrowed their eyes with extremely comfortable expressions on their faces. My whole body feels warm, as if I'm in a hot spring. I feel like my body suddenly becomes much more relaxed. Have all my hidden wounds recovered? Okay, what a powerful ability. After Sengoku felt it silently, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. As long as you are exposed to this light, you can slowly recover from your injuries. It is indeed a gift from heaven. It is truly a powerful force. The conflict between Sakazuki and Aokiji has reached an irreconcilable point. Sengoku was powerless to prevent Akainu from leaving, but losing an admiral will inevitably lead to a significant reduction in marine strength. Now that he has seen Kizaru's new abilities, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Kizaru does not fall down under the shining of the holy light, he can continue to provide healing to his friends. This power is enough to change the entire situation of the battle. It's just that poor Salino's wretched temperament is matched with the brilliance of holiness. No matter how you look at it, it feels inconsistent. Kizaru pointed to the sky and said helplessly, "But compared to this guy's ability, I feel like my holy light is useless." Sengoku nodded. The big bear can instantly remove the pain from other people's bodies and transfer it to others. You are indeed inferior in this regard. But fortunately, he is the 7 warlords of the sea and belongs to the same camp as our marine. With the 2 of you here, we can win the summit war with only minimal casualties. While the 2 were talking, the scene in the cyclorama suddenly cuts to Marineford. Everyone in Marine looked to the sky. Another battle at the top. Also, as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew the Bear also responded to the call to participate in this war. Sengoku thought while paying attention to the scene in the sky. Soon, a huge humanoid creature with 2 horns and fangs attracted the attention of everyone present. That's Little Oz, a pirate group under the Whitebeard pirates, captain of the Oz pirates, and descendant of the demon Oz. Little Oz's height reached a terrifying 380 meters. Every step he took made the earth tremble, and ordinary bullets and artillery were unable to cause any effective damage. Even the giant Vice Admiral seemed like a child in front of him. After defeating several marine giants, Vice Admiral with a crushing force, Little Oz passed through numerous defenses and arrived near the surrounding wall of Crescent Bay as if he were in an uninhabited land and was about to land in the square. Sengoku's eyes darkened. Not just the 12 squad captains on the Moby D***K. Even the captains of the 43 pirate groups under his command are not ordinary people. It seems that this war is more difficult than he expected. At this moment, Big Bear stood up and activated the Meatball Fruit's ability without any expression. Looking at the severely injured Little Oz, angry shouts erupted from the decks of the Moby D***K. In addition to attack and defense, the Meatball Fruit also has powerful mobility that many fruits do not have. A user with the ability can shoot himself or other people or things away to achieve another teleportation effect. The power is so strong that it can even directly cross the sea to reach distant islands. The person with the ability can also use the power of the Meatball Fruit to move quickly and quietly, just like teleporting in space. The screen changes again and the Sabaody archipelago appears. Big Bear flew the Straw Hat Pirates one by one to various places in the world. It has strong lethality, can deflect attacks, can heal, and teleport. This Meatball Fruit is really amazing. Ginny looked at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. It may not be the strongest fruit, but it must be the most comprehensive. Dorag sighed deeply. Although the bear can deflect other people's pain, it cannot deflect its own tragic fate. Koala was stunned for a moment. "Chief, do you know him? We were comrades in arms and like-minded companions. Can you tell his story?" Dorag sighed. Countless memories of the past emerged in my mind one by one. Because of their Bacanian identity, Bear and his parents were captured by Mariewa and made slaves of the celestial dragons. His father told him the legend of Nika, who was shot for disturbing the celestial dragons. Taken to the Valley of the Gods and hunted by the celestial dragons, he met Ginny, Ivankov. The 3 of them luckily grabbed the Meatball Fruit, escaped from that hell, and rescued 500 people. Big Bear and Ginny spent a happy time. When he was 22 years old, Ginny proposed to him, but Big Bear refused because he didn't want Ginny to be implicated in her Bacania bloodline. Later, they joined the Revolutionary Army, became army commanders, and carried out revolutionary activities around the world. But the good times didn't last long. Ginny was captured and forced to become the wife of the celestial dragons. 2 years later, Ginny contracted an extremely rare terminal disease and was abandoned by the celestial dragons. She returned to the kingdom of Sorb. When the bear arrived, she was already dead, leaving only a baby girl beside her. The bear named him Pony, but Boney was also infected with the same disease as her mother. In order to cure Pony, Big Bear left the Revolutionary Army and searched for a cure all over the world. After that, He agreed to the world government's request. In exchange for curing Pony, he became the 7 warlords of the sea and volunteered to conduct human modification experiments. Start distributing heavenly rewards. Bartholomew Bear. Obtain Twisted Fate reagent. Once. An uninhabited desert island. The bear sat alone on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance with an expressionless face. Under the transformation of Vegapunk, he has little sense of autonomy left. Twisted Fate reagent. After use, it can distort time and space and change the established reality. At this moment, countless thoughts came to Xiong's mind. After a long silence, thousands of thoughts finally turned into 4 words. Resurrect Ginny. Chapter 23. What an ugly eating appearance. She actually ate food for 50 people. This woman's appetite is really terrible. Shoo, keep your voice down. She is the captain of the Bonnie Pirates, Jewelry, Bonnie. She has a bounty of 320 million Baileys, and she is a pirate supernova. Inside a restaurant in Sabaody Archipelago, there were mountains of plates on the table, surrounded by stunned people. Bonnie, who was eating and drinking, suddenly stopped what he was doing. She stared blankly at the sky, tears streaming down her face before she knew it. You promised to write to me, but you haven't received a letter in all these years. You promised to travel around the world together after I recover from my illness. You big liar. After an unknown amount of time, Bonnie wiped away her tears with her hands, her eyes filled with determination. She put her foot on the table. Hey kids, get ready to set sail. Target, Marineford. The inventory of meatball fruits is over. Holy Land, Mariehua. The atmosphere in the conference room in Panga City was solemn. Another great opportunity to capture the Straw Hats. I didn't expect the bear to let them go so blatantly. Including the Terror Triangle, this is already the 2nd time. The 5 elders secretly clenched their fists. Satan, how long will it take to completely erase the bear's consciousness? Sartan said calmly. Don't worry, no matter how strong this guy is, he will become our combat weapon in just a few months. The pacifists based on him have been mass-produced in hundreds. This battle on the top is their best stage. The 5 elders nodded slowly. Has it been completed? To ensure nothing goes wrong, it's best to test it in actual combat before committing to summit war. According to the picture shown in the sky, the group of supernovae should be in the Sabaody Archipelago at the moment. Inform Kizaru and use them to test the actual combat data. Nazho Langsheng suddenly said, I think there is one more thing worth noting. Facing everyone's gaze, he said slowly. Don't forget, just like Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and the others, Bear has also been rewarded by heaven. Everyone's expressions became serious. Although it is not clear what the twist of fate reagent is, but at this juncture, there must not be the slightest glitch. Sartan said in a cold tone. The big bear is just a war weapon that is about to lose consciousness. It is destined to be a slave of the Bikini tribe from birth. It is not worthy of the reward of heaven at all. Let him come to Panga City and hand over the reward. This extraordinary thing must be in our hands. The short-haired 5 elders frowned slightly. Will he obediently do as he is told? This man's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid it will take an admiral-level combat force to subdue him. Sartan sneered, don't worry. Children are parents' weakness. Tell this guy that if he doesn't hand over the reward from heaven, he will wait to collect the body for her daughter. Kaido is in a bad mood right now. This list is almost halfway through, but either Logia or Paramecia appears. Where's the Zoan? There's not even a Zoan. What's going on? Among the 3 series of Devil Fruit, Kaido is most optimistic about Zoan. Logia is too rare, so I won't mention it for now. Both the upper and lower limits of Paramecia are too large. He has witnessed many Paramecia abilities that are useless and even laughable. The Zoan Devil Fruit does not require users to rack their brains to think about how to develop it, as it can become stronger after eating it. Not only has it been strengthened in various aspects such as strength and speed, but it also has strong vitality. Kaido became the most powerful warrior in the Voka Kingdom at the age of 10. Kaido firmly believes that for a warrior, Zoan is the right devil fruit. Since Rock's pirate fell apart, he is determined to form a powerful force composed entirely of Zoan ability users and conquer the world with powerful power. Just when Kaido was thinking this, 2 lines of large characters appeared in the sky. The 6th most powerful devil fruit, Zoan, fish fruit, phantom beast blue dragon form. Owner, Kaido Marineford. The Marines present looked at the sky with complicated expressions. The 6th place is actually him, governor of beasts pirates. In addition to Whitebeard, another 4 emperors is on the list. Aokiji said with a serious expression, phantom beast species, this is a devil fruit that is even rarer than Logia. Including Kaido, there are only 3 known ones so far. The other two are the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco's bird fruit phoenix form, and Marine Marshal Sengoku's human fruit Buddha form. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of some young Marines changed instantly. Sengoku nodded secretly. He was not surprised at all that Kaido's name appeared in 6th place. Zoan is already known for its strong vitality, and it is even more powerful as a fantasy beast species in Zoan. Marco's title as Phoenix says it all, and Kaido is even more outrageous, being called the strongest creature in the world by the world. Kaido has challenged Marine and 4 emperors many times alone. He was defeated 7 times, arrested 18 times, tortured more than 1,000 times, and sentenced to death 40 times. Even if you are hanged, the chains will be broken. Even if you are put on the guillotine will be shattered. Even if you are stabbed with a spear, the spear will break. He has sunk as many as 9 huge prison ships, and no one has ever been able to truly kill him. This is only the information they currently know. More details about the green dragon fruit are unclear. Sengoku understands. If it were just these, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to overpower Shock, Frozen, Shining, and Meatball fruit. Ranked 6th. This blue dragon fruit may also have other terrifying abilities. Chapter 24. Damn it, the 6th place is actually this fruit. Andy stared at the sky, feeling extremely unhappy. This devil fruit was originally given to Kaido by her. At that time, Kaido was just an intern, and the relationship between the two was pretty good. He originally planned to train this boy to be his follower. Unexpectedly, Rock's pirate, which was at its peak, fell apart in an instant. The little brother who followed him all day also chose to start his own business. Auntie felt regretful. If I had known that this fruit was so powerful, I would have kept it for my children to eat. City. The 5 elders sat up straight, their expressions extremely ugly, same as the flesh ball fruit that just appeared. They originally planned to award this blue dragon fruit to the commander of the Knights of God, Saint Fegolin Garen, in the name of the hunting competition. Unexpectedly, she was intercepted halfway by Charlotte Linlin. Although decades have passed, but when they think about it, they still feel extremely regretful and angry. Wanakuni, the capital of flowers. Countless people stared blankly at the sky, with despair on their faces. In the Shogun's mansion, Korizumi looked unhappy. Damn it, Lousy is also an esper of the phantom beast species. Why is Lousy's Yamada no Orochi fruit not on the list? Ghost Island. The cheers of beasts pirates soared into the sky. Great. The 6th place is Boss Kaido. Black Maria held the cigarette rod elegantly and couldn't help but lick her red lips. Can this strong man only be ranked 6th? I thought he was 1st. Advertisement Fusafu snorted coldly. The strength of devil fruit doesn't mean anything. In terms of strength, who was his opponent in this sea? Drought. Jack clenched his fists, with a look of fanatical admiration in his eyes. In this sea, Boss Kaido is invincible. This man will also change the whole world. The first of the 3 disasters, fire disaster, Jean thought silently in his heart. Oh, is it finally Lousy's turn? Hurry up and let people all over the world see how powerful the world's most powerful creature is. Kaido gulped down the wine, and he couldn't help laughing wildly in a happy mood. He couldn't wait to see his heroic appearance appear on the sky. Zoan Fish Fruit. Phantom Beast Green Dragon form brings the user an unparalleled powerful physique. Following the voice of the narration, a vast sea of white clouds appeared on the screen. Kaido stood on the sea of clouds, jumped down, and jumped down. This scene shocked everyone. What is this guy doing? He actually jumped down from the clouds. Looking at this guy's burly figure and that huge mace, the total weight is more than a ton, right? Jumping down from such a high place is like a meteorite impact. This guy is dead. The surrounding scenery passed quickly. Soon, with a loud roar, Kaido hit an island heavily. The powerful impact caused the entire island to shake violently, like an earthquake. Damn it, you're not dead yet. As the smoke filled the air, Kaido climbed up from the pit. After seeing this scene, there was an uproar around the world. What is he doing? Jumping off the sea of clouds just to commit suicide? Unscathed? Impossible. Is this guy a monster? Not only a monster, but a madman. Advertisement. Sabaody Archipelago. Kid looked at Apu and Hawkins beside him, and said with some surprise, I didn't expect that Lousy would join forces with you in the future. Apu laughed. Kid, it's not just you who wants to take down the heads of the 4 emperors. If you can unseat Kaido, we will become famous. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo couldn't help but swallow. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. This is Kaido of the Beasts, the man known as the strongest creature in the world. After initially founding the Don Quixote family, and becoming the king of Dressrosa. He is also fearless and doesn't take anyone seriously. However, after meeting Kaido, Doflamingo truly saw the vastness of the world. The shadow this powerful monster cast on him is still indelible. Marine headquarters. Countless marine soldiers were frightened. Ghost Spider bit his cigar and said in a low voice, "Since he is a person with abilities, wouldn't it be possible to subdue him by locking him with sea stone shackles?" Sengoku shook his head slightly. Sea stone is indeed the nemesis of ability users, but its effect is average for monsters of this level. Kaido has an extremely terrifying physique, and coupled with the top-level haki, he can easily break free from the sea stone shackles. P.S. This point is explained in the original work. As an ability user, Yamato, wearing sea stone shackles, can kill the ancient species Runty with one blow in one blow. Luffy, after a brief training in the rabbit bowl, can also use the weapon color to tear apart Yamato's body. Shackles, just as everyone was talking about it, the scene suddenly changed. The people of Wanakuni exclaimed, "Why does that place look so familiar? It looks like it's Julie." You can't be wrong. That hilltop in the distance is the ruins of Odin Castle. Quinn took a puff of his cigar and said, "Interesting, someone actually challenges Kaido boss." Jack was dissatisfied. Challenging boss Kaido? Just with that weird guy jumping around. Duh. Chapter 25. On the deck of the Sunny. Sanji pointed to the sky in surprise. "Hey, that guy looks like Luffy." When you put it that way, it does sound like it. Usopp looked at the sky and then at Luffy beside him, thoughtfully. "It's just, Luffy, did you eat too much again? How did you get so big?" Luffy scratched his head. "Huh? Did my future self develop a new move? It should be 4th gear, or 5th gear, right?" With the eyes of the world watching, a fierce battle breaks out on the screen. Ape King Crow Cannon. Accompanied by a sharp and harsh whistling sound. Countless huge fists hit Kaido below like a gust of wind. The speed was so fast that even the air was blown away. The muffled sound of the fist hitting the flesh was even more frightening to hear. Who is this guy? He looks so strong. Look, this guy has a straw hat hanging on his back. Could it be the supernova, Straw Hat Luffy, who has a bounty of 300 million belly on his head? He actually attacked the 4 emperors. It's amazing. Kaido was beaten so hard that he couldn't even fight back. Marineford, the marine soldiers were talking a lot. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the headquarters had a stern look on his face and scolded. "Idiots, see clearly. This guy Kaido is not even injured. His skin is not even broken." What? Although Luffy's offensive in the 4th gear was violent and fierce. But Kaido just stood there drunkenly, not evading at all, and just accepted it forcefully. Sengoku said with a solemn expression, "This form, does armament haki cover the whole body?" Aokiji nodded in agreement. In addition to haki, it seems to also be equipped with rubber fruit's expansion and contraction properties. It's incredible. Garp's grandson has grown to this point. Sengoku can clearly feel it. Advertisement the power of every punch Luffy throws is quite amazing. It's just that Kaido was even more pervert, relying on his exaggerated defense to stand still and not dodge. On the screen, several barges passed by. The 4th gear that crushed Brother Ming felt like it was tickling Kaido. "Master Wong Luffy, please use more strength, HP. Sobering up is a good thing, and the rabbit bowl is a distinguished guest." When he saw the first barrage, veins suddenly appeared on Doflamingo's forehead. "Crush, Brother Ming? Does this mean that Lousy will be defeated by Straw Hat Luffy in the future? Are you kidding me? Damn it. Who is talking nonsense here? It's best not to be encountered by Lousy. Beast pirates. How dare you challenge Boss Kaido? This kid is really impatient." Jack looked at the sky and burst into laughter. Jin quickly came to Kaido's side with several bounty tickets in hand. "Boss Kaido, this is Straw Hat Luffy's bounty order." A group of them made a big fuss at Eni's lobby some time ago and defeated. He was interrupted before he finished speaking. Kaido waved his hand nonchalantly. In his eyes, anyone with a bounty of less than 1 billion is just a weakling. Can't arouse the slightest interest at all. You didn't even use armament haki, and you managed to survive with just physical strength? What a powerful defense this is. Blackbeard looked at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. Although his dark fruit is very powerful, it also has obvious shortcomings. Firstly, it cannot dodge attacks like other Logia elementals. Secondly, if you get hurt, you will feel twice as much pain. This Zoan fish fruit, the powerful defensive power of the blue dragon form of the phantom beast species, can just make up for his shortcomings in this aspect. Plus the top-of-the-line two-tone haki. Advertisement regardless of whether they are capable or not. Anyone can only become a lamb to be slaughtered in front of him. By then, he will become an invincible existence in this sea. Black Dragon. Ha 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 ha. It seems to be very good. After laughing twice, a crazy idea came to Blackbeard's mind. No, that's not right. In addition to this blue dragon fruit, shock fruit, frozen fruit, sparkling fruit, and meatball fruit are also extremely powerful fruits. Either give it to your subordinates, or keep it sealed forever. As long as Lousy can get all the devil fruit on this list, he will definitely be able to dominate the world. The voice of the narration slowly appeared in the sky. In addition to giving the person with the ability a powerful body, the person with the ability can also transform into the blue dragon in myths and legends. It has the ability to control flames, storms, thunder and lightning, hail, and clouds, causing all kinds of superscale attacks that change the sky and the earth. In dragon form, the breath he exhales sometimes turns into high-heat flames that can burn buildings, and sometimes turns into sharp and powerful wind blades that can cut off the human body. The roar like a beast can turn into the roar of thunder. It turns its body to stir up strong winds, triggering numerous tornadoes and causing large-scale damage. The flame cloud created can lift an entire island into the sky. Along with the narration, Kaido in the picture has transformed into the form of a blue dragon, hovering over the town. The exaggerated body shape of nearly a kilometer brought a strong sense of oppression. Even from beyond the screen, you can feel the terrifying aura coming towards your face. Suddenly, the giant dragon opened its mouth full of sharp teeth into the distance. The dazzling firelight continued to gather in the mouth. It exudes an aura of destruction. Even the light was extremely distorted by the heat. Next moment, a huge beam of flames swept towards the distance. In the blazing fire, a hill hundreds of meters high on the way was burned instantly. This hot breath remained unabated and disappeared at the end of the field of vision. I don't know how long it's been. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion in the distance. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the ground shook violently. It's like the end of the world. After seeing this, the whole world fell into a period of deathly silence. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Chapter 27. Dressrosa Royal Palace. Looking at the scene in the sky, Doflamingo couldn't help but sneered. It was simply a crushing battle. How dare these brats dare to challenge Kaido without knowing the heights of the world? Next moment, Luo flashed to Kaido's side instantly. Bursts of green light emitting a dangerous aura emitted from his hands. The gamma scalpel penetrates deeply into the body and destroys a large number of cells instantly. Even Kaido couldn't help but let out a loud wail. The smile on Doflamingo's face froze instantly, and he said in disbelief, "This kid has grown to this extent. You know, even he can't break through Kaido's defense. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an op fruit worth 5 billion Baileys." Kaido was about to retreat, but Kira came rushing towards him brandishing a rapidly rotating scythe. The spinning slash penetrated the dragon's body, cutting every inch of muscle. At the same time, the fourth-speed Luffy flying in midair also launched an attack. The fist wrapped around emission turned into countless afterimages and hit Kaido's body overwhelmingly. After bombarding for several minutes, until the time in the fourth gear ran out, the dragon was finally knocked to the ground. But the next moment, Kaido flew into the air vigorously and bit the exhausted Luffy. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo smiled arrogantly again. See, this is the partnership of the Don Quixote family. The four emperors Kaido will not be defeated no matter what. His strength is overwhelming. Seeing the captain in danger, Zoro stood up without hesitation. I don't know if it's evil spirit, ghost energy, or Haki mixed together. After the transformation of Yama, a purple dragon instantly formed and soared into the sky. The powerful aura made even Kaido look at him sideways. Three-blade style, black rope, big tornado. However, the sword storm that ravaged the world only left a negligible wound on the dragon's body. Fortunately, this move also saved Luffy. After repeated battles, Kaido finally exited the dragon form, transformed into a more oppressive dragon-like form specially designed for fighting. Kaido looked at Kaido, whose appearance changed drastically, with blue dragon scales all over his body. Kira launched a tentative attack. Unexpectedly, the moves that could cause some damage before were completely ineffective now. Kaido and Big Mom then stood side by side and joined forces to launch Hahai. The terrifying energy impacted the distorted space and swept towards everyone. If Zoro hadn't tried his best to block this devastating blow, I'm afraid the Supernova Alliance has been destroyed. Even so, Zoro was beaten to pieces with broken bones all over his body and collapsed on the ground. After seeing this scene, all the giants, including Prince Loki, were horrified and speechless. Wagwa, Hakoku, Bahai. These three moves are powerful martial arts that Elbaf is proud of. Even in a mighty country, Only giants with powerful talents can display it. Unexpectedly, these two people actually used the ultimate secret to dominate the sea. The battle continues. Kaido in his draconian form. Not only is the strength and defense further enhanced, but one can also control wind, fire, thunder, and lightning at will. Kaido waved the iron rod. The thunder pillars soaring into the sky pierced the sea of clouds, and the bursting thunder shook the eardrums. After a few simple moves, one strike of falling 3 worlds, and Naraku knocked Luffy completely unconscious. Lucci, Kaku, and Jabra were stunned. They never expected Luffy and Zoro, who defeated them some time ago, have actually grown to this extent. What shocked them even more was Kaido. As users with Zoan abilities, they are simply babies who have just learned to walk. On a fast-moving warship, Garp stood on the deck, looking at the sky solemnly. In terms of taijutsu and haki, Kaido, who is one of the 4 emperors, is not inferior to him at all. The Azure Dragon Fruit also brought a terrifying increase to it. With just a few gestures, he can create a huge momentum that is as high as a natural disaster. Not to mention Luffy. Even he is not sure that he can win. On the screen, the battle between Supernova and Kaido continues. During this period, in order to protect Luffy, Zoro transformed into a terrifying posture with 3 heads and 6 arms. 9 swordsman style. Ashura draws the sword, the play of the dead. The earth-shattering slash towards Kaido. What is disappointing is that such a powerful move only left a superficial wound on Kaido's body. Hawkeye's movements froze, and the red wine glass in his hand was inadvertently crushed to pieces. Through this series of battle scenes, he could feel that Zoro's strength had reached the level of a great swordsman. This move of the 9-sword style, Ashura draws the sword, the play of the dead. It's enough to instantly kill a strong man with a bounty of less than 1 billion. However, even Hawkeye struck with caution, not to mention killing Kaido. He couldn't even inflict serious damage. The defense is really strong. It's like an immune-to-death monster. Aboard the Redfords, red-hair pirates stared nervously at the sky. Shanks sighed softly. Even if Luffy mastered the top armament haki, he was still no match for Kaido. Is that the end? Beckman slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, "Only by mastering Batang can you be qualified to fight the 4 emperors." Chapter 28. In the picture, Kid, Kira, Luo, Zoro, and Big Mom left the battlefield together. At this time, only Luffy and Kaido were left in the Skull Dome. Just as Kaido was about to execute Luffy, Luffy suddenly realized the Conqueror's entanglement. A huge drag kick hit the mace. Although they didn't touch each other, they erupted with the power of a meteorite impact. It was as if there was an absolute vacuum between the two. The Conqueror's haki on both sides turned into red and black lightning, and they clashed fiercely again. Rumble, like a volcano erupting. Deafening roars continued to explode in everyone's ears. The earth trembled continuously. The spreading aftermath caused the world to change color. Aboard the Sunny, seeing the earth-shattering scene in the sky, Usopp, Nami, and others were almost dumbfounded. Luffy, have you become so strong in the future? But this time the enemy is also terrifyingly strong. Hey, why would you want to provoke such a terrifying monster? Impelled down inside the prison, countless prisoners were also dumbfounded. Crocodile's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't figure it out anyway. The rookie in his eyes could actually be evenly matched with the 4 emperors in the future. Bullet laughed wildly. Great. It seems that in the years since Laozi was imprisoned and impelled down, many strong men have emerged in the sea. Although Straw Hat Luffy, Zoro, Kid, Luo, and others are also quite strong. But his eyes were firmly fixed on Kaido. There was no other reason than that Bullet felt an unusually familiar feeling from the other person. Both of them are born for fighting, the purest warriors. Bullet's fighting spirit is getting higher and higher. The terrifying Conqueror's haki was released unintentionally, sweeping across the entire 6th floor. He couldn't wait to go out and compete with the opponent. Aboard Moby D***K, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked shocked. Ace's brother actually understood Conqueror's entanglement? Even Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, couldn't help but look at him with suspicion. However, it didn't take long for the two to fight. Luffy rolled his eyes, lost consciousness, and fell towards the sea. Kaido stood proudly on the top of the ghost island with a mace on his shoulder, silently watching the falling figures below. Straw Hat Boy, you can't become Joey Boy after all. Holy Land Mariehua, Pangea. The expressions of the 5 elders are extremely complex. They didn't expect that these pirate supernovas have grown to this extent in the future. And Luffy even realized Conqueror's entanglement, the ultimate power in this sea. But what surprised them the most was Kaido's terrifying dominance. Looking at the picture, Kaido's unrivaled dominance appears. The five elders couldn't help but sigh. While holding up the entire Ghost Island, fighting so many strong men in turns, but still able to crush them with absolute strength. We still underestimated this guy. Kaido is already a powerful warrior, and with the blue dragon fruit of the phantom beast species, he is worthy of his reputation as the strongest creature in the world. At this time, a CP0 member hurried over and half knelt on the ground to report, Master Five Elders, emergency. Just received news that Marine Admiral Sakazuki has left Marine. Leaving with him are the three naval headquarters vice admirals, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Stolo Berry. What? The five elders were stunned and stood up from the sofa. Leaving Marine at this juncture? What on earth do they want to do? This guy Akainu actually gave up his position as Marine Admiral. How could such a thing happen? Sardin suddenly remembered the future seen in the previous canopy. The conflict between Akainu and Aokiji has been around for a long time. In the battle for Marshall, no matter who wins or loses, the loser will continue to stay in Marine without shame. Everyone said gloomily, it's not just them. Don't forget, that guy Zephyr is also a hidden danger. It seems that the problems within Marine are more serious than we imagined. Damn it, can't we wait until we deal with Whitebeard? The five elders know this. What if Marine kills the Whitebeard pirates in the next summit war? This intern at Rock's pirate is now almost on top of the world. Kaido's threat is no less than Whitebeard. Now Marine's strength has been weakened. How can they accept this? CP0, who was kneeling on the ground, paused and continued nervously. Also, besides, intelligence intercepts Charlotte Lean's phone bug. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates have formed a pirate alliance and plan to participate in the upcoming battle on top. The faces of the five elders suddenly changed. He looked at the sky with shock and anger and was speechless for a long time. Satan took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, how is the world recruitment process going? Recruit Admiral-level warriors at all costs. Not long after, another CP0 member hurried over. Not long after the recruitment information was released, many people signed up enthusiastically. Two of them deserve special attention. This is their information. Please take a look at it. Sartan took the document handed over by CP0, and the eye-catching characters came into view. Smile, Paramecia multiple fruit ability user. Aramaki, a user with Logia fruit ability. Chapter 29. 6th place, Zoan Phantom Beast Species, Fish Fruit Green Dragon Form. Owner, Kaido, start distributing heavenly gifts. Devil Fruit's abilities are enhanced, and he acquires the bloodline of the ancient Purgatory Dragon. The solemn voice sounded in the minds of everyone. Ghost Island. Kaido, who was drinking wine, suddenly stopped what he was doing. Rune Continent. Ancient Dragon Bloodline. What the hell? An inexplicable memory emerged in my mind. Before Kaido could react, an extremely domineering energy burst out from nowhere in the burly body. Its intensity even frightened him. Next moment, this energy rushes wildly. In an instant, it surged through all the limbs and bones, reaching into every cell in the body. The skin began to break apart, and the arms suddenly turned dark red, and even began to swell irregularly and become deformed. It looks extremely ferocious. Crunchy. There was an unbearable, grinding sound coming from the body. The muscles are constantly stretched and deformed. Bones are twisting, breaking, and reforming. Crimson flames surged and erupted from the inside out. This pain was too intense. Kaido frowned, and drops of cold sweat kept falling from his forehead. Activate Armament Haki immediately to strengthen your body. At the same time, Devil Fruit living in the body seems to feel a huge external threat. In order to avoid the complete destruction of the body, the bloodline factors buried deepest in the body went berserk. Begin to resist this external force. Not just the body, Kaido is also under unimaginable mental pressure. Deep in his heart, a violent consciousness from ancient times emerged. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his expression became crazy, as if he had lost his mind. In my heart, I can't help but have the absurd idea of destroying the world. This sudden and terrifying sight immediately caused the surrounding pirates to cast suspicious glances. But the next moment, the powerful dragon pressure was vented in all directions. A roar like a volcanic eruption suddenly sounded in everyone's mind, and their thoughts went blank for an instant. At this time, they were like a group of ants, facing a terrifying monster from ancient times. Except for ordinary members, even the powerful Fei Lu Bao could not suppress the trembling of their bodies. His soul was about to be torn apart, and the cells in his body were constantly screaming. Runty and Peggy-wan couldn't help but knelt down. Jin, Quinn, Jack's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. What a terrifying smell. He didn't know how to describe this feeling in words. Brutal, evil, and unspeakably powerful. For a moment, I even suspected that Boss Kaido had completely broken away from the category of human beings. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom, boom, boom. The almost silent heart began to beat violently, and the broken body continued to reorganize. The two dragon powers merged perfectly. At this time, Kaido felt like his whole person had almost completely changed. He slowly opened his eyes and silently felt the changes in his body. Next moment, the wind and clouds changed colors, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. A shadow that covered the sky, and the sun suddenly enveloped the entire Ghost Island. Compared with before, the dragon's body became stronger and stronger, reaching a terrifying 3,000 meters in length. The sharp claws that are nearly 100 meters long leave no doubt that it can cut a warship in half with just one stroke. Dense red and green dragon scales appeared on the body. The hardness reaches an extremely astonishing level, comparable to diamond. The chest and abdomen are shining with a deep, dark red light. There seems to be endless lava surging inside the body. Compared with the original mysterious and elegant image of the Oriental dragon, it undoubtedly adds a bit of haki and ferociousness. Is this the power of the dragon clan in another world? It's really powerful, ha. Accompanied by strong winds and thunder, the giant dragon disappeared among the clouds. Penga City. The five elders looked at the sky worriedly. The bloodline of the ancient purgatory dragon. This kind of thing sounds like something extraordinary. Kaido's strength is already strong, and now he has been rewarded by the system. I don't know how Wanakuni's battle ended. How can those supernovas be Kaido and Big Mom's opponents? The threat of Kaido cannot be ignored, and it is best to start planning now. No, the most important thing right now is Ace's execution. We must concentrate all our strength. Even if we dispatch the Knights of God, we must completely defeat the Whitebeard pirates. It's useless to think so much now. I hope there will be more people from World Government and Marine on the list next. For Marine, the only ones that may be on the list are Akainu's Lava Fruit and Sengoku's Great Buddha Fruit. The five elders sighed secretly. Devil Fruit has autonomous consciousness. Powerful fruits like Logia and Phantasmal Beasts have a stronger sense of self. They will even search for a suitable host on their own initiative. Although the celestial dragons hold hundreds of devil fruits in their hands, most of them are mediocre. At this time, the name of the fifth devil fruit appeared on the marquee. Chapter 30. The fifth strongest devil fruit, Paramecia Op Fruit. Owner, Trajaffer Law. What? He's actually the sixth one. The legendary Op Fruit that can give people immortality. The five elders' faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. In order to get it, the world government even spent 5 billion belly to buy it. This fruit is more valuable than the heads of the four emperors. Nezushiro Sage clenched the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand and said in a cold tone, "But that's a good thing. Forget about the others on the list. This guy is just a small character with a bounty of 200 million belly. Recover this fruit immediately before he grows up." The other five elders nodded secretly. Don't worry, Sabaody Archipelago's agents have locked down their location. Kizaru is also heading there with Senmomaru and 100 pacifists. Cole. This Op fruit should belong to Lousy. Hysterical roars erupted in Dressrosa's palace. Looking at the two lines of subtitles in the marquee, Doflamingo was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. He also tried to snatch the Op fruit from Marine and pirates. However, he was betrayed by Krasen and Trafalgar Law and was stolen first. The rankings on this list may be artificial and inevitably contain some subjective meanings. But no matter what, since it can stand out among the numerous devil fruits, it naturally has its own special features. Doflamingo was shaking with anger at the thought. Cake Island Port. Aboard the Mama Queen Anthem. Another Paramecia? Damn it. Why doesn't my name appear? Charlotte Linlin frowned deeply. Tragafar Law? What a strange name. He seems to be a newcomer. The eldest son Paraspero on the side handed over a reward order. Mom, this guy is the pirate supernova with a bounty of 200 million belly. In the scene just now, he appeared on Ghost Island with Luffy, Kid, and others. The aunt's face trembled, and she couldn't help but sneered. Oh, is that the kid wearing a Madara hat and pretending to be cool? He's just a nobody, but he deserves to have the fifth place devil fruit. Op fruit. Performing surgery on people? Auntie couldn't understand something. No matter from the name of the fruit or the battle scene just shown on the screen, you can't tell how powerful it is. not to mention being ranked in front of Kaido's blue dragon fruit. The only thing worthy of praise is probably the courage to challenge the four emperors. Well. Even if a small character like that gets a powerful fruit, there is no need to pay attention to it. The most important thing now is to reunite with the Beast's pirates. Kaido seems to have received a pretty awesome reward. After so many years of absence, the ant couldn't wait to see this little brother. There was a lot of talk around the world. People can't understand. Although Luo is also a great pirate with a bounty of 200 million belly, but who are these people on the list? Either 7 warlords of the sea or Marine Admiral and 4 emperors. Just the weight of pirate supernova is not enough. How can he occupy the 5th place? Sabaody Archipelago. A kind of supernova looked at Luo in surprise. Kid looked unhappy and said, "Hey, are you kidding me? You're actually the 5th one." Among this group of supernovas, he clearly had the highest bounty, but all the limelight was taken away by Luffy and Luo. This made him feel extremely unbalanced. Luo said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Our whereabouts have been exposed. If you continue to stay here, there might be some trouble." Luo sighed secretly in his heart. In the future, Marine Admiral Kizaru arrives to capture their group of supernovas. Now that his name appears on this ranking list, it is bound to attract great attention from the world government. "Captain, look." At this moment, Bebo's voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked to the sky. 2 lines of narration text came into view. Paramecia op fruit can be roughly divided into 6 skills according to its characteristics: space skills, electric shock skills, impact attack, defensive skills, special skills, legendary skills, Apu, Hawkins, Kid, Facing the confused looks of everyone around him, Luo couldn't help but cover his face. "Damn it, my information has been completely leaked." Marine headquarters. Sengoku said in surprise. "Wait, isn't that Punk Hazard?" "That's right, that guy is the Vice Admiral of the G5 branch, Virgo." "Huh? Smoker is there too." He couldn't help but frown. Something doesn't look right. Looks like Law and Smoker are working together against Virgo. What happened there? Aokiji waved his hand and said calmly, "Well, you'll find out after you read it. I have heard about Virgo. This guy is very accomplished in strengthening armament hockey. Choosing him as your opponent is probably not a wise choice." Sengoku nodded. "Yes, it's time to see the so-called op fruit's ability. Is it really as omnipotent as Tianmu said?" Chapter 31. Op fruit. Sengoku sighed secretly in his heart. Chunin couldn't help but think of a name. "Razanani, just show me. How powerful is this fruit that you exchange for your life?" The first characteristic of op fruit. Space system. When the ability is activated, the surrounding space will be included in a spherical space called room. The range changes with the strength of the ability user. Ability users can control everything in the space at will, including but not limited to translation, replacement, and cutting. In the screen, Luo held Gue Cry in his hand and slashed forward with his sword. In front of him, Virgo was covered in armament hockey, along with the laboratory dome and the huge iceberg outside. Everything within a kilometer radius was cut into 2 pieces with 1 knife. This scene was so impactful that Marine was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding? A slash of this level?" The vice admirals present all had pale faces. Virgo has already used armament hockey to this extent, but he was still unable to resist and was killed instantly with a knife. Perhaps only the Admiral 4 Emperors have such terrifying strength, right? Sengoku's eyes narrowed and he seemed to be a little out of sorts. Could it be that this guy has reached the level of a great swordsman? Aokiji shook his head solemnly. Impossible. If he is really a great swordsman, it is absolutely impossible that he only has a bounty of 200 million belly. I'm afraid he has already become famous all over the world. Pay attention. Virgo, who was cut off at the waist, is neither dead nor bleeding. This move is not a slash, but rather like spatial dislocation. Sengoku suddenly remembered the words room space and cutting mentioned by the narrator just now. I see. Is it the fruit's ability? In other words, he can cut open any object at will within that realm? Suddenly someone asked. In that case, why didn't he use this technique on Kaido and Big Mom? Wouldn't cutting off their heads end the battle instantly? Sengoku shook his head. Don't forget the existence of hockey. Armament hockey can weaken the influence of Devil Fruit's ability. Luo's ability to kill Virgo instantly with 1 sword shows that his ability is superior to his opponent's hockey. However, it cannot have any effect on powerful people like Kaido and Big Mom. Aokiji added on the side. Yes, the strength of Devil Fruit's abilities depends on the Esper itself. If his strength reaches the level of the 4 Emperors in the future, I'm afraid he will cut Kaido in half with a single blow. Next, there are various scenes of Luo launching a slaughterhouse on the screen. Within the scope of room, humans, boulders, warships. Everything is being controlled at will and flying in the air. Sengoku murmured, "That's it." In this room space, he can replace himself or other objects at will to achieve the effect of instant movement. If a person with the meatball fruit ability wants to activate the ability of teleportation, he or she must hit himself or the opponent with the meatball on his palm. But Op fruit can be activated instantly without any contact, although it is not as good as the meatball fruit in terms of long-distance movement. But it has unimaginable huge advantages in combat. Look, he can also use his spatial ability to take out the opponent's heart. Although the person whose heart was removed is still alive, he is always under the control of the other party. Thinking of this, Aokiji couldn't help but sigh. This room space covers attack, dodge, and assistance. In other words, as long as he is within that realm, he is the one who controls everything. It's really a powerful ability. A few drops of cold sweat flowed from Vice Admiral's forehead. That is to say, when faced with an opponent weaker than yourself, the battle will be over in an instant like a crushing blow. Even if you face an enemy that is stronger than you, can you use your teleportation ability to avoid attacks or escape from the battlefield? Sengoku nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "That's right. This alone is already a pretty powerful ability." Even Virgo was defeated by this guy. Doflamingo stared blankly at the sky, suddenly having a bad premonition in his heart. Is it possible that this guy will find him next? As expected, the screen changed and the scene of Dressrosa appeared. Luo and Luffy joined forces to attack Doflamingo. In addition to space-based abilities, Op Fruit is also very good in attack. Impact attack, injection, and shooting. Aim at one point and use the weapon to guide the shock wave through the opponent's body, accompanied by narration text. A scene emerged of Doflamingo's entire abdomen being blown through. Torbol shook his long nose and said in panic, "Dover, these two bastards actually came to our door." Seeing his embarrassed appearance in the picture, Doflamingo burst into anger. So what? There's no way to kill Lousy with this attack. No matter what kind of injury he suffers, he can use string fruit to mend the wound. When it comes to the development of devil fruit, he will never lose to Luo. Electric shock techniques, counter shock, high-frequency scalpel, gamma knife, causing huge damage to the target's internal organs without damaging the outside, accompanied by the appearance of 2 lines of subtitles. The scene suddenly changed. Doflamingo lay dying on the ground, his heart broken. Chapter 32. Outraged, Doflamingo became silent. He suddenly realized a problem. Luffy and Luo Nang came to Wanakuni and stood in front of Kaido and Big Mom. Doesn't it mean that these 2 guys have killed him in this battle? No, this kind of thing must not happen. How could Lousy be defeated by such a guy? Doflamingo seemed to have made up his mind, picked up the bug phone, and called Beasts Pirates. 7 Warlords of the Sea, original bounty of 340 million berry. Doflamingo defeated? Marine headquarters. Everyone was surprised. In addition to space-based abilities, Op Fruit also has excellent attack power. It can ignore the opponent's external defense and attack directly into the body. This is simply the skill of high-level armament hockey. Sengoku immediately realized the horror of Op Fruit. If there is even a moment of slackness in the battle, the opponent can teleport over and deliver a fatal blow. Even if you miss, you can immediately transfer space and wait for the next opportunity. In other words, in the battle, Op Fruit users have an absolute advantage. Luffy said in surprise, "Hey, Terraman and I teamed up to kill a Shichibukai?" Zoro next to him chuckled. "Hey Luffy, if you include this guy, it looks like you took care of 3 Shichibukai. The world government must be feeling a headache, right?" Everyone couldn't help but nodded. But thinking about the scene where Luffy, Zoro, and others will deal with the 2 4 emperors in the future, this is nothing. Luffy said with a smile, "But this guy's ability is really amazing. He should still be on the island now, right? Since we will all form an alliance in the future, we might as well invite him to go to the New World together." As I said, if you want to go to New World, you have to pass through the Fishman Island. The top priority is to find a coding master as soon as possible. Then let's split up. The ant frowned, even though she is called the Queen of Soul by the world. But to have the current status, what they relied on was the invulnerable body and the terrifying power that was far superior to the giants. Op Fruit is undoubtedly her biggest nemesis. Thinking of the scene she saw on the Ghost Island before, Auntie suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Impossible. No matter how powerful Devil Fruit is, they are just 2 brats after all. I don't know how many newcomers I have seen who want to challenge the Emperor of the Sea. But without exception, They all sank into the sea in the end. Just when she thought so, the scene of Wanakuni Ghost Island appears again in the sky. Only this time the perspective shifted from the skull dome to the interior of the castle. Tragafar Row, Eustace Kid. In front of the two supernovas was none other than four emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Countless swords and weapons flew towards Kid on the battlefield. Forming a huge steel arm, it violently collided with the serrated magic blade. Sparks flew, gravel flew, a huge roar could be heard. The powerful shock wave destroyed the surrounding area. Luo continued to use a slaughterhouse to assist Kid in the fight. After the two parties tested each other for a while, the ant seemed to lose her patience. Combine the thundercloud Hera and the serrated magic blade Napoleon into one. At this time, Luo teleported in front of the ant and hit the opponent with a heart pulse electric shock, causing the opponent to vomit blood and stagger. Kid took advantage of the situation and continued to activate his magnetic fruit ability. A large amount of metal was precisely deformed and assembled, and merged into the form of a magnetic demon that was tens of meters tall. Such a fierce battle broke out at the beginning. Everyone in the world held their breath and stared at the sky. On the deck of the Moby D***K, Marco was surprised. These two brats are actually evenly matched with Annie. Whitebeard didn't care very much, and Gulyalu took a big sip of wine. Linlin was not killed so easily. I heard that this guy killed an elder of the giant clan when he was 5 years old. He was extremely powerful and invulnerable. He was a born monster. When we were in Rock's Pirate together, he had never even seen Linlin injured, let alone defeated. If you can't master the top armament hockey, there's no way you can hurt her. This is a fight that is without a doubt. But this red-haired brat is quite good. He was able to fight Linlin for so long, and with that form, it seems like his fruit power should have awakened. Red hair? It's really annoying. On the screen, the ant shouted angrily. Kid, don't get too carried away. Weigua. Auntie's aura continued to rise. A dazzling bright light suddenly burst out from the serrated magic blade. The next moment, the fierce and violent slashes were like a volcano erupting, unleashing them wantonly. In an instant, it spanned a distance of hundreds of meters and chopped the magnetic demon into countless pieces. Auntie was not happy yet. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my back. At some point, Luo suddenly appeared behind Auntie. He held the ghost cry in his right hand and pressed it against the ant's body. A spherical blue energy ball appeared in his left hand, covering the sword blade. K.Room, Anesthetization. The next moment, the entire blade penetrated Charlotte Linlin's back without any hindrance and stabbed out from the throat. The ant was so horrified that she was about to fight back, but found that she couldn't move her body. Shockwave. Following Luo's plain voice, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the sword blade. The intense energy even caused space to begin to distort. Chapter 33. Boom. The ant's eyes turned white as if she had been severely injured, and a burst of black smoke came out of her mouth. This sudden scene shocked people all over the world. Whitebeard's expression froze. Are you kidding? Linlin, who is invulnerable, was seriously injured. This move can actually ignore the target's defense. Seeing Luo succeed with one blow, Kid didn't miss this great opportunity either. The power of magnetic fruit is unreserved and explodes to your heart's content. Given, Devil Fruit can assimilate the surrounding environment after awakening. Auntie's body was turned into a magnet at this time. Throughout the battlefield, thousands of swords and weapons rushed in her direction. The castle shook. Countless steel bars were peeled off from the walls and columns. Each one has a weight of dozens of tons, setting off bursts of sharp whistling sounds, shooting towards Auntie's location like a torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaken. Countless metals piled up into a mountain, completely submerging Auntie. But the next moment, leave or life. Evil murmurs came from the ruins. This moment, the air seemed to be stagnant. The souls of the surrounding spectators were pulled out one after another. The ant who was buried in the ruins had a flash of light in her eyes, giving life to the surrounding steel. Then he spent a year of his life to strengthen himself. The originally huge body became even bigger, exuding a suffocating murderous intent. Tianman, the great god of freedom. In the banquet hall, the purple thunder raged wildly, as if it was going to blow every inch of the land into scorched earth. The indiscriminate attacks raised the surrounding areas to the ground. Looking at Kid and Luo lying on the ground, the ant shifted her gaze and turned to look above the castle. I haven't heard Kaido's cheers of victory yet. Are you still playing boring pirate games with that straw hat boy? Hera, take me to the roof. I'm very tired now. Let's finish it in one go. Just when Annie was about to leave here, a voice suddenly came from below. K.Room, Luo stood up from the ground again, a mysterious light ball condensed in his palm. The sword blade in his hand carried a blue light and extended to dozens of meters. It stabbed upward like a rainbow piercing the sun, instantly breaking open Annie's arm and penetrating her head. The shock wave of this blow implements the secret of space. Unstoppable, irresistible. Auntie's whole body was shaken violently. She was so severely injured that she couldn't control her body and fell from the thundercloud. The Iron Hamet's army swarmed forward and surrounded Luo. Just as they were about to punish the thug who attacked the queen, they were suddenly sucked away by a powerful force. What's going on? We seem to. Kid, stop blabbering. You bunch of stinking steel bars, surrender to my magnetism. Countless scraps of scrap metal gathered into a torrent of steel. Auntie couldn't believe that these two brats who had been knocked down countless times by her could still stand up. You two brats, are you determined to take my head? Magnetic energy. Big, demonic bull. There was a loud noise. The metal frenzy builds armor and cattle bones, and the magnetic force of all things pulls steel bars and iron hooves. Even the giant ant couldn't withstand this powerful impact and was directly knocked away by the metal demon cow. Hey, old woman, listen to me. Even if you die, we won't let you go to the roof. Auntie stood up slowly from the ruins. What is unbelievable is that her arm was broken. The ant looked down fearfully. Will the shock wave emitted from the body even damage the bones? Trajaffer's skills are indeed too dangerous. The ant raised her left hand, condensed the soul light wave in her palm, and gently touched the fracture of her right arm. I give you life, come to life, bones. In an instant, the power of new life was injected into the bones of Auntie's body. Restore the wounds one by one. The broken bones in the arm were given life, and the injuries healed instantly. Prometheus, Hera, and Napoleon are coming. Hi, Mom. The three major Horcruxes moved in response and merged into one. A dazzling bright light burst out suddenly. Blazing flames and wild thunder burst out of the air with a sharp slash. This sound of the lightsaber directly cut the magnetic demon cow in half. The ant continued to sneer. The time to dream is about to end. Kids, hundreds of pirates like you have already sunk to the bottom of the sea. When we ruled this sea, you were still nursing. Not to be outdone, Kid replied. It's useless, it's just a creation made of a bunch of metals. Even if it is destroyed many times, it can be reassembled. The battle has reached its most critical moment. He had no reservations anymore and crazily activated the power of magnetic fruit. The ant is firmly attached to a huge tower. Dozens or hundreds of tons of metal were assembled into a brand new metal demon cow, which rushed towards Annie. However, this four emperors burst out with terrifying power and forcibly carried a tower weighing hundreds of tons on his back. She turned around with difficulty and used the tower as a shield to block another impact of the metal demonic bull. The ant couldn't stop panting, and she was completely furious at this time. Just when I was about to take action, a black shadow suddenly enveloped the head. The ant looked upward in horror. A huge tower fell down. Batten, the huge tower fell straight down, burying the unprepared ant under the rubble. In a burst of exclamations, the pirates dispersed. Tragafauro passed through the billowing smoke and jumped into the air. K.Room's light wave passed over the sharp blade in his hand and stabbed into Big Mom's chest. You're so brave. Aren't you ready to run away? The furious ant waved the iron fist wrapped around armament hockey and beat the kid on the chest violently like raindrops. However, no matter how much Auntie ravaged her, Luo always held the blade in his hand tightly and remained motionless. A smile appeared on his face, stained with fatigue and blood. Your era ends here. K.Room, piercing wave. There was a loud noise and the sky collapsed. The sword blade in his hand penetrates the nine heavens dome, spanning thousands of meters to the underground magma. Chapter 34. Under this K.Room piercing wave, the ant's internal organs were completely destroyed, and blood continued to spurt out of her mouth. The pupils also began to dilate. But she is the pirate emperor after all, and even if she suffered such heavy losses, she would not forget to launch a counterattack. The which composed of Prometheus, Hera, and Napoleon attacked the dying Luo. Kid lived up to the precious time Luo bought. The ultimate move is finally ready. Countless metals were constructed into a huge barrel, aimed downwards. The ant was frightened and angry, and kept yelling and scolding. Come on, you be asterisk 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 D. You guys want to kill me? I'm Big Mom. Kid smiled evilly and pulled the trigger without flinching. That's why I want to kill you. Super electromagnetic gun. A dazzling light burst out from the huge barrel. A beam of destruction light blasted straight down. However, Kid's killing blow with all his strength. He couldn't even make Big Mom move at all. let alone blast her into a huge hole. The ant kept laughing wildly. Make your choice, little devils. What will be your fate next? Should I surrender my 50 years of life and die? Or should I become my slave and continue to live? Although he was suppressed by the strong electromagnetic shock and unable to get up, but Auntie still showed how terrifying the Emperor of the Sea was. Unable to move. She scared countless people to the point of being unable to move with just her gaze and momentum. Slaver life. The evil soul spell instantly filled the entire battlefield. In just a moment, he plundered the souls of hundreds of pirates watching the battle around him. Marco looked at the scenes in the sky with an extremely solemn expression. So strong. He deserves to be as famous as the Emperor of the Sea, my father. He was so seriously injured that he still had the energy to resist. Whitebeard's eyes darkened and he murmured softly, as long as you have the slightest fear of her, your soul will be ruthlessly sucked away. Use them to create soul creations, or to heal and strengthen yourself. That's why she's called the Queen of Soul. Linlin extracted the souls of these unrelated people at the scene. I'm afraid he will be able to regain his strength and stand up again soon. Whitebeard couldn't help but lock his eyes on Luo. He knows it very well. The reason why Linlin is in such a mess is entirely due to this young man. He had no idea that this Op fruit would have such amazing lethality after awakening. Even Auntie, who is known for her defense, was beaten so miserably. Even if I were at my peak now, I wouldn't dare to bear this blow easily. Whitebeard couldn't imagine. If this young man continues to grow, he will train hockey to the top. What a terrifying level the strength will reach. The battle between the four emperors and Supernova has reached its most critical moment. After all, the old emperor fell and a new one ascended the throne. Or will he eventually fall at the emperor's feet, like countless challengers in the past? All over the world, countless people dare not take a breath and stare at the sky. Just when Auntie continued to absorb souls and was preparing to get up from the ground. The scream you made before you died must have been very harsh, right? Luo squeezed out the last bit of energy and gently raised his fingers. Room. The space realm of Op fruit envelopes Big Mom. Luo shouted softly. Silence. The sound of the soul incantation suddenly stopped, and the noisy banquet hall fell silent instantly. No matter how furiously the ant roared, she could not make any sound. She lost the power of her soul and was seriously injured. Finally, under Kid's pursuit electromagnetic cannon, he was mercilessly blasted into a huge pit, like a meteor, falling towards the bottom of Ghost Island. Four Emperors, Charlotte Linlin declares defeat. Look at the pictures and narration in the sky. There was a period of dead silence all over the world. Eustace Kid, Tragafar Row. These two supernovas actually killed Charlotte Linlin, who had a bounty of 4.388 billion Baileys. Sabaody Archipelago. Kid was so happy that he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Luo, I didn't expect Lousy to kill the four emperors with you. Apu, Capone Beach, Urage and others on the side swallowed their saliva and cast surprised glances at the two of them. The next moment, Kid suddenly realized something was wrong. Hey, it was obviously the two of us who worked together to kill him. Why are you on the list? Is it possible that my magnetic fruit is ranked higher? Hawkins retorted expressionlessly. How can it be? In this battle, Luo was the main force. Almost all the injuries suffered by Auntie were caused by him alone. Your role is only to push Auntie into that deep pit in the end. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. That's right. Your electromagnetic gun looks bluffing, but in fact it didn't even scratch my skin. Ignoring external defenses and penetrating directly into the body. Luo's ability is really terrifying. That knife actually penetrated the ghost island and penetrated deep into the ground. I'm afraid no one can withstand this blow, right? Listening to everyone's discussion, Kid's face suddenly turned red and white, and he shouted angrily. Hey Hawkins, are you tired of living? Do you want Lousy to teach you how to speak? Fight. Hawkins calmly pulled out a few tarot cards. My winning rate is 30%. The probability of defeat is 30%. The probability of escaping is 40%. And the probability of being injured is... Don't stop me. I'm going to kill this B****************** D. Chapter 35. This guy Linlin actually lost. Whitebeard looked at the sky quietly, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Although each has different ideas and different positions, but after all, they were once companions in the same boat. They are also strong men who belong to the same era. Witnessing my aunt's defeat at the hands of two junior boys, Whitebeard couldn't describe how he felt. This battle also made Marco, Josie, and other squad captains sigh and start talking among themselves. It's really amazing. Seeing them reminds me of the first time I met Ace. In this sea, there will never be a shortage of such talented young people. It is estimated that in a few years, our Whitebeard pirates will be abandoned by the times. Idiot, what are you talking about? Dad can live for another 300 years. Marco suddenly turned his head and looked over. By the way, Dad, do you want to invite Kid and Luo on board? Although they are just newcomers with a bounty of 200 to 300 million Baileys. But judging from the strength they will show in the future, they will definitely be quite powerful. These two guys will come to the New World sooner or later anyway. Whitebeard remained silent. He can see it. Neither Kid nor Luo are the kind of guys who want to be inferior to others. The eyes of these two young men shone with a light called ambition. It may be difficult to persuade them to come on board. However, Whitebeard also knew that this trip to Marineford would be unlucky. Although he received a reward from heaven and returned to his peak state, but the two Marine Admirals Aokiji and Kizaru still left a deep impression on him. Whether it's for current actions or for the future, he was going to try it anyway. If only these two young men could be brought under his command. Marco, prepare to sail for the Sabaody archipelago. Also, tell the captains of the pirate group to gather there next time. Inside the eerie castle, Hawkeye put down the wine glass in his hand and couldn't help but stand up from his seat. Is it a slash that can penetrate everything? What a different kind of swordsman. Luo's last blow that penetrated the world completely attracted his attention. It also made the world's greatest swordsman feel a strong fighting spirit in his heart for the first time in a long time. Since reaching the top, he had forgotten how long it had been since he had felt like this. An opponent worth fighting. I hope you can come to Marineford by then. Marine headquarters. Was the last straw for four emperors turned out to be silence. Sengoku looked up at the sky, filled with emotions. Razanani, this is the op fruit you get at the cost of your life. See how powerful it is. You did see the right person. Law personally terminated one of the four emperors. Your sacrifice, everything you did, all was not in vain. Aokiji on the side couldn't help but sigh. Without Haki, the four emperors would have been beaten into such a mess just by using the power of devil fruit. This op fruit is really powerful. In this battle with the four emperors, Luo not only changed Kid's position many times to protect him from Big Mom's attacks many times. He also found the right time and used teleportation to provide a huge amount of output. Finally, expanding the space field and taking away the air was simply a stroke of genius. It can be said that this op fruit is applied to Ultimate. Even though he was a Marine Admiral, he couldn't help but cheer for this wonderful battle. But after all, the other party is also a pirate. When op fruit first appeared on the charts, the world government immediately issued an order to them. At this time, Kizaru had already left for Sabaody archipelago. With his speed, he will probably arrive soon. As the battle ended, the sky gradually darkened. Just when people thought that heavenly rewards would appear next, but the scene of Punk Hazard appeared on the screen again. Why is it the Straw Hat crew again? Is it going to be a fight with them next? Huh? The man with short white hair seems to be Smoker Commodore. You mean the guy who foiled Crocodile's plot? Yes, he also appeared when Luo was fighting Virgo Vice Admiral just now. I heard that this guy is an unruly and thorny man. He often ignores the orders of his superiors. Why does he look so well-behaved? What's going on with the beautiful woman next to her with her cigar in her mouth and her clothes open? Op Fruit's special skill, Mind Exchange. Op Fruit can separate the target's soul and body, make it enter a state similar to soul out of body, and then transplant these souls into other bodies to complete the exchange. Looking at the narration that appeared on the screen, everyone was stunned. Even more shocking than defeating four emperors just now. Sengoku's eyes widened and he murmured, "Exchanging minds? Such an operation?" He frowned deeply and made his own guess. It seems that Law must have activated his ability to replace the minds of Smoker and Tashigi. Aboard the Sunny, looking at Chopper who looked like he was stretched to the point of being exhausted and kept making pervert gestures, Luffy and others were all dumbfounded. When Sanji saw the picture, his future self actually occupied Nami's body. In an instant, a nosebleed 10 meters high broke out, and I passed out happily. That idiot and lecherous cook. After Zoro secretly complained, he immediately understood the power of this skill. In other words, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as the op fruit user takes action, he can be replaced with a brand new body immediately. This ability is too terrifying. Robin nodded. More than that, it's even a stronger body. Usopp retorted. But how could anyone be willing to give up their original body? Robin pointed in the direction of the auction on the island. Don't forget, there are still slaves in this world. Slave? Do you mean? There are more than 100 countries in this world, large and small. And there are also many people with high positions of power, but little power. When their time comes and they are about to reach the end of their lives, what do you think they will do? Chapter 36. They will definitely look for a powerful body and replace their consciousness into it. Usopp blurted out. Everyone realized this and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Luffy exclaimed, "Wouldn't this mean that we would never grow old or die?" Zoro cast a suspicious look. Eternal life? Is this really the power that devil fruit can have? Isn't this too outrageous? As if to confirm everyone's thoughts, a line of large characters suddenly appeared in the sky. Op fruit legendary skill, granting immortality to others. The next moment, the whole world was boiling. The series of battle scenes just now have fully proved the power of op fruit. Didn't you expect that it can also make people immortal and gain eternal life? Compared with the meatball fruit that can only deflect pain and injuries, its value is simply immeasurable. Holy Land, Marineford, Panga City. Exchanging hearts. Is this the secret of op fruit giving people eternal life? No, according to the ancient records handed down. To obtain true immortality, the op fruit user must perform the ultimate surgery at the cost of his or her own life. Satan stared at the sky with bright eyes. Even if you don't use this ultimate ability, it can make one more top powerhouse among the celestial dragons. No matter what, op fruit must be returned to us. Counting the time, Kizaru should be arriving soon, right? Sabaody Archipelago. Kid, Kira, Hawkins and others looked at Luo with shocked expressions. Lola lowered the hat on her head, feeling unspeakable helplessness in her heart. This inventory completely exposed his abilities to the world. It might be a good thing for Whitebeard, Aokiji and others. This can greatly enhance their reputation and influence. But Luo smiled bitterly. He is not as powerful now as he will be in the future. The ability to grant immortality puts him at the center of the storm. If nothing else, he will encounter countless enemies next. It's time to go. If you don't leave, I'm afraid. Just when Luo was about to leave, suddenly a lazy and lewd voice came from above. I'm sorry, little brother. If I let you leave like this, I would be very troubled. Everyone followed the sound. On the roof not far away, at some point a tall man wearing a yellow striped suit appeared. The other party put his hands in his pockets and looked over leisurely. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Hi, Marine Admiral Kizaru. Damn it, it's here so soon. Kizaru's eyes scanned everyone one by one. Kid, don't even think about escaping. The world government's order is to take you to Marineford. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you'd better surrender. The words have not yet finished. Luo suddenly raised his left hand. Strange energy fluctuations hovered in the palm of his hand. Room slaughterhouse. Before anyone could react, Luo disappeared instantly. Kizaru raised his right hand and rubbed his chin with his index finger, a look of interest on his face. Oh, is it this move? But it's a pity. Even if you are fighting on Ghost Island in the future, the limit of space expansion is only a few thousand meters. And I am the shining person who ate the sparkling fruit. To me, the distance of several thousand meters. As he spoke, Kizaru's entire body turned into countless rays of bright golden light. In an instant, they flew to the block 1,000 meters away, regrouped into their human form, and stopped in front of Luo. It's coming in a flash. Luo's face darkened, and there was a feeling of despair in his heart. The other side, Hawkins, Appu, Urge and others also realized the seriousness of the problem. No words, no eye contact. Escape in every direction without hesitation. Yada mirror. A golden flash flew over the town. Hey, although my target is the two of them, you are also pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. If it just slipped away from my eyes, it would be difficult for me to communicate with those adults. They were running for their lives in different directions, but Kizaru's voice sounded in their ears at the same time. The three of them felt a chill in their hearts and were about to take action. Excuse me, have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? The next moment, dazzling golden light occupied the entire field of vision. Boom, boom, boom. Three deafening roars sounded almost simultaneously. Hawkins, Appu, and Urge only felt a sharp pain, and then completely lost consciousness. In less than a second after Kizaru appeared, he instantly destroyed 3 supernovae who had a bounty of over 100 million. Luo knew in his heart that escape was impossible. The activation ability came to Kid's side. Hey, Mr. Eustace. Kid nodded solemnly. Joining forces? Just like defeating Big Mom in the future. Yes, this is the only way. Golden flashes of light condensed into human shapes in front of the two people. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and said with a crooked mouth, Oh, As expected of the monster who defeated Big Mom in the future, what a terrifying momentum. Before he finished speaking, Kizaru seemed to feel something and turned his head to look into the distance. The end of the road. Two figures are running towards this side. Hey Zoro, did you hear it? There seemed to be an explosion just now. There are so many pirates on this island. It's normal for one or two to cause trouble, right? But then again, where are Kid and Ron? Chapter 37. Oh, so you are here? How about joining my Straw Hat Pirates? Kid looked confused. Let Lousy become your subordinate? What nonsense are you talking about? Luffy smiled and said, what does it matter? We will join forces in the future anyway. Impossible. Luo stared ahead nervously. Hey, Straw Hat Boss, you may not know what the situation is now. Luffy followed the other person's gaze. Luffy was surprised. Is that Marine's flashy uncle? Zoro's expression was extremely serious. His right hand couldn't help but rest on the scabbard at his waist. Oops, how did Marine Admiral get here? Luffy, we are no match for this guy. Find a way to escape as soon as possible. This guy, like Uncle Freeze, seems to be a good guy. He shouldn't kill us, right? Kizaru said slowly. I won't show mercy this time, Straw Hat Luffy. The attitude of 5 elders is very clear. If something like the Summit War happens again in the future, he will not get any good results. Thinking of this, Kizaru stretched out his index finger, and a bright golden light burst out from his fingertips. Damn it, I can't see anything. Did the other party launch an attack? Get out of the way. Next moment, a laser beam shot from Kizaru's fingertips towards the 3 of them. Boom. Along with the earth-shattering explosion, the ground shook violently. A huge black mushroom cloud rose in the center of the town. The entire street was reduced to rubble. Luffy and Kid's bodies were pierced by laser beams, and they lay on the ground with their eyes rolled white and black smoke spitting out from their mouths. Kizaru glanced briefly and stopped paying attention. Although these 2 people will be able to rival the 4 emperors in the future, but now, he is just an insignificant new pirate. Kizaru cast his gaze in another direction and said with some surprise, Oh? Used space teleportation to avoid the attack? As expected of the 5th-ranked Audiobook fruit. But how should you deal with this move? Kizaru jumped high into the air, and all the golden light in the sky gathered between his hands. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. After seeing this scene, Luo's expression changed drastically. Indiscriminate widespread bombing? Damn it, I can't escape it no matter what. Just when Luo thought he was finished, in the distance, a fierce and domineering cold light flashed past. Kizaru was forced to interrupt the spell casting and rolled aside in embarrassment. Luo looked in shock and doubt. The visitor was an old man wearing glasses and with white beard and hair. He was walking slowly towards this side with a wine bottle in one hand and a sharp blade in the other. Although he is old, he exudes a domineering aura. Kizaru got up from the ground. His originally leisurely expression suddenly turned serious. It's really rare. I didn't expect that the Pirate King's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh, would appear here. Rayleigh said lightly. Don't get me wrong. I have retired for many years and now I am just an ordinary coder. These 2 guys are my clients, so please show your respect. Kizaru said in a deep voice. Your era has long passed. Are you planning to come back again? Come back. Rayleigh shook his head and looked at Kid, Luffy, and Luo not far away. He asked in a deep voice, Are you going to stop 3 men's dreams? Are you Marines so afraid of the coming of a new era? As soon as the words came out, a powerful and domineering aura rose into the sky. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. The bright golden light condensed into a long sword in his right hand. The next moment, the 2 figures disappeared instantly. The entire neighborhood was shrouded in swords and swords. Countless slashes roared across the sky. Even from dozens of meters away, you can feel the strong wind blowing against your face, like a knife cutting you. The 2 men fought for only a few seconds. The ground was already in disarray. There are crisscrossing ravines and fissures everywhere. The trees on both sides of the road turned into countless debris, and houses collapsed. The area within a few hundred meters was completely reduced to ruins. It's amazing. I can't see the movements of the 2 of them at all. Anyway, this is a good opportunity to escape. After a brief moment of shock, Luo withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to activate his ability to take Luffy and Kid away from here, suddenly there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground not far away. Luo turned around and looked, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Rayleigh was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. The entire left arm was chopped off. He didn't even hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries. Kizaru's situation isn't much better. A hideous wound appeared on his chest. The blow penetrated almost the entire body. However, such a terrible wound is constantly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, It looks like I won this battle. Kizaru held the Tian Songyun sword and walked slowly towards Rayleigh's direction. Top 10 Devil Fruit number 5. Op Fruit. Owner, Trajaffer Law. Start distributing heavenly gifts. Reward, stand-in world. A solemn and solemn voice suddenly sounded in the minds of everyone. Chapter 38. Holy Land Mariehua. Penga City. The 5 elders all had gloomy faces and looked at the phone bug in front of them unkindly. You mean, Luo escaped? Did you only capture Kid, Straw Hat, Zoro, Hawkins, and other supernovas? Poor Salino, you are the Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of Marine. No matter how powerful Op Fruit is, he is just a newcomer with a bounty of 200 million belly. Kizaru's helpless voice came from the phone. Rayleigh also appeared. Although he was repelled by me, Keluo suddenly received a reward from heaven. The 5 elders were shocked when they heard this. Rayleigh, the second-in-command of Pirate King Roger, known as Pluton? Since Roger's death, hasn't this guy retired? Why did he appear again? Nazho Langsheng said calmly. Since he is no match for Kizaru, there is nothing to worry about. In comparison, Luo's situation deserves our more attention. Sarden nodded and said in a deep voice. This mysterious voice also sounded in our minds just now. What is the ability of the substitute world? Even you failed. Kizaru, I don't know. At that time, there seemed to be an invisible guy who was constantly attacking me. Even using observation hockey, I couldn't sense the opponent's existence. This answer made 5 elders very dissatisfied. That's it. You are a Logia sparkling fruit user. How can a mere physical attack hurt you? Maybe it's some sort of summon creature. With your near light speed, why don't you just put sea-stone handcuffs on Luo? If not, you can seriously injure this kid and make him lose his ability to fight. Kizaru sighed. That's right. I was preparing to attack Luo at that time. But the next moment, this guy completely disappeared in front of me. Even after searching the entire Sabaody archipelago, there was no trace of him. Sartan frowned and asked in a low voice. Teleportation? His space domain can only cover a range of 1,000 meters at most. How is it possible to leave the island in an instant? Kizaru paused, carefully considered his words before speaking slowly. I'm sure that guy definitely didn't have the ability to activate Op Fruit at that time. At that moment, it was as if time suddenly stopped. The 5 elders looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Time freeze. Similar to the Paramecia slowness fruit, a power that can almost stop time? Anything related to time and space is not a good thing. If we let him go unchecked, it will definitely lead to catastrophe in the future. We must arrest him at all costs. What do they do with Luffy Kid? Sartan said slowly. Put him in Impel Down. Straw Hat Luffy is the son of Dorak, and he also has sinful blood flowing in his body. Together with Ace, we will be executed at Marineford in front of everyone in the world. The blonde, short-haired 5 elders shook their heads and expressed different opinions. No, this move may trigger a violent reaction from Dorak. What if he leads the revolutionary army to participate in this battle on the top? Sartan sneered. Wouldn't that be better? I've been hiding here and there, instigating rebellions all over the world. I'm always a threat, so I'll just take this opportunity to catch them all. After thinking silently for a while, the others retorted. Next, Marine will face the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates that may appear. Is it a bit too much to deal with the revolutionary army again? Don't forget, Akainu has left Marine with several vice admirals. Sardan was a little unimpressed. If the situation is really bad, I will go to the flowers in person and ask Lord M to take action. Erase them, along with Marineford, from this world. Finally, let the Knights of God come forward to clean up the mess. Just when the 5 elders were talking a lot, a few lines of large characters appeared again in the sky, which immediately attracted their attention. 4th place among the top 10 devil fruits, Logia Dark Fruit. Owner, Marshall. D. Teach. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but stood up from the sofa. Blackbeard. It's him again. Logia Dark Fruit. The most special and vicious devil fruit in the legend. Satan suddenly thought of something and said in disbelief, No, didn't this guy get Whitebeard's shock fruit in the future? Why is he a dark fruit user again? Could he eat 2 devil fruits at the same time? Everyone retorted, Impossible. Judging from the records in historical books, this kind of thing has never happened. Although devil fruit can give people a variety of powerful abilities, but each person can only eat one. In the past, there have been many greedy people who tried to gain stronger power and ate 2 fruits. But without exception, they all ended up exploding to death. Countless living examples prove that. This is an iron law that no one can break. Chapter 39. There must be some unknown secret hidden in this guy. Even a fool knows the difference between eating 1 devil fruit and eating 2 devil fruits. If the world government had the secret, countless top powerhouses will surely be created in the future, be it pirates or revolutionary army. There can never be any threat to them. It's not just the 5 elders. The moment the 5th place appears in the sky, there was an uproar all over the world. People can't understand it, but they are also very curious. How could this guy named Blackbeard eat 2 devil fruits? Moby D **K. There was a dead silence on the deck. Marco, Bista, Izo and others looked at the sky in shock and anger. They know. The 4th one that appears in the sky is this dark fruit. Not only was the trophy obtained by Sachi, the captain of the 4th division, this is the main reason why Blackbeard killed his companions. Now, this D's name appears on this list again. After the inventory is completed, you will also receive gifts from heaven and gain extraordinary power. It is really difficult for everyone to accept this fact. Their chests were rising and falling with anger, and they all looked at their father on the huge throne. Veins popped out on Whitebeard's forehead, and there seemed to be endless anger in his eyes. Because he was too emotionally excited, the power of shock fruit in his body seemed to be out of control. The surrounding space is constantly fragmenting. The powerful vibration force even reached the depths of the sea. Underground volcanoes continue to erupt, and the calm sea waves are turbulent, setting off countless huge tsunamis. Apocalyptic and horrific scenes appeared throughout the sea. Marine headquarters. I didn't expect that the 5th place would be this guy. Sengoku frowned. After seeing what happened in the future battle on the top, the intelligence agency immediately dug up Blackbeard's background information. This guy had been a member of the Whitebeard pirates for decades, but suddenly he killed Sachi, the captain of the 4th division. Sengoku couldn't understand. Why did he do this? You must know that the Whitebeard pirates are the 4 emperors, the overlords who have ruled the New World for decades. Most people who want to get on board are not qualified. Teach, however, did not hesitate to form an everlasting feud with Whitebeard and others. The reasons for this are thought-provoking. Could it be related to dark fruit? After capturing the dark fruit, then become the 7 warlords of the sea, go to Impel Down to recruit a group of powerful prisoners, and finally join the battle on the top to obtain Whitebeard's power? Sengoku was shocked and didn't even dare to think about it anymore. If it is as he imagined, this Blackbeard will definitely become Marine's biggest threat in the future. Forget it. It's useless to think about it so much. The most important thing now is Marine's internal problems. Except for Akainu, Zephyr, who had already retired, also expressed his dissatisfaction with Marine. If he really betrays Marine like he did in the future, isn't poor Sereno back yet? Subordinate reports. Kizaru Admiral captured several pirates and just arrived at Impel Down. Jean Mamamaru and 100 pacifists are rushing to Sabaody Archipelago to clean up the mess. Impel Down port. Densely packed jailers lined up on both sides. The arrival of Marine Admiral Kizaru is enough for them to provide the highest standard of reception. A man wearing a pharaoh's headdress and looking like an evil ghost hurried forward. You must be Kizaru Admiral, right? I am Hannibal, director of Impel Down, and I am here specifically to take charge of the handover. Kizaru frowned and said doubtfully, if I remember correctly, isn't the highest officer of Impel Down Magellan? Where are the others? Hannibal laughed loudly, put his hands on his hips, and said proudly, Director Magellan is not feeling well and cannot come to receive you for the time being. So it's up to me to perform the duties of the director. Don't worry, everyone. I'm much more reliable than him. It's no problem to take these pirates into custody. Kizaru scratched his head. That won't work. These 2 guys are felons of special concern to the world government. I have to ensure that they are safely detained on the 6th floor. I see. Hannibal coughed twice and couldn't wait to introduce. This is the 1st floor above ground. From here, you will officially enter the prison. Of course, before going down, we also need to make preparations such as checking, registering, and baptizing the prisoners, unconsciously. Everyone stopped in front of a thick door. Hannibal swallowed, took out the key, and nervously opened the door to the 6th floor. Crunch. The sudden noise seemed to alarm the prisoners. In the darkness where you can't even see your hands, countless evil and cruel eyes were projected towards this side. Hannibal, it's so rare that you actually have the courage to come here. Where is Magellan? Are you shitting again? Ha ha ha. It seems like there are 2 new people here this time. The 6th floor boiled instantly. The arrogant shouts of the prisoners came from all directions. Inside a cell, Ace raised his head and looked at the 2 half-dead people in Kizaru's hands. He was stunned. Road, Luffy. Chapter 40. After putting Luffy and Kid into the cell, Kizaru left here. Luffy asked in surprise, looking at Ace. Ace, why are you locked up? Will you really be executed by Marine in the future? Execution? Maybe. While the two were talking, Crocodile in the cell opposite cast a gloating look. Straw Hat Boy, you didn't expect that you would have such a day, right? Luffy snorted unhappily. I am a man who wants to become the Pirate King. How can I be locked up here all the time? Pirate King, Crocodile sneered. Are you still having that boring dream now? Being imprisoned here means the end. Becoming the Pirate King? Stop joking. If there is anyone in this world who is most qualified to become the Pirate King, I'm afraid there is only Blackbeard who can eat 2 devil fruits. After hearing this, Ace could not hold back any longer and immediately cursed angrily. Calm down, little brat. Instead of being furious here, it's better to take a good look at this. It's going to be a pretty long, boring time. It would be a pity to miss such a wonderful show. Crocodile was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them and turned to look at the sky. Ha! 4th place? It is indeed what Lousy has been waiting for decades. Thinking back to that night on the Moby D***K, Blackbeard felt indescribably proud. This was probably the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. If we hadn't taken away Dark Fruit, Lousy's name wouldn't have appeared on the list. This is the way this world is. The weak and the strong will prevail and defeat the enemy. Badgers on the side reminded. Captain, your picture appears. Oh, really? Blackbeard doesn't care at all that his secret is exposed. Instead, there was an expression of expectation on his face. Now that he has the top hockey, coupled with the power of Dark Fruit, no one in this world is his opponent. It's just the right opportunity to become famous all over the world. At that time, countless strong men will defect to his command. I have strength and fame. Wealth and status are naturally not a problem. Let the world appreciate Lousy's heroic appearance. Ha ha ha. After seeing the scene in the sky, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group burst into exclamations. It's Ace. He found the Blackbeard Pirates. Are we going to start fighting? In the screen, Ace squatted on the roof not far away and said lightly, Wait, Teach. I've been looking for you for a long time. The two parties briefly exchanged a few words. When Ace refuses Blackbeard's invitation to board the ship, Sniper Fan Oka suddenly raised his sniper rifle and clicked the trigger. Boom. The hot bullet hit Ace between the eyebrows and penetrated straight through. There is a rude guy here. Ace suddenly stood up, holding his index fingers up in front of him. Musket, dazzling fire burst out from his fingertips. Countless fire bombs were fired downwards like machine guns. The battle officially began, and Badgers was not to be outdone. He lifted a 3-story building and threw it in Ace's direction. Fire ring. Ace stretched out his right hand, and a circle of flames surrounded his body. Pillar of fire. Flames soared into the sky, instantly burning the buildings above them. Fire punch. Fierce and domineering flames swept across the battlefield, causing everyone in Blackbeard to flee. It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Looking at Blackbeard rolling on the ground, people watching around the world were stunned for a moment. Is this the Blackbeard Pirates? Is this Blackbeard number 5 on the leaderboard? That's it. Whitebeard, Marine Admiral, Kaido in front. All of them showed overwhelming, terrifying strength. Why did his style of painting change suddenly when he came here? Aokiji couldn't help but complain. Hey, this guy's strength is not even as strong as Luo, the pirate supernova. How on earth can you break through Impel Down and recruit a group of extremely vicious pirates? Sengoku said calmly. The opponent is Fire Fist Ace after all, a man who defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea not long after he left the sea and rejected the world government's invitation. Keep reading. This Blackbeard, there's more to it than meets the eye. Maybe he's showing weakness on purpose. In the picture, Ace stepped through the blazing flames and looked down at Blackbeard. Dark. Yes, Captain Ace. Blackbeard climbed up from the ground in embarrassment. I won't be killed by you. This is the most powerful devil fruit. How strong this power is, I'll let you see it right away. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark force burst out from his body and kept rising. Several lines of narration appeared in the screen at appropriate times. Logia Dark Fruit. Ability 1. Release the power of darkness. Absorb all contacted objects and energy into another space. Compress and crush it. The darkness continued to spread, covering the entire town in an instant. Blackbeard laughed and pressed his right hand hard. Dark Acupoint. Chapter 41. Dark Acupoint. As Blackbeard shouted, building after building began to twist, deform, dismember, and collapse. Finally, he was swallowed up by boundless darkness. In just a few moments, the entire town turned into nothingness. The disappeared town now let you see its fate. Blackbeard spread his arms. Liberation. Tens of millions of debris spewed out of the darkness. This scene shocked everyone. Impelled down within, The prisoners watched silently, with surprise in their eyes. Such a big town disappeared in an instant. It's all been absorbed into the body? This is incredible. This is the power of darkness. After all, this guy is also a Logia user. He is almost invincible in the first half of the Grand Line without haki. Is this guy the one who saved us in the future? It seems good to become his subordinate. Listening to everyone's discussion, Ace clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with anger. Marineford. The sailors looked shocked. This B************** D destroyed a small town without any scruples. It's simply lawless. I don't know how many people will lose their homes this time. Damn pirates. It's so scary. Is this the power of darkness? He analyzed calmly. If he were to appear on the battlefield, artillery, warships, fortresses, and any military facilities would probably be destroyed instantly by this guy. It's a pretty tricky ability. Sengoku looked gloomy and clenched his fists hard. You act without any scruples, and you do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, coupled with this powerful force. This man is too dangerous. Moby D***K. Marco and others looked solemnly at the sky. I underestimated this D teach. I didn't expect him to get such a powerful power. Lying on this ship for decades, just for this dark fruit. What a terrifying scheming and ambition. So what if the opponent is Logia? Don't forget, Ace is also a Logia Marineford fruit user. That's right. How could the captain of our second team lose to such a despicable person? Whitebeard remained silent, but his clenched fist showed that his mood was not as calm as it appeared. In the picture, the two sides started a second round of competition. After seeing the opponent's ability, Ace's expression became serious. Green flames suddenly appeared on the fingers of both hands. Firefly fire Bodhidharma. The green fire swept away, clinging to Blackbeard like gangrene on his bones. The fever made him scream. But in the next moment, the power of darkness swept through his body and engulfed all the flames. Cake Island. The ant's pupils shrank. In addition to specific objects, it can also absorb energy attacks like fire. Can this dark fruit really swallow everything? It can be seen from the other person's eyes that this guy is the kind of ambitious person. What if he really gets Whitebeard's shock fruit in the battle at the top? I will definitely reach out to New World in the future. That's it for Kid and Luo. I didn't expect another Blackbeard to appear. Thinking of this, the ant felt extremely irritable. Ability 2. Attract other demon fruit powers, and as long as there is physical contact, the opponent's abilities can be temporarily disabled as the narration comes on. In the screen, Blackbeard stretched his hand in the direction of Ace. A sudden surge of darkness Uzumaki appeared in the palm of his hand. Dark water. Ace's expression changed drastically, and he flew in the direction of Blackbeard involuntarily. How? You've noticed it, right? Ace. Blackbeard squeezed Ace hard, a cheeky smile on his face. Could it be that, before the other party could finish speaking, Blackbeard punched the other party hard in the abdomen? Boom. Ace's whole body was shaken, and he instantly flew out more than 10 meters away like a cannonball, hitting the ruins heavily. Impelled down, Luffy couldn't help but ask, "Hey Ace, can't you turn into flames?" Ace sighed and pointed to the narrator on the sky screen. "It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. The moment I was touched by that guy, my devil fruit ability seemed to disappear." As soon as these words came out, the entire 6th floor fell silent instantly. Crocodile, Basque, Catalina, even Bullet. Everyone cast a surprised look. As long as you are touched, you will temporarily lose your devil fruit ability? In other words, if we meet that guy, we can only rely on taijutsu and haki to win. Taijutsu and haki. Bullet smiled confidently. Crocodile said calmly, "You are indeed strong, but don't forget. This guy has been rewarded by heaven before. He has the top haki." The smoke gradually dispersed. Ace struggled to get up from the ground and wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. This punch directly broke several of his ribs. "Ace, be my partner." Blackbeard opened his hands and extended the invitation once again. If a man surrenders to power, what's the point of living? I will never let my life have any regrets. "Got it, idiot," Ace said quietly. On the fingertips, a giant great fireball, as dazzling as a star, slowly rose. Great flame ring, Emperor Yin. Chapter 42. That's a shame, Ace. Only one can win. Look at the sun and the darkness. Who is stronger? The power of darkness was unleashed from Teach, spiraling into the sky. The whole island is shrouded in darkness. It's as if even the gaze is being sucked into it. Badgers, Fan Oka, and others' expressions changed drastically, and they kept retreating, looking at the figure in the endless darkness. Everyone did not hide the admiration on their faces at all. This is Blackbeard, This is their captain. Although this is not the first time I see it, it still makes people feel the terrifying power that trembles from the bottom of their hearts. In the sky, the endless darkness and the giant great fireball like the sun are constantly colliding. The terrifying energies annihilate each other. The whole island shook violently. Even hundreds of kilometers away on the sea, you can see this scene that looks like a natural disaster. People around the world were shocked after seeing this scene. What's next? Who wins? Of course it's Blackbeard. He defeated Ace and used it as a bargaining chip to become the 7 warlords of the sea in the world government. It's amazing. Seeing these two fighting reminds me of Akainu and Aokiji's battle for Marshall. These Logia's ability users are simply walking disasters. As expected, Logia is the strongest among the 3 series. Cake Island port, aboard the Queen's Anthem. Charlotte Lean's eyes were extremely solemn. If the power of dark fruit comes into contact, the hommets she made with the soul fruit will also become ineffective. The entire Tato Land Kingdom, with more than 40 islands of various sizes, will also stop functioning and fall into chaos. In addition to Homai's army, the entire Big Mom pirates are basically Paramecia users. This Blackbeard is simply their nemesis. How could this special devil fruit appear in this world? Damn it. Don't worry, Mom. Katakuri on the side said calmly. If you really encounter this guy then, let me take action. Naval headquarters. No wonder Blackbeard was able to break through Impel Down and bring a group of prisoners to join the battle between us and the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's eyes showed deep fear. In his mind, he unconsciously placed Blackbeard on the same level as Whitebeard. Even if countless lines of defense are carefully deployed, they will probably be of little use in the face of the darkness that can swallow everything. Marine 3 Admiral, like Ace, is a Logia user. If even Ace is defeated without any resistance, I am afraid that the abilities of Aokiji, Kizaru, and others will also be restrained by the power of dark fruit. Not only must the Whitebeard pirates be wiped out, but also the Blackbeard threat must be always on guard. This summit war is about to be more difficult than imagined. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly felt a headache. Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Black Maria couldn't help but sigh. As long as you are touched by that guy, you will temporarily lose the devil fruit ability and become like an ordinary person. Dark fruit is really a domineering ability. So what? Runty put her hands behind her head, swaying her long, white thighs, and said indifferently, "We are strong men who rely on physical skills to fight. Even if you lose the fruit ability, you won't lose your ability to resist instantly like Ace." Peggy One shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, this guy can also release a powerful gravitational force that can instantly crush an entire town. Even if we are ancient species, once we lose Zoan's bonus, we are no different from ordinary people. If we are sucked in by this power, we probably won't be able to bear it. Sister, don't underestimate me." Boom. Before he finished speaking, he was hit hard on the head. Runny grabbed Peggy Wan's neck and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will always protect Xiaopei." "Hey, let go. I'm going to die." Quinn slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "I always feel that this Blackbeard pirate group is not simple. I don't know if they will come to the new world in the future." Jack snorted coldly, somewhat disinterested. What's there to brag about just beating an Ace? After all, this guy only has a bounty of 300 million belly. If Blackbeard and his gang really dare to cause trouble for us, the Beast's pirates, Lousy alone can destroy them without the need for Boss Kaido to take action. Jean listened to everyone's conversation and remained silent. I don't know where Master Kaido is now. Garp looked at the scene in the sky quietly and sighed in his heart. If Ace had followed his advice and joined Marine, with the abilities and talents this guy has shown, in the future, I will definitely become a Marine Admiral like Aokiji, Kizaru, and others. But that's all. Garp was silent for a long time and sighed helplessly. Bogart, how long until we arrive? We are about to arrive at the Gate of Justice. After passing through it, there is Impel Down. Chapter 43. Hey Ace, you might as well have been this guy's subordinate. Impel Down within. Crocodile teased with a sneer. You be asterisk 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 D. What do you know? I don't understand. Anyway, you will be executed soon. It's better to give up hatred and dreams than to die like this. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. This is how this world has always been. Although he had only been imprisoned for less than a few months, he felt extremely regretful. If nothing else happens, Blackbeard will eventually reach the top of the world, right? Crocodile looked at the sky quietly, thinking so in his heart. The scene of summit war appeared in the sky. Facing the furious Whitebeard, Blackbeard raised his right hand and easily absorbed all of the opponent's destructive power. What a powerful force this is. Even Whitebeard can't deal with this guy. The darkness that can absorb everything. I'm afraid no one in this world can kill him. This dark fruit can only be ranked 4th. What kind of monsters are the first 3? There were exclamations one after another in Impelled Down. Ace stared at all this with wide eyes and disbelief. He looked at his father, who was covered in scars and half of his head was gone. Tears couldn't help but fall down from his face. Why? Why should you sacrifice your life to save this hopeless guy like me? Not just Impelled Down. The scene in the sky caused countless exclamations to erupt from all over the world. This is Whitebeard, the world's strongest man. A punch that can cause tsunamis and shatter islands. How could he be resisted so easily by Blackbeard? Is this dark power an unsolvable existence? Not only can it release huge gravitational fluctuations, it can instantly absorb and crush a small town. Even Ace's flames and Whitebeard's shock can be completely absorbed. Demon fruit power is as helpless in front of him as ordinary people. I thought Whitebeard died at Marine's hands. Unexpectedly, this legendary pirate died at the hands of his own crew. When he saw the picture, Blackbeard had the power of darkness in one hand and the power of shock in the other, laughing wildly in front of everyone in the audience. The expression on Shank's face was extremely serious. The worry buried deep in my heart finally appeared. Blackbeard single-handedly initiated the battle at the top. When the original order is broken, chaos will follow. For ambitious people, this is also the ladder of progress. Blackbeard, this man finally has the terrifying power to match his ambition. Not surprisingly, in the future, the entire sea will definitely be turned upside down. Ben Beckman on the side blew out a circle of smoke. I couldn't see his expression clearly through the smoke, but I could only hear him saying coldly, "I don't care about situation, balance and stuff like that. I just know that this guy will threaten us sooner or later. It's better to take advantage of him before he becomes truly powerful." Mariehwa, Pangea. I finally killed Whitebeard, but unexpectedly another Blackbeard appeared. After obtaining the double fruits, his strength has completely reached the level of the 4 emperors. Not only his strength, this guy's ambition is also terrifying. His threat to the world government is far greater than the former. Don't forget, he has received a gift from heaven before, and his haki has reached the world's peak level. Perhaps he will receive a second heavenly reward in the future. Thinking of this, the 5 elders' eyes were extremely gloomy. To them, Marine, pirate, neither side can be too strong. If Marine is too strong, pirates is too weak. The participating countries will not need Marine's protection, and the world government will not be able to collect the heavenly gold as expected. They also don't want to see the pirate side being too strong. Strong enough to threaten the world government. Ha ha. Hey kids, have you seen it? This is called the 4 emperors. This is called the Marine. These guys don't even dare to fart in front of me. This is the power of darkness. Looking at the picture of his future in the sky, Blackbeard felt extremely happy. On the side, the eyes of Fan Oka, Lafitte, Poison Q and others became more and more fearful. Badgers whispered, "Captain, since everything about you has been leaked, Marine must have deployed heavy troops. Whitebeard will also be on guard against you." Blackbeard didn't care. So what? Now Lousy knows that there are so many powerful devil fruits in this world. Just like the op fruit just now, this is the power that can give people eternal life. Luo is just a weak supernova now. It's easy to kill him. Maybe even easier than Ace. The battle at the top hasn't started yet anyway, so why not take this opportunity to get this op fruit? Those supernovae appear to be occurring in the Sabaody archipelago, which is not too far from here. Let's go, kids. Chapter 44. Pirates killed your family and your students. Even your arm was chopped off by pirates. Are you willing to spend the rest of your life growing flowers and grass here, die quietly, and be forgotten by the world? Marineford, in a manor in a remote suburb. Sakazuki bit his cigar and looked at the old man in front of him quietly. Behind him stood Ghost Spider, Stoloberry, and several vice admirals. After an unspeakable silence, Zephyr pointed to the sky. "I'm already old. Even if I want to, I can't deal with these guys." Sakazuki sneered. "It's unimaginable that someone like you could say such words. If that's the case, that's a shame." After an unspeakable silence, Zephyr sighed. "I can probably guess why Marine will deal with me in the future. Maybe it's because I want to use explosive rocks to destroy the entire world. You have seen the consequences of betraying Marine and becoming the enemy of the whole world. Sakazuki, do you really want to follow in my footsteps? Instead of going your own way, it's better to put aside your prejudices and join Aokiji and the others." Sakazuki put out the cigar in his mouth and said coldly, "Betrayal? No, I'm just carrying out the justice I insist on." Whitebeard, Blackbeard, There are still countless pirates in this sea, and there will be more and stronger pirates in the future. I can't kill them alone. I need companions. How about it? Do you want to join me and destroy all pirates in this world? Even if you die fighting for this, you will still live up to your name as a Marine. After a long silence, Zephyr seemed to have finally made up his mind. Forget it. I will accompany you to make a big fuss one last time. I hope this old bones are not rusty yet. 2 years ago, I formed a force called the Pirate Guerrilla Force. There are about 1,000 people in total. In addition to the 2 proud disciples of Ainbin's, they also have the latest combat weapons, the pacifists. Upon hearing this, Akainu's tense and stern face immediately relaxed. Is it? What's your plan? Sweep all the way down the Grand Line to the Sabeti Archipelago, take out the Supernova Swarm, and take out Blackbeard. Completely eliminate potential threats. Sabeti Archipelago, the Sunny, is anchored on a remote shore. Hey, what's going on? Why do so many warships suddenly appear? Usopp held up the telescope and looked at the distant sea in surprise. Zoro was seriously injured, and Luffy never came back. Since just now, there have been explosions on the island. What on earth happened? Nami was so anxious that she almost cried. Everyone couldn't help but look at Sanji. Sanji smoked silently and analyzed calmly. Judging from the current situation, Luffy and the others should have been attacked by Marine. Since it was Marine who took action, there's no need to be nervous. Luffy might not be dead yet. His grandfather is a Marine hero. Robin on the side said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, Luffy is also the son of Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the most vicious criminal in the world. The world government will definitely take advantage of this." Sanji nodded. For the world government, Luffy may still have value. He will most likely be imprisoned in Impel Down and used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Revolutionary Army. Everything has not reached the point of no return. A battle is about to begin between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. This may be our last chance to rescue Luffy. But Usopp pointed to the distance and said in frustration, "Now the entire sea area is surrounded by Marine warships. Even if you want to leave, you can't do it." Nami sighed. "Even if we break through the Marine blockade, we won't be able to reach Impel Down. Impel Down is known as the world's first prison. It was built in the calm belt and is unnavigable by any ship." Just when everyone was at a loss, a burst of bubbles suddenly appeared on the nearby sea surface. A submarine slowly surfaced. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, everyone was surprised and happy. Trajaffer Luo was clutching his chest and seemed to be seriously injured. Boss Straw Hat and Kid were captured by the Marine Admiral. "You can take my polar diver and bypass the Marine blockade to reach Impel Down. Relying on my ability, I can easily rescue the 2 of them." Sanji immediately cast a suspicious look and kept looking up and down. "As offensive as it is, I have to ask, why do you want to help us?" Luo lowered his head slightly and said, "As much as I hate to admit it, the fact is that I am too weak. The world government is now targeting us. The Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates will also probably regard us as a huge threat. It is estimated that we will be surrounded and suppressed by the 2 Four Emperors groups as soon as we arrive in the New World. Right now, we can only tide over the difficulties together if we form a pirate alliance." The Straw Hats nodded secretly. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go now. Don't worry, there are still Bonnie, Drake, Apu and others staying on Sabaody Island. It's best to save them. One more person means more strength." At this time, Frankie suddenly looked at the sky and said in surprise, "Brother, you and your friends appear in the sky again." Luo was stunned for a moment. Now I should be taking stock of Blackbeard's dark fruit. How does it have anything to do with him? Watch the battle scene between the Heart Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates in the future. Everyone was stunned. All people with abilities. This guy is actually hunting ability users and bestowing these abilities on his subordinates? How? Is this also the power of dark fruit? Chapter 45, etc. Nami pointed to the sky and suddenly exclaimed, "Luo, how come you and your crew members in the picture turned into women?" Chopper, "Hey, even Bebo turned into a she-bear." I didn't expect Luo, who looked so cold, to be quite cute when he turned into a woman. Looking at Sanji's lustful eyes next to him, Luo suddenly felt a chill in his body. Cole, don't look at me like that. Fortunately, after experiencing the battle on Ghost Island, the future Luo in the picture is no longer the rookie he was at the beginning. Instead, there is a reward of 3 billion belly for the strong man who defeats the 4 emperors. Luo immediately ran armament hockey to expel the strange disease. Suddenly encountering an enemy attack, the polar diver docked on the shore of a nearby island. The crew landed on the island one after another and prepared for battle. On the deck of the Sword of Xebec, the captain of the Blackbeard ninth ship, Shinigami, Poison Q said unexpectedly, "Oh, did you cure the disease? It's worth 3 billion heads. However, even if the disease is eliminated, guys with antibodies can still be infected. It's interesting, isn't it? It becomes a woman's disease." Fanoka pointed to the distance. Bajis moved to the island. Captain of Blackbeard's third ship, Van Oka, Inu, the top sniper with the teleportation fruit, signaled Badgers to start taking action. The next moment, Hercules Badgers has disappeared from the deck. Everyone in the Heart Pirates was surprised to find, on the island they landed on, the mountain peaks began to shake. After the ground shook for a while, a figure stood firmly under the rock. Bajis, who ate the lily fruit, lift a mountain with just your hands. Hey, this guy actually lifted the entire mountain. That's wrong. When did he come to the island? Strange strength, contagion, teleportation. No wonder their bounty has risen so fast. The mountain is falling. Badgers smashed the entire mountain into the Heart Pirates. Luo immediately took action, and mysterious ripples appeared in his palm, instantly cut the huge rock into countless pieces. Just as the crisis was resolved, another burst of laughter came from above. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Tragafaro. Mid-air, after eating the dismounted horse fruit, the phantom beast species turned into a Pegasus, zhuang zhuang, carrying Blackbeard and swooping down towards the island. Mariehua, Pangea. The five elders are also paying close attention to the scenes that appear in the sky. It seems that after the Battle of Onigashima, Luo's bounty reached 3 billion Baileys. As it should be. The value of op fruit goes without saying. Both Luo and Blackbeard are the ones we need to pay close attention to at the moment. One of the five elders raised his own question. From the above situation, Blackbeard replaced Whitebeard and became the four emperors. But how did he find so many devil fruit? Sartan said, "The essence of devil fruit is not the fruit, but the devil. When the person with the ability dies, the demon inside will break away from the body of the original owner and spontaneously look for nearby fruits to lodge in, waiting for the next person to eat them." Yes, although the reason is simple, the scope is quite large. Even we cannot guarantee 100% recovery success. The more powerful the fruit, the more so. Nazho Langshan couldn't help but throw out his doubts. Could it be that dark fruit can extract the demons residing in the target's body? Everyone lowered their heads and thought for a while, unsure. We don't know much about dark fruit, so it's not impossible. If that's the case, then Blackbeard can hunt around for ability users, collect all kinds of powerful devil fruit, and cultivate a group of subordinates with top-notch combat power. In other words, any devil fruit that appears on this ranking list may become his target. The five elders immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. As far as the fruits appear on the current list, no matter which fruit appears on it, it is an extremely terrifying existence. If this guy really succeeds, let alone the four emperors, not even their world government can be a match for the Blackbeard pirates. Not only did Nezushiro say tighten his grip on the first-generation Kitetsu in his hand, he said in a solemn tone, "Sparkling fruit. Frozen fruit is at Marine's place." Blackbeard shouldn't have the guts to challenge Marine headquarters. As for Shichibukai's bear, there's no need to worry. Even if Blackbeard can't be defeated, he won't be defeated so easily. At least he can still escape. There shouldn't be any problems with these three fruits. Everyone nodded slightly. As for the remaining shock fruit, the blue dragon fruit, after all, they are the four emperors, and it is impossible for the current Blackbeard pirates to kill them. Just be careful not to let this guy fish in troubled waters during the battle at the top, Sartan said in a deep voice. So, the one most likely to be Blackbeard's target right now is op fruit. The purpose is the same as ours. All members from CP0 to CP9 will immediately suspend all missions and find out the whereabouts of Luo and Blackbeard as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Battle of Victor's Island. Blackbeard wins. The Heart Pirates collapsed, and Tragafar Law officially withdrew from the fight for One Piece. Looking at the narration subtitles in the sky, everyone sighed. I didn't expect that the strong one who defeated the four emperors Ant was no match for Blackbeard. If it weren't for that fur tribe, I'm afraid that guy would have died there. After all, it is the dark fruit that surpasses op fruit. No, all fruits. Luffy stared blankly above his head. Is he the guy most likely to become the Pirate King? How could it be? Crocodile couldn't help but sigh. Ambition, means, courage, strength. As much as I hate to admit it, this guy named Blackbeard has all the necessary elements to become a king. If I have the chance, I really want to have a good meeting with this kind of hero. It's a pity, Ace said angrily. Are you kidding? In this world, only Whitebeard can become the Pirate King. Crocodile snorted. Whitebeard. The future has been foreshadowed in the sky. The Whitebeard in your mouth has become this man's stepping stone. Not to be outdone, Luffy said, hey, the man who wants to become the Pirate King is me. Kid, take a good look around you. Even if you are dreaming, it's time to wake up. Just when Crocodile was about to laugh a few words, the door to the 6th floor was suddenly pushed open. A burly figure appeared at the door. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, the noisy prison instantly became quiet. It's him, Marine Hero Garp. Why is this guy here? Garp strode towards this side, his face so gloomy that it was scary. Ace, Luffy, you two bastards are really going to get me into trouble. Old man. Smelly old man. Why are you here? Garp came to the cell and looked at the two with complicated eyes. I didn't know what to say for a while. Not far away, the evil King Kizaru laughed. Oh, do you plan to see them for the last time before execution? It's really touching. Garp didn't look back, but like an old lion, his whole body erupted with a terrifying aura that made people palpitate. Do you want to die? Although the tone is calm, but the murderous intention that was so strong that it was frightening made Kizaru's face suddenly turn pale, and he obediently closed his mouth. Garp looked at the two teenagers in front of him quietly. Countless memories from the past emerged one by one. Countless thoughts swirled violently. After some inner struggle, Garp sighed slightly, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. It doesn't matter. I will find a way to get you out. Before Luffy Ace had time to be happy, Garp suddenly changed the topic and said with a serious expression, but you have to promise me one thing. After you go out, I don't care what you do in the future. You must give up that boring dream of being a pirate. This. Luffy and Ace's expressions froze before they could say anything. Suddenly a deep voice came from the door. Vice Admiral Garp, please mind your behavior. You can't take these two prisoners without the above documents. Garp slowly stood up from the ground and turned around to look. A tall, evil-looking figure blocked the door. Magellan? Do you want to stop me? At least half of the prisoners held here were captured by me personally. What's the problem with taking one or two away? Magellan said in a serious tone. In fact, if it weren't for your status as a marine hero, there would be no way for you to come into contact with these two death row felons. Let every prisoner suffer the consequences of the crimes they committed. This is my duty. Garp clenched his fists. Do you want me to watch my loved ones die? Magellan wouldn't give in. Are you going to trample on my justice? The two of them were facing each other, their war-filled eyes clashing fiercely in midair. The atmosphere also became more and more solemn, making people breathless. Countless prisoners kept retreating, as if staying away from the bars would make them feel better. Kaisia Jinbei looked at Ace with a worried look. Crocodile swallowed secretly. Bullet, who was exercising, stopped what he was doing. He looked at the two of them with gleaming eyes, as if he wanted to join in the battle. Deputy Warden Hannibal said quickly, Vice Admiral Garp, please stop. Even if you kill us here, we can't take away these two prisoners. World government agents have been in the control room closely watching every move here. Whenever something unusual happens, the warships docked at the port will leave immediately. Not only that, there are countless explosives buried inside Impel Down. You will then sink to the bottom of the sea with Impel Down. Monitoring room. The two CP-0s stared nervously at the surveillance screen in front of them. Always be prepared to call the phone bug. At this moment, a solemn voice sounded in everyone's mind. 4th place among the top 10 devil fruits. Logia Dark Fruit. Owner, Marshall. D. Teach. Tiandao rewards are being distributed. Devil Fruit's abilities are enhanced. Logia Dark Fruit awakens into Logia Black Hole Fruit. Chapter 47. Awakening of Fruit Power. Logia Black Hole Fruit. Blackbeard tentatively extended his right hand. The power of darkness as deep as ink surged out. When it came to the sky above the island, it turned into a small black dot like a grain of rice. Although it is too small to be detected by the naked eye, it exudes a heart-stopping aura of death. Next moment, under the influence of a terrifying and unstoppable gravitational force, the ground shook violently, and countless rocks flew toward the sky. Trees were uprooted and houses were reduced to crumbs. Together with the panicked people, they were all sucked into the sky. It's like a doomsday scene. And as time goes by, this black area continues to spread. Not even light can escape this area. The sky was dark. The bustling towns and lush forests disappeared in an instant. Everything on the island was swallowed up by darkness. It's like a restricted area of life. On the sea, the calm sea surface began to become violent, and billions of tons of sea water set off huge waves and surged into the sky. In front of this incomprehensible scene, the eyes of everyone in the Blackbeard pirates were dull. They were also affected at the dock. The blood, muscles, bones all over the body. Even the cells in the body seemed to begin to disintegrate and separate, trying to escape the body's control. Consciousness also gradually began to become blurred. Is this the end of the world? Captain Teach, stop it. If you don't stop it, we may all die here. Amid the horrified cries of his subordinates, Blackbeard took back this dark power with satisfaction. Thief, huh? Is this the power after awakening? Forget it, let's stop here. If it continues to grow, I'm afraid it will turn into a terrifying thing that even Lousy can't control. Mariehwa, Pangea. The phone bug kept ringing. The 5 elders are constantly receiving urgent information from various departments. After hanging up the phone, the 5 people's eyes were filled with shock and anger. The island and the surrounding sea area of 100 kilometers have completely disappeared. This is the black hole fruit. This is a power only God can wield. The situation has reached a very serious level. Yes, Blackbeard is more dangerous than rocks back then, Sartan said in a deep voice. Fortunately, we also got Blackbeard's location. The Knights of God need to protect the safety of the celestial dragons. Now that things have come to a point, we can only ask Garp to come forward. Didn't he want to save Ace and Luffy? As long as Blackbeard can be killed, what's the point of sparing the lives of these 2 brats? The blonde, short-haired 5 elders couldn't help but frown and asked, Garp, will he be Blackbeard's rival? Nazho Langshing shook his head slightly and said helplessly, compared to Aokiji and Kizaru, Garp, who is not demon fruit power, has an advantage. If there is anyone in the Marines who has the ability to defeat Blackbeard, this guy is probably the only one. Sartan echoed, it doesn't matter even if you lose the battle. Since the Valley of the Gods incident, Garp has been ignoring our orders. Now he is even more audacious in his attempt to rob the prison. If Ace and Luffy are executed, this guy will definitely become a huge hidden danger. Everyone nodded silently. Just because Garp's son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it is impossible for the world government to let him go. However, due to the opponent's status as a Marine hero, he has been unable to act openly. Originally, I had a headache on how to deal with him. Now I can use Blackbeard's hand to eliminate this hidden danger. Of course, the best outcome for us is to lose both sides. After a brief discussion, everyone reached an agreement. He picked up the phone bug in front of him again. Garp agreed, and he has left him held down and headed in the direction of Blackbeard. Humph, if it weren't for this phone call, he would really have started a fight with Magellan. That's good. After explaining everything, the 5 elders calmed down a little. But having said that, I didn't expect that Logia could also awaken. Since both Paramecia and Zoan can awaken, Logia is no exception. Dark fruit can actually become a black hole fruit. This has not been recorded in previous classics. Just as everyone was talking about it, an ethereal and distant voice suddenly appeared in their mind. The deepest part of Panga City, among the flowers. Beneath the dark stairs, the 5 elders knelt on the ground with extremely respectful expressions. Although the 5 of them are usually in charge of everything in the world government, a single word or deed can determine the rise or fall of a kingdom, the life or death of its people, and he has supreme power. But they know compared with the owner of the Void Throne, they 5 elders are nothing. Him turned around, his scarlet eyes exuding bursts of cold gaze as he glanced back and forth at everyone. What is going on? This so-called gift from heaven can actually allow mortals to gain the power of gods. There was strong dissatisfaction in the indifferent tone. The existence of this canopy has greatly threatened his status. The 5 elders naturally felt it too. The body was trembling and clinging to the ground. Sir, we are still investigating who is responsible for the canopy. As for Blackbeard, please don't worry. We will definitely catch him here and wait for your punishment. Chapter 48. Third place among the top 10 devil fruits. Logia Thunder Fruit. Owner, God, Enel, sitting on the throne surrounded by sword tombs. Im looked at the sky and was stunned for a moment. God, Enel, look at these 4 big characters. An unknown fire couldn't help but rise in his heart. That's it for Blackbeard. After all, this guy can make an island completely disappear from the world in an instant. In terms of strength, he can barely deserve the title of God. But what about this Enel? Where do cats and dogs dare to call themselves gods? I'm Lord of the Celestial Dragons, Lord of the world. Only he in the whole world is worthy of the name God. Check. Investigate strictly immediately. This world doesn't need so many gods. The 2 lines of large characters that appeared in the sky caused people all over the world to talk about it. Logia is devil fruit again. It's also Logia. Why can it be ranked in front of dark fruit? That's right. Dark fruit is the nemesis of all demon fruit powers. Logically speaking, it should be ranked first. Enel, have you heard of his name? Marineford. Sengoku. No information about Enel was found. In other words, this guy is no longer a pirate? Listening to his report, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Generally speaking, pirates with even a reward of 1 million vellay will be recorded in the archives. Since he's not a pirate, it's easy to handle. But the next moment, Sengoku had many doubts in his heart. Why does this guy named Enel remain unknown? After ordinary people eat devil fruit, they suddenly gain powers beyond ordinary people. There will always be some clues. Not to mention, this is Logia Thunder Fruit. Judging from the name alone, it is not inferior to sparkling fruit, the existence of frost fruit. It can surpass dark fruit, ranking third in the rankings, which further illustrates the power of this thunder fruit. No matter how stupid a person is, he can dominate an area simply by relying on his elemental characteristics. How could he be an unknown person? Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little troubled when he thought about the mission assigned by the 5 elders. Marine is currently preparing for the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Just be wary of Blackbeard. Where are the extra manpower to search for this guy named Enel all over the world? Who knows if he is an ordinary person who has just eaten the fruit, or live on some remote island? There is more than one headache. In addition to Akainu, Zephyr and his men also left Marine. The world government heard that they had recruited 2 strong men. The 5 elders vaguely have the idea of promoting the 2 of them to Marine admirals. Sengoku rubbed his temples and couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Apply for retirement after this war is over. Leave these troubles to Kazan. Enel. How could it be him? Inside impelled down, Luffy screamed in surprise. Ace cast a confused look. What? Do you know him? Yes, I have fought against this guy before. But he is nothing compared to Blackbeard. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding prisoners became interested. Hey, Straw Hat, what nonsense are you talking about? Although I don't know who this Enel is, who among the people on this list is not a monster with terrifying strength? That's right, especially since this guy's name is preceded by the title God. You have also seen the power of dark fruit. Since thunder fruit can be ranked above dark fruit, there is a reason for it. Could it be that this fruit has the power to control thunder and lightning? If so, it is indeed a very scary fruit. Not just the prisoners around, even Crocodile had a look of disbelief, casting a suspicious look at Luffy. Straw Hat, you can't even defeat Haki. There's no way you can defeat Logia's master. You were able to defeat Lousy because you mastered the weakness of Sand Fruit. Although he was defeated by the opponent, Lao Sha was not convinced. If you really want to count, he has killed Luffy 3 times in Alabasta, pierced through the chest for the first time, and buried alive in the ground. The second time he was sucked into a mummy. The third time he was poisoned. If Robin hadn't betrayed him and secretly saved Luffy twice, the grass on this newlywed's grave is probably 2 meters high. This shows how powerful Logia users are. Ace beside him also nodded silently. Although he disliked Crocodile very much, he also agreed with this statement. In the first half of the Grand Line, Logia is almost invincible. That's right. If you don't know armament hockey, let alone defeat the Logia user, you won't even be able to touch him. Luffy, how on earth did you defeat this Enel? Sabaody Archipelago, Zoro, Sanji, and others looked at the names appearing in the sky, and their faces suddenly darkened. Even after causing a scene in Eni's lobby and defeating Gecko Moria from 7 warlords of the sea. But the enemy they encountered on Sky Island was still fresh in their memory. No matter how strong the others are, they can at least fight 1 or 2 with each other. But in front of Enel, they had no power to resist and were killed in an instant. Chapter 49. This place looks like Sky Island. I see, that makes sense. Looking at the picture that appeared in the sky, Sengoku nodded secretly. Just as he guessed, this guy named Enel lives on Sky Island, far away from the world. Otherwise, as a person with Logia ability, he will definitely become famous all over the world. Aokiji said calmly, settle down in a small place like this and use the power of Logia to call yourself a god. It seems that this guy named Enel is just a frog in the well. Thunder and lightning can be regarded as the top ability in Logia. Originally, Aokiji had some expectations for how the other party would perform, but now he only felt disappointed. The strength of the fruit's ability is one thing, but the most important thing is the development of the ability user himself. For example, the legendary pirate, Golden Lion. He developed lion fruit, this seemingly ordinary paramecia, to the point of perfection, holding up fleets and islands. He rules the entire sea from the sky, and fought against the Roger pirates, and even almost killed each other at one point. Only by constantly fighting against strong men, fighting through blood and fire, and breaking through the limits in the crisis of life and death, can one grow into a top strong man. This is true for him, Kizaru, and Akainu. If you blindly rely on the capabilities provided by Logia and become complacent, you will rest on your laurels. Sooner or later, you will become a stepping stone for others. Crane shook his head. No matter what, those with low gear ability cannot be underestimated. Instead of making random guesses, it's better to take a good look at the opponent's performance. Everyone nodded silently. However, the picture is just a dense, primitive jungle. There were towering trees everywhere as far as the eye could see, and not a single human figure was seen. Just when everyone was getting impatient with waiting, a man dressed like a pirate walked through the jungle and ran to the cliff on the coast in panic. Is he Enel? Impossible. Just when everyone was talking about it, an unusual and dangerous atmosphere suddenly appeared in the clear sky. Boom. Accompanied by roaring thunder. A thick beam of lightning fell from the sky and struck down with precision. The pirate remained silent as he was submerged in the blinding lightning. A huge bottomless hole also appeared in the area. The surrounding land also turned into scorched earth, burning with flames. After seeing this, the expressions of Sengoku and others changed instantly. It's not because of the power of this thunder and lightning, but they didn't realize where the attack was coming from. From the perspective of the picture, the entire primitive jungle and even the entire island were in sight, but there was still no trace of Enel. A super long-range strike. How did he pinpoint the target so accurately? Countless doubts linger in everyone's minds. Before anyone could react, the scene changed again. Angel Island, harbor. Konis knelt limply on the ground. While covering his face and crying, he confessed what he had done to Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and the other three. As citizens of this country, they have the obligation to guide the criminals on the island to Appiato and become sacrifices to the gods. Officially, she summoned the express shrimp and took Nami and the others away along with the Mary. Around them were many residents with nervous faces. That's Straw Hat Boy. How come this guy exists everywhere? Of all these people, who is Enel? Just when everyone was confused, the islanders kept retreating with frightened faces. The content of their conversation immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Marine. The god they talk about is Enel, right? Heartnet? What is that? On this island, as long as you offend that god with your words, you will be punished by the god. As if to confirm what the residents said, a bolt of thunder crashed down, blasting a giant circular crater with a radius of tens of meters on the ground. Sengoku suddenly thought of something and said with some uncertainty, could it be that the heart network they talk about is observation haki? Aokiji couldn't help but shook his head. Seeing and hearing? It's not impossible. But the range of Enel's perception is so large that it covers the entire Sky Island? Is this a bit too exaggerated? Not only that, but you can even know the content of their conversation? This has gone beyond the scope of observation haki, right? His eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. Is he using the power of Thunder Fruit to sense and accept the radio waves released by others to monitor the entire Sky Island? Once he knows that someone dares to offend his god, he will release thunder and lightning to punish him. This explanation makes sense, why these residents are so scared. As soon as these words came out, the Marines all looked at him in disbelief. Isn't this too outrageous? According to this, he can hide hundreds of kilometers away and carry out long-range strikes on targets? Isn't this ability invincible? Yes, the power of this thunder and lightning is not weak. One strike is enough to sink a warship. I have to say that this is indeed the power that only God has. Chapter 50. The ant looked at the sky in surprise. Katakuri, in terms of perception range, this Enel's observation haki seems to be inferior to you. I didn't expect that in that remote place, someone could have such a powerful sense of knowledge. Katakuri was also extremely surprised. Really? There are people on such a remote sky island who have reached the state of predicting the future. Annie shook her head. It's impossible to say for sure, but he listens to people. It's comparable to Roger and Redfield. No, maybe it's because of the Thunder Fruit boost. Smoothie, one of the 3 dessert generals, wondered, Redfield? What a strange name. Who is he? He can be compared with Roger the Pirate King. Katakuri explained calmly. Barorik Redfield. The great pirate in Roger's time was also known as the Red Count, the aloof Red. This guy's strength is extremely exaggerated. I heard that at that time he was able to keep pace with the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates with just one person. How is this possible? The ant nodded and echoed in a deep voice. Katakuri is not exaggerating. I heard that when the Red Earl went to sea, his observation haki had reached its peak level, and he could even see into other people's hearts easily. It is precisely because of this that he hates being around others and always walks alone. Even so, in that era when strong men emerged in large numbers, he achieved great fame by relying on his powerful knowledge, color, and swordsmanship. On the Queen's Anthem, the officers of the Bigmum pirates looked at each other. This It seems that there is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon in this world. If this is the case, then Straw Hat Crew will never be a match for this Enel. Everyone looked at the sky with concern, looking forward to the subsequent development. The Sky Island in the picture is currently playing a death game. The Sandia clan, the priests, and the Straw Hat Pirates. The three forces are fighting each other. Perhaps out of boredom, Enel also joined in. He first appeared on the Mary. Sanji and Usopp were instantly dispatched with just one strike. The next moment, he crossed dozens of kilometers and arrived in front of the warriors of the Shandia tribe. Let the opponent attack for 5 minutes, and then kill him instantly. The female warrior Loki discovered the seriousness of the matter and rushed all the way to Weber, preparing to tell him about Enel's ability. As a result, as soon as the 3 words Enel were spoken, the Heart Network sensed them. Enel appeared behind her and killed her instantly. The next moment, he appeared in the Shantora ruins where Robin was. After seeing this scene, people all over the world couldn't help but exclaimed, "Isn't this too powerful?" The entire Sky Island is like his own home. He can reach wherever he wants to go in an instant. Is this also the ability of Thunder Fruit? It can be called teleportation. Thunder and lightning, like light, have reached the ultimate in speed. Ultimate speed, coupled with the powerful observation hockey. As long as you don't seek death, no one can kill him. Look at the abilities shown by Enel in the picture. Kizaru, who was originally casual, had a slightly more serious expression on his face. Logia Thunder Fruit? It's simply a monster. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Sengoku nodded silently. If this guy named Enel joins Marine, just relying on the ability of this Thunder Fruit is enough to become an Admiral-level combat power. Impelled down, the prisoners on the 6th floor were also shocked. Those who can be imprisoned here are all famous pirates. The bounty is at least in hundreds of millions, which means he is experienced and well-informed. But they have never seen such a terrifying ability. The sight that enveloped the entire Sky Island, the ultra-long-distance long-range strike, and the speed of almost instantaneous movement. No matter who his opponent is, he is invincible. No one can withstand this guy's lightning attack. Even the giant python, the Lord of the Sky, which was hundreds of meters long and was slashed by Zoro more than a dozen times without any injuries. He was also electrocuted and turned into coke. Crocodile couldn't help but sigh. There are also gaps between Logia. I originally thought that his Sand Fruit was not the strongest, but at least it was the top devil fruit in the world. But compared to Enel's Thunder Fruit, it's a piece of shit, complete with almost no shortcomings. This guy is really wasting his resources. Such a top-notch Thunder Fruit can only be developed to this extent. Sigh, if Lousy had eaten him, he would have dominated the Grand Line long ago. Crocodile was filled with emotion and couldn't help but fantasize about it. Ace was also shocked. As a user with Marimara Fruit ability, he became famous all over the world at a young age and became known as the Fire Fist. He also became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. But if he were to fight this Enel, he was not completely sure that he could kill the opponent. If compared, I'm afraid it can only surpass the other party in terms of destructive power.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.